gotta be free. We gotta be free. Gotta be better time. We gotta live for the moment. No more anxiety, no more fears, no more fear of judgment, no more fear of failure. Gotta be free. We gotta be free. CODEBREAKER. Hey. Gotta be free. We gotta be free. Don't be afraid to die. You can overcome the fear. You can overcome the lies. You can overcome the past. You can overcome the past. You can overcome the past. Gotta be free. Better time. We gotta live for the moment. No more anxiety, no more fears, no more fear of judgment, no more fear of failure.
Yeah. Rearview mirror small for a reason. What's behind me, lessons. What's ahead, legacy. Anti-season activated. Neo X in motion. I done drove through storms, pushed the rain. Carried old feel like a middle name. Used to tap brakes for opinions loud. Now I press gas, I'm shifting proud. Family first, that's the code I'm in. Laugh with my nephews, that's a real win. Peace in my chest, sun on my face. Growth got me moving at a different pace. No arguing with ghosts no more. Left the drama at the old front door. If it don't build me, I let it go. If it ain't love, I don't let it grow. Sun shining on my windshield, heart finally starting to heal. No U-turns on this road, I'm in control. I got the pedal to the metal, speeding off on my haters. Hands high like better, ain't got time for no traitors. Pedal to the metal, yeah, I'm gon' see you later. Rearview small for a reason, I'm awakened, conscious creator. Pedal to the metal, pedal to the metal, pedal to the metal. Smiling while I'm shifting gears. Pedal to the metal, pedal to the metal, pedal to the metal. Smiling while I'm shifting gears. Greatest auntie, that's the title. Nephew's wild, my niece, my idol. Cookouts, movie nights, laughed aloud. That's the type of wealth I'm proud. Used to survive, now I elevate. Seeking knowledge, I illuminate. New consciousness in my mind. Old fears falling behind. I'm reading, growing, breaking chains, rewriting cycles, healing pain. They watching how I move and speak, so I'm walking what I teach. I ain't competing, I'm in my lane. Heavy foot, but light on pain. If it ain't growth, it ain't my speed. Love the only thing I need. I don't miss who I used to be. That version was surviving me. Now I'm thriving, federally free. My nephews laughing, my niece believe in me. I'm showing them what strength can be. Knowledge turned to legacy. They watching how I drive this road, so I'm choosing light, I'm choosing growth. Ain't the pedal to the metal, speeding off on my haters. Windows down, heart settle, surrounded by my favors. Pedal to the metal, ain't no going back later. Only love in my circle, everything else get vapor. Pedal to the metal, pedal, pedal to the metal, pedal, pedal to the metal. For my nephews and my me. Pedal to the metal, pedal, pedal to the metal, pedal, pedal to the metal. Building generational peace. Yeah. We not going backwards. We elevating, seeking knowledge, illuminating. Rearview mirror small for a reason. Pedal to the metal. Neo X, decode the darkness. Wake up, Wesley, wake up. There's blood everywhere. You laughed while I was bleeding inside. Now the shadows won't let you hide. You built this storm, now I feel that rain. Every joke carved in my brain. Tick tock, karma at your door. You don't hear them footsteps on the floor. You made a monster out my pain. Now you living in the saga's nightmare. Hallway whispers, phones recording, group chat laughing, trauma stored in every screenshot cut like blades. Smiling faces, double face. You thought it's funny, thought it's cloud. Didn't see what you put out. Sleepless nights, voices loud, pressure built beneath that crowd. Humiliation on replay, every day a dark cliche. Mind cracking like thin glass, pain don't die, it's just a mess. Now you hear that heavy breath, regret creeping like silent death. You fed the fire, watched it grow, now you scared of what you sow. You laughed while I was bleeding inside. Now the shadows won't let you hide. You built this storm, now I feel that rain. Every joke carved in my brain. Tick tock, karma at your door. You don't hear them footsteps on the floor. You made a monster out my pain. Now you living in the saga's nightmare. Mirror cracking, red reflection, guilt becoming your infection. Whispers crawling through your sleep, memories you tried to keep. Basement silence, candle glow, you don't know how far I'd go. Broken minds don't break alone, they echo through a microphone. Now the city feel colder, weight of laughter on your shoulder. All that cruelty you disguised, now it's staring through your eyes. This ain't glory, this ain't fame, it's the cost of playing games. Every bully thinks it's light, till the dark fights back at night. You left while I was bleeding inside. Now the shadows won't let you hide. You built this storm, now I feel that rain. Every joke off in my brain. Tick-tock, karma at your door. You don't hear them footsteps on the floor. You made a monster out of my pain. Now you living in the saga's nightmare. Wake up, Ashley. Static. Silence.
All right, mic check, mic check, mic check. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right, all right, all right. Do. All right. As you can see, again, what's up, Choco Kitty? What's up, sis? What's up, Katisa? All right. All right. So I want to go ahead and start off this live. I definitely want to go ahead and start off this live by going ahead and saying this. I do not have any hatred in my heart for the ladies in the group. On God, there is no hatred. I've made a decision to address this, and I'm only going to address it one time. Now, I want to apologize to my supporters. Again, I'm sorry. I'm not sticking to my word and say that I was going to ignore whatever response that was going to be said about me or whatever. I'm going to apologize because I'm going to have to break half of what I promised y'all, right? Not the whole thing, because I promised y'all that I wasn't going to drag anybody again. I wasn't going to be beefing or, doing too much or whatever. I'm not doing that. And I promise that I can stick with that, right? Because I'm responsible on the way I respond, right? But I'm sorry, y'all. It's something subconsciously, psychologically, mentally, emotionally inside me that affects me when people just try to misrepresent my character. And I just can't. Like, I don't have nothing. Like, I specifically don't hate Tinkers, Tamik, or M3, because out of those three, they specifically didn't do anything to me. Personally, I am a little disappointed on how they did come together collectively to try to misrepresent and push a narrative of what happened. I'm a little disappointed because I love Tymeek. I love her a lot. I'm just a little disappointed in Tymeek because Tymeek wasn't even there when the group conversation happened. So I'm just a little hurt that she was saying some of the things I heard she said. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Y'all know how I rock. I like to protect my energy. I did not watch that video. Right, once my phone started blowing up and text messages started coming through, break room going live on you. They got a whole panel on you, girl. I'm so glad you showed me the receipts, girl. I'm glad you told me what happened because I see the manipulate. Like people just going ahead telling me, you know, I something in my gut told me to reach out, and I reached out to about 4 other content creators purposely, right, to let them see the receipts, or if they didn't see the receipts, get the narrative, because I told them that I wasn't going to respond. And if something, God forbid, does to happen and I'm not here to respond for myself, there's no voice for me being my own advocate, at least they can be my advocate and tell what they knew in the receipts that they saw. Because I was never going to speak with this, or I was thinking about just leaving YouTube, right? But I have to, y'all. My whole life was ruined because of somebody telling a lie on me, and I lost a scholarship to go to college to become a movie director. I done been to jail multiple times for people lying on me, right? I don't got into beefs and issues online because of people lying on me, right? My mother not speaking to my mom, right? The estrangement me and her have because individuals, people lying. Now, there's some people who lie intentionally, and there's some people who lie unintentionally, right? But my heart, I truly want Tymeek, M3, even though like like I was told that M3 stated that she didn't really know me like that. You know, I still rock with you. I love the sound of your voice or whatever. But it's okay. I get it. Y'all want to step away from me, don't want to support no more. I would grant you that. I won't come into y'all spaces, right? Tinkers, you know I love you. You know you did a lot for me. You gave a lot. You invested a lot. You gave me some words of encouragement. I'm sorry I disappointed you too, right? I'm sorry. But I can't let you do this along with Break Room, TC, and Beautifully Yours, but we're going to call her Flo, right? The other 3. Now, I am going to forever have an issue with those 3 women because I feel like they played the majority part of why the things went down the way they did, and the people who caused the most pain to me in this group, I found it very ironic that they had the most to say. There's always 2 sides of a story, right? Regardless how they decided to come online to talk about what happened and give their narrative, regardless of whatever y'all said about me on that panel, the people still ain't gonna forget one key thing that I think y'all forgot when you decided to get on the panel and try to misrepresent me as just somebody who was just crazy and I was just too much and y'all just couldn't deal, or whatever narrative y'all wanted to push, that Neo's playing victim and we're not the villain, but whatever it was y'all was trying to protect your reputation. It's too late to do that because you already have one thing I think y'all forgot. It's something called pattern. Pattern. I think some of them forgot that before I joined any group, it's affiliated myself with anybody, became friends, or became a part of another group or whatever, you guys already had a pre-notion reputation, right? And that I find it very funny when I tell y'all that it's regardless how they saying I'm the problem, even though I'm not even beefing with people, if you really think about it, my problem is the system. I'm going up against a system, right? Of women coming together, trauma bonding, coming together, participating in cyberbullying, and maybe doing things that's outside of their integrity or compromising their integrity or their principles and stuff for the sake of friendship, loyalty, or just straight ego, right? I'm not even there is no hate. That's what I'm saying. So if you came here thinking I'm finna drag these ladies, it's not gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. right? It's just, I find it funny that people who know y'all better than me told me that this is what was going to happen, X, Y, and Z, right? Especially about break room, not necessarily much Tymeek and Tinkers and M3, but mostly break room, right? And that I personally have to take accountability, right? I'm gonna take accountability for the part that I played, and even in that live that upset them so much, even though I never said any names, I never gave the group name, I didn't even go into details what happened. In that live, I repeatedly said that I take accountability for being emotional, right? And doing too much and cutting people off. I said what I did in the live. I didn't say what y'all did, but I said what I did. But I still expressed to my audience that I felt abandoned and I was hurt. And at the end of the day, that I know, being the code breaker that I know am, that the real reason why y'all got on that panel and did what y'all did to come against me is because you simply don't want Nasty Nate to be correct on what she said was going to happen. That lady been around y'all for years. Y'all don't have friendships with her, support her. She knows the system, right? She don't found a way to benefit from the system, right? Even when I was willing to fight against her, right? For the system, against the system to protect other people, right? She knew what was going to happen. And that y'all quickly made sure you ran on the panel because Amber clocked T, even though I didn't say anything, because Amber clocked T. Oh, well, you might as well. Somebody said what are my notes? Somebody said that, I have to say allegedly because I didn't hear her say this, but somebody said that Break Room said I might as well should have had said her name. Well, there's plenty of times where you made content where you did not say anybody's name. People still do that to this day, right? Because there's some people who don't know what's going on. We have supporters that don't have nothing to do with the saga, right? We do that because we still just want the message to the person that we're talking to get to them, right? And we know people gonna have to shape their opinions or whatever, right? But I remember you recall you doing something like that when Ashley D betrayed you. And I'm gonna use that word because she did do that to you, right? That's probably why you had no problem doing it to me. But when Ashley D betrayed you, you did a lie, talked about your feelings, how it made you feel, how trusting and loyalty and whatever. Never said her name. She ran and made a lie, exposed herself. You came back and responded and said, I never said your name. You exposed yourself. And then you went in on her. Well, I'm not going to do how Break Room tends to operate. I'm going to just do it the righteous way. I'm going to tell y'all my side of the story. I am going to drop one receipt. I am going to use Chat GPT. And then I'm going to go into teaching, and I'm going to go into breaking down that metaphor about the scorpion and the frog, about people just giving into their nature, right? But I just want you to know that no matter how people try to clock my T or clock my pattern, it's crazy that the things that people are trying to say they have an issue with me for doing is the things that they participated in for over 3 years. Flipping sides and whatever. I don't have a reputation for randomly attacking people because they going to get somebody I support. I never do that. You only have Neo speaking up when I'm advocating. If somebody's bad behavior needs to be called out, I'm going to call that out, especially if it's harmful, right? But again, I just want to remind the audience, I'm not finna bash them. I'm not finna whatever. I'm not going to speak their character. I'm not saying they bad women or good women. That's God to determine their heart. Only God knows their true nature. Even though they got on that panel and keep telling y'all they don't understand why I speak on God as if the Christian Bible, God is the only God that exists. Newsflash, it's like 4,000, over 45,000 different versions of God. I just don't believe in your version of God. I believe in the God that's bigger than your God, and I say that. I constantly keep telling people, I don't know why y'all keep trying to push this narrative that I don't believe in God. I actually believe in God so much I know when I'm being protected. My girl straight up told me that she always felt like Break Room was not genuine. She said she felt like the other girls, like especially Tinkers and Tymeek, but she said it was always something about Break Room and the little slick stuff that she catch her saying and whatever, she always felt like it was maybe, it might not be genuine, right? And I told her, I just make sure I be on guard, and if I see anything that's red flag and I can't ignore it, then I definitely, let you know, right? Only God truly knows if break room intentions was true towards me. All right. I just know that the naysayers who kept on making videos saying that girl, break room and Neo is gonna fall out. I think y'all knew because y'all clocked T, and it's not because I have a reputation of falling out with my friends. Like the people try to spin the narrative. Every time I go back and forth with somebody for us disagreeing, I show y'all the receipts and show y'all that I did not cause it, right? And in this situation, I'm going to show y'all that I did not cause this, but I could have handled it a lot better. And I'm sorry that there's some supporters who truly adored me or really love me or love Break Room, and now y'all feel awkward and don't want to support each other. I told y'all don't have to do that. Go with Break Room. Keep supporting her. And I won't feel no type of way, right? I don't even play those type of games because my content is going in a different direction. All right, because I know how tough that can be, because I've been in situations where you enjoy both content creators and you don't want to side with one and might side with the wrong one, or you don't want to offend this one person because you was more loyal or whatever. I'm okay with secret support. And I even told y'all that now that I have something coming up next week, most of my videos is going to be edited anyway, right? But I'm finna prove to y'all tonight that I did not cause this. I just could have handled it better. And where I feel like the girls who got on the panel, where they failed to realize the mistake that they made, and it's so blatantly there that I feel like they just went with protecting the reputation of the group instead of admitting that they dropped the ball. Okay? So, all right, so let's go ahead and start, because I had to make some notes. It was a lot of stuff said, man. I went to ChatGPT and I summed it up. Did a summary because I didn't watch it. I have to protect my peace. And again, I apologize to my audience because I told y'all I wasn't going to do no back and forth, and I'm not. I promise y'all, I can promise you this. I'm just going to drop the receipt, give y'all my version, and then I'm done. I don't need to respond no more once the receipt come out. They can go say what they want, spin it however they want. I don't hate these ladies. I'm not beefing with them, and I'm not going to drag them. Honest to God, I wish them the best, right? The things that they set up to do in their group, I hope they eventually get to it and they accomplish it, right? I decided to start my own support. It's more of a support group. I decided that I wanted to work on a book, right? I'm going to start with my own organization called Niecy's Heart. Right? It's called Niecy's Heart. That is actually a childhood name. For those who don't know that, my family, my nickname, how somebody might be related to me. They're not going to refer to me as Tanisha or Neo. They're going to refer to me as Niecy. That's my family name that they gave me, right? So I'm working on something right now called Niecy's Heart, where I'm going to be, my group is about advocating and supporting women, children, or anybody. You don't even have to be a woman. It could be anybody, because males can be assaulted too, who went through any type of sexual trauma, a molestation or whatever. Anybody who went through anything. And I'm going to make a book of collective of the stories of women empowering each other and talk about how they overcame such a traumatic incident in their life, how, mentally they overcame it, because it happens so often. A lot of times it's family members, regardless of people who want to sweep that shit under the rug. It happens a lot. One of my supporters just let me know it happened to her when she was 7. And I said, look at her. Look. She said she can relate to me. Hers happened at 7. I was 4. Somebody else I know was 4. Right? I just decided maybe the group, that the things that those ladies wanted to do in the group, I was all down for it, but I just truly believe that I feel like their hearts are in the right place, but I think they need to do some work too. I think they not realizing that They talking about me putting in work. Wait till Chat GPT break this shit down to y'all and show y'all that they need to put in some work too, right? I know they wanted to get away from the toxicity, right? But they didn't realize they brought the toxicity with them, even though they was trying to go in a positive direction. I would never take that away from them and try to tell y'all that these ladies did try to go into a positive direction, but I wanted to tell y'all that it didn't last long, right? It did not last long. We're going to get into it, right? And that also take this in consideration. You know, I'm not the first person who walked out of this group crying and hurt. I came in broken, looking for love and support because they reassured me that this was a safe place, right? It was them, invitation. I didn't ask to be in their group. I was invited in. I was told what the mission was, and of course I would be down for that because I have a pure heart. Who wouldn't want to feed the homeless? When I was a Christian, that was my favorite ministry. Loving on people with mental health, because why I have mental health. I just have better control over it, right? But I'm telling y'all, when I heard that they was on the panel and I listened to Chat GPT, some this down, sum it up, and I talked to people who watched it, I ain't gonna lie, y'all, this was me the whole time when I was listening and taking notes and stuff. This was literally my expression.
Let me just go in the bush and weep. Let me just go in the bush and weep. I just have to go in the bush and weep. Really. I don't understand. I swear to God, I don't understand.
That was literally my expression when I was like, let me just go in the bush and weep, because I know what y'all set out to do, but let's really talk about what was really going on. Now, I ain't finna be giving out no personal information. I don't do that. When I get mad at people start telling their business, I don't do that. Some of the girls in the group got a reputation of doing that. I don't do that, right? But we're gonna get down to the nitty-gritty, because I literally was like, I don't understand. I just do not understand. Oh, well, you went to the internet first. I have the right to tell my audience if I'm having a bad day, a bad week. That's how I connected to my supporters, not spectators. Right? But y'all could have simply ignored it, right? Just like you claim Ashley D could have ignored it, but she didn't. All because MM clocked T. I mean, people been clocked T. People was clocking T when you was shading me before, saying little slick stuff and how you act towards me. Right? And I just wanted to remind the people, I want y'all to pay attention to this part right here. The part with the crashing out. Y'all saw me crash out. People don't see me crash out at least, twice? 3 times, I think. One was me more crying. But 3 times, me emotional, right? I never just crash out because somebody goes, Neo, how's your day? I crash out when people are gaslighting me and attacking me and put me in defense. Just like when I first cursed that sister teacher, because I see she in here, I'll read your comment in a second. I literally cursed at her because when I was looking in the chat, it was Neo this, Neo that, Neo this, Neo that, and didn't even hear my side of the story yet. So I got a defense and I snapped at her. Was it right? No. That's why I apologized to her. It only took me less than an hour to realize that I'm mad at the wrong person. She giving her opinion based off what she know. So let me just give her what I know and then let you form your opinion. Right? When you corner somebody, and then y'all see where I'm a Leo on top of that. If you corner me, especially when I said I didn't even want to talk about it, of course I'm a growl and scratch and yell and get aggressive. I'm in defense mode. I'm in survivor mode. I am being suffocated. They won't let me breathe. And then I felt let down when I realized that the real truth is that these girls was going to always prioritize break room feelings over mine. Even though I'm the one in that moment was having the breakdown. That situation became more about how break room felt and not, Neo, are you okay? Like, really? We love you. Okay, well, if you love me, let's redo the phone call another time, like I kept asking. Right? But we gonna get into it. we're gonna get into it. So let me go ahead and just read one comment. Baby girl, close your door, okay? Okay. You say, hey, Neo, I love you, and I can say that I know for a fact Break Room Jr. No, you can't say that. Only way you can say you know for a fact, because you really protecting her. That's really what you're doing. Before I read the rest of this, you are not in Break Room's consciousness, nor are you God. You can just say, I believe. That's not facts. Facts is who your mother is and who your dad is, who birthed you. That's a fact. I'm telling you, once I break this stuff down and what my girl said, Break Room got a reputation of doing this to people. She did it to Kevin. Kevin used to teach her and literally like teach her husband. They used to do lessons together. And look how she drugged that man. When somebody genuinely care for you, they would never drag you. They ain't gonna drag you and do it. Name somebody who I genuinely care. Texas Bama. Y'all ever seen me make videos and dedicate a whole video dragging her? No. I said what I said. I let her know how she hurt me or whatever. I never made one video towards that girl because I genuinely cared for her. Even though we was disagreeing. Right? With the Cali situation, before I went into the dragon, that man had to go tell 11 lies for somebody. And then I had to tell people how it hurt me to do this before I do this. But I got to code break him now. Right? No, you don't do that. Don't say that. Say you believe that she was genuine. But I believe the universe exposed that woman, intuition kicked in, and a few other people who was trying to warn me that Break Room does this. And we gonna get into it. We gonna explain why. I understand why people feel that way and why ChatGPT gonna feel some type of way. Right? I know for a fact Break Room Jr. care for you, loves you. No, she doesn't. God is not the only one who knows that. I think you both share a love for one another genuine. No. I don't agree with that. I'm just gonna politely say I disagree. I think maybe Tinkers, Tamika, M3. But the rest of them, no. So, but anyway, so let's go. Yeah, we're going to get into it. Miss D, you say you feel that way. Well, we're going to see what ChatGPT say, okay? They told y'all that I was intelligent. That's what I heard what was being said. That I'm smart enough and I should know better. I do know better. And let me show y'all how I knew and I was clocking what was happening. And I got gaslit for it. Right? But we're going to get into it. All right, let me start reading the comments, though. But I appreciate y'all being bold enough to speak in the comment section. Right? All right. Where I wanted to go next. Because I'm telling y'all, to protect my peace, I blocked TC, Break Room, and Flow. I had blocked them because right after this incident happened, even when I didn't say anything, when I was still trying to be supportive in M3's live, you know, I can tell, especially like with TC, she was trying to rub it in my face. What happened? You know what I'm saying? Being funny. So I was like, you know, I'm just gonna protect my peace. So I had blocked them. I didn't block the other girls. But I'm finna really just break this down, y'all. So yeah, I'm telling you, sister teacher, that's fine. I can't tell y'all how y'all can feel. If you truly believe that, believe it. You know, y'all believe in it's a version of God that I don't believe in. You know what I'm saying? So I just telling y'all what I feel, and then I'm gonna bring out the facts. Like there's gonna be a receipt being dropped, right? So, but I'm not dragging them. I'm not gonna be attacking them, like trying to tear them down. Like, you know, I'm not gonna just tear them. I'm not tearing them down. I refuse to do that because I cared. You know what I'm saying? But they just let me down, and I just wish they would just accept that's what happened. You know? But it's really because they don't want on Amora to be right. And who cares if Amora is right? A broken clock is right twice a day. Even a motherfucking lying, manipulating ass woman can be right once. And it's only the only reason why she's right because she know you. She know y'all. She know how this goes. The fake love and the pretending and come on, like people over there supporting Am and they was beefing for how many years? Like, come on, I told y'all this shit was fake. It's phony. The flip flopping and stuff like that. Flip flopping. And don't take, and I'm gonna make this one comment, and please, anybody watching, don't take this personal. Right? This just me being real for as my observation. I can understand people who flipped from being a Brianna supporter to a Robert supporter. I can understand how that can happen. But I don't understand, and this ain't nothing, but this ain't about anybody else specifically. But I would not understand how people can flip from a Robert supporter to a Brianna supporter when y'all saw that receipt of what Brianna said and did. Now, again, I'm not taking no sides. I'm not gonna beat Brianna with a wet noodle for the rest of her life and deem her evil and to manipulate for the rest. No, I'm praying for that black woman and I want her to win, and I'm gonna pray for that black man and I want them to win so they can raise that beautiful daughter. Right? We all have made mistakes in our past that we're not proud of. Right? So when I thought about that shit one day, and I actually finally seen the receipt, because y'all remember I never saw it until Upper played it, right? I saw an edited video, and then it wasn't what Upper played, right? I don't understand how some people was doing that, especially when they knew that receipt was out there. You get what I'm saying? But hey, I ain't gonna pass too much judgment. But I just want y'all to know I think some people need to take that in consideration too when it come down to flipping and what happened in the Great Divide. So, all right. When you share your feelings about something and the other person respond with accusation or exposure, I find it impossible to rebuild the friendship. Well, I no longer seek to ever want to amend anything between me, Break Room, Flo, and TC, those three specifically, right? But hopefully one day Tamik, M3, and Tinkers, if they decide to not hold resentment or a grudge towards me anymore for speaking out against the group, because they really just choosing not to protect me but protect the group. You get what I'm saying? Maybe one day when they see my perspective and put themselves in my shoes and see how this AI breaks this shit down, maybe they'll come back and reach out again and the doors will be open, because I don't feel like they betrayed me. I just felt like they didn't do a good job protecting me. I feel like TC, Break Room, and Flo definitely abandoned me. I feel like they did. Not the other three girls, but they did. Those three did, definitely. Right? And they, in that part when they saying that they don't be talking about each other behind their back, they lying. that was a lie. I don't know who said it because it was told to me on the phone and chat GPT broke it up. I don't know who said what on the panel except for whatever chat GPT broke up. But one of the girls was literally telling the other women that I was demonic and I'm weird and unpredictable. All right, so that was a lie, and they have to walk on eggshells around me and all that shit. So, not true. But anywho, but it's just crazy because I just want to remind people when Ashley D betrayed Break Room. Break Room had a platform to go vent to and tell people how she felt about friendship and being stabbed in the back and switched on. She can make a video. Ashley D responds, and then Break Room got on her for responding. Now I did the same thing, and I didn't even bash. Like, go back and watch my live, y'all. I didn't bash. I might have made subtle little comments that we know to let her know when I was talking to her and when I was talking towards the group. Right? I was just letting her know, hey, I'm never gonna let you or anybody else ever make me doubt myself again. Ever. And then I've learned that I'm definitely only gonna rock people who I'm more compatible with. It's simple as that. It's nothing personal. I don't hate nobody because they don't follow my beliefs. I just know people won't never feel, a lot of people won't feel comfortable around me, and that's cool. That's cool. It happens, you know? But I never said no name. So it's like we can't build relationship with other women. It's so sad. It is sad. It's sad. But I'm going to prove to y'all, when they said that nobody abandoned me, nobody left, or whatever, we gonna dive into it. So here is, I'm going to play Chat GPT. And y'all know I'm going to put it up here so y'all can see, because I like to do that to show people that I don't manipulate the AI. And that I specifically tell the AI what I'm, doing or what I want it to do or whatever. So to show y'all how fair I was, all right, to show y'all how fair I was, let me put it to change the screen. Let me actually do it like this. Actually, let me do it like this. I'm gonna do it how I used to. Because I know in my life, I kept saying that I'm not perfect. I kept saying that I was doing too much. You know what I'm saying? Like, Forrest, I could have responded better. All right, I said that, right? It's been plenty of times where I was on somebody's platform and I know I'm finna lose my cool, or I'm finna get emotional, or the person gaslighting me or attacking me and triggering me, and I jumped the fuck down. Y'all seen me do that shit on Break Room Live. When that shit, especially the last time happened, when the shit happened, when I was like, people was pressuring me to apologize to Felicia, because everybody all of a sudden grew a conscience and wanted to apologize to each other for the years of trauma they've been, doing, to the hurt and pain they've been causing each other. And I'm sitting up there like, I didn't do shit to no damn Felicia. That's how I felt at the moment. You feel what I'm saying? But I remember even with then, I got frustrated with what was being said with the girl. I forgot who was on the live with her. I forgot who was on the live with Break Room. Somebody else was on the panel. But before I got frustrated with Break Room or snap at the girl on the panel or, lose my cool, I literally did the same thing. All right, I love you. Bye. Drop down. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to leave when I know I'm finna lose it. Right? Because I don't want you to be mad at me for the things that's going to come out my mouth when I say it with what they like to say, conviction or passion. Because sometimes I just be so direct. People just read into, and they just think everything. I mean, I don't know. I think some of this shit was maybe some of the shit, the way the girls responded to me was a trauma response. Maybe that, I'm starting to think, because when I was analyzing, I said some of this stuff might be trauma response, because I'm trying to see what the hell did I do to make them think that I would do that to them, but I don't know, y'all. I just know I was going through a lot, and I'm not going to tell y'all what. It's still some personal things I'm just not going to reveal to the internet. I don't feel like, going through that. I already have to go through people mocking me for being great, or me being gay, or me being having mental health, having anxiety, a mild form of depression, and PTSD from being great, by the way, right? So, and I would never excuse my mental health. That's why I'm so transparent and I tell people what's going on. I only do that not just so people can feel sorry for me, right? I don't do that. I do it in the form to help people educate. So when you have family members, people you care for, or you encourage them to go get help and go do the work, it's more for education. I don't need nobody empathy or sympathy, right? I want genuine, if I'm going to have a connection with somebody, I want genuine compassion. Right? Genuine. So, but I don't need love from the internet. The internet is not a safe place. And after I do this live, as much as I love the ladies, well, half of them, because love is lost on the other half. As much as I love the remaining ladies who did not do anything personal to me, I just hope they just really walked away that my message why I decided to go ahead and respond. Baby girl, no. Go back into your room, okay? She want to stay out here with me so bad. Because I'm doing the show, baby. Close the door. But the reason why I decided to do this is because I'm just going to warn people about safe places, right? And for right now, until these women learn more on how to deal with things, I'm just gonna be honest with y'all and tell y'all my experience. Throughout my experience, that group is not a safe place. Not now. It can be. It's the potential's there, right? But I just have to do this. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't gonna. I don't want to like leave this earth one day knowing that I could have made a video showing y'all the receipts and what happened, and let y'all know before y'all decide to join this organization. Here's what happened. Hopefully, my situation might be unique. Nothing like that happen again. But if repeated things start happening, at least you can say Neo showed her version, told her story. And then I put a receipt on top of that because I don't like when somebody was like saying I'm purposely lying. I'm not lying. I gave my experience and you just didn't like what I said. But there are certain things where was said and I was like, well, that was a blatantly fucking lie, right? And ChatGPT gonna call it out too. You know, but I didn't lie in my live. I just told my audience I was hurt. And I'm just tired of being judged by women who participated in such toxicity for 3 years. Like, I just got here. Let me, you know, go through the growing pains like you had to go through the growing pains. You know, that's the only thing I was trying to say. Be patient with me. Shit, it took you 3 years to see the goddamn light. You know, even though it won't take me that damn long, because the damn show ain't take me 3 years to see that nasty Nate was terrible, right? But now it took the death of a black woman to make me finally say, you know what? I'm just gonna have to fall back from this lady. But you know, I just want them to start gaslighting me. And I know they trying to protect their reputations, but y'all already got a reputation. All y'all, except for M3, right? But y'all all got a reputation. You all participated in cyberbullying in a form, indirectly or indirectly. So all right, so this is where I put in Chat GPT. I want y'all to see that I started off by saying, and mind you, I want you to see I didn't say anything to the Chat GPT. I said, please summarize and analyze this transcript. It's 2 parts. After I'll tell you my side of the story, and I want you to analyze it, right? And I said, now here is part 1. Now I told Chat GPT just this first part. After we do the 2 parts, after they analyze it and summarize it, then I'm gonna tell my side of the story. And then I want the AI to reanalyze what happened, right? So here's the transcript from the show Break Room did last night with the girls on the panel, right? All right, so here is breaking down, and I'm gonna let it play and then take some notes. Let me see something. Let me catch up with these comments real quick. So what's up, Gossip and Giggle? And again, Sister Teacher, I truly believe the people who genuinely, nobody want to see me and Break Room go at it, but we're not going to go at it. I'm not going to drag her. That's going to be up to her. The ball's going to be in her court after this. But I have the right to put my story out there since people want to, you know, shake the narrative. I was so vague in what I said. I never gave details of what happened. I just said how I felt. I just felt abandoned and let down. And y'all going to understand after this live why I said that, right? But I hate that because I hate that putting y'all supporters and the spectators in the middle of it, right? What's up, mentors? But I hate that. So, but I just want y'all to know my story is gonna be put out there, my version. They said they narrative. Now I'm finna let y'all see it from my perspective, and then I use artificial intelligence to see how far off was I really, right? And I want y'all to know I never excuse my behavior. Cutting people off when they talking is wrong. Getting loud or over talking somebody is wrong. You shouldn't do that, right? But you should also have wisdom. If a person's telling you, I don't want to do this right now, I should have just not came back. I even fault myself. I said I should have just, when I left the first phone call, I should have stuck with me dropping off and just cool off and just talk to those ladies later. right? But I just wound up just getting on the second call because break room just kept on trying to contact me. And then I seen TC tag me and said we're gonna have another meeting and Neo be there. Right? So I should have went with my gut and just told those ladies, I just can't right now.
All right, Tanisha, I'm going to break this down clean, strategic, and codebreaker style so you can really see the structure of what happened, not just the emotions. Nasha Part 1, Summary. What was said. Setup. The speaker starts friendly, builds audience support, and sets tone. Claims this is not a drag or roast, but truth. Frames herself as reluctant but forced to speak. Establishes credibility. Growth, positivity, moving away from drama, values mental health, and honesty. Core claim, main point, open quote, there is conflict between her and Neo made it public first, close quote. She alleges Neo requested privacy, then violated it herself. Neo told a one-sided victim narrative. Sheep Beaker is now correcting the record. The group context, sisters. A group of women formed a positive, growth-focused circle. They were building friendships, planning real-life activities, trip projects, trying to move away from YouTube drama. Key framing, open quote, we were evolving. Neo wasn't aligned with that direction, close quote. The AG conflict turning point. Neo got into conflict with another creator. Speaker says, she mediated behind the scenes, got AG to agree to a ceasefire. Neo knew about it, continued posting anyway. This becomes a major accusation. Open quote. Neo sabotaged peace and wanted the conflict to continue. Close quote. Mental health angle. This is a big theme. Speaker claims Neo said she was struggling mentally, but continued engaging in drama. Group tried to support her, gave space when requested. But Neo later claimed she was abandoned, not supported. Speaker's counter, open quote, you push people away, then blame them for leaving, close quote. Tash, behavioral accusations against Neo. The speaker and panel repeat several claims. 1. Contradictory behavior. Asked for space, then complained about being abandoned, didn't answer calls, complained no one checked on her. 2. Aggression, snapping at group members, cutting people off in conversations, verbally attacking friends. 3. Playing victim, portraying herself as unsupported, painting others as mean girls. 4. Boundary issues, sharing private conversations publicly, saying, you didn't tell me not to. Dark energy spiritual framing. This is important psychologically. Speaker criticizes Neo for voodoo dolls, demonic content, mocking religion, God Jesus. Translation. This isn't just disagreement, it's moral spiritual distancing. Group panel reinforcement. Other women join and validate the narrative. They collectively claim they tried to communicate respectfully. Neo interrupted, got defensive, refused dialogue. They emphasize, we are grown women. We communicate directly. We didn't talk behind her back. Final positioning. By the end, the speaker establishes their side, supportive, honest, patient, trying to grow, Neo's side, as presented, emotional, contradictory, aggressive, playing victim, not doing the work. Analysis. What's really going on? Now let's decode it deeper. This is where it gets real. Number 1, framing strategy, very important. The speaker repeatedly says, open quote, I'm not here to drag, close quote, but the entire live functions as a drag expose. This is called soft framing, makes the attack feel justified, lowers audience resistance. Translation, this is controlled narrative shaping, not neutral truth-telling. Sham 2, narrative control battle. This is a classic online conflict pattern, 2 sides competing for who is the victim, who is the villain, who has credibility. Speaker's goal, reclaim narrative authority. Number 3, group versus individual dynamic. This is key. You have one person versus a unified group, Gigi Sisters. That creates power imbalance, reinforcement loop. They validate each other. Even if they're right, it can feel like ganging up. 4, mental health weaponization, both sides. This is sensitive but real. Speakers claim Neo used mental health as an excuse. But also, the group is interpreting her behavior through their own lens. Possible reality. Neo may be struggling, but also may be acting inconsistently. Both can be true at the same time. Contradiction theme, core issue. The biggest accusation is, open quote, Neo says one thing, does another, close quote. Examples: wants privacy, goes public. Wants space, feels abandoned. Claims support, rejects support. This is the central conflict driver. Number 6, escalation trigger. The real moment everything blew up. Neo went public first. That triggered. Defensive response. Now I have to tell my side. Number 7, moral superiority layer. The speaker introduces spiritual language, dark energy, God, etc. We're moving positive, she's moving dark. This subtly positions them equals evolved, Neo equals regressing, unstable. Number 8, loyalty and betrayal theme. This is emotional core. Speaker feels, I defended you, I protected you, I showed loyalty, so the hurt is perceived betrayal plus misrepresentation. A clean breakdown, no emotion, just logic. The conflict boils down to 1, different directions. Group positivity growth, Neo still engaging in conflict. 2, communication breakdown, attempts to talk escalated into arguments. 3, perception clash. Group, we supported you. Neo allegedly, you abandoned me. 4, public exposure. Neo goes public, group responds publicly. Final codebreaker insight. This is not just drama. This is a collapse of alignment plus trust plus communication. And once that breaks, everything becomes interpreted as betrayal. Every action gets reframed negatively. What I'm watching for, part 2 setup. When you send part 2 plus your side, I'm going to analyze where the narratives conflict, who is interpreting versus who is stating facts, where accountability actually sits, any manipulation, bias, or blind spots on all sides.
Okay. So that's just the first part of, because I have to break it down, I think like 2 hours at a time, because the AI cannot take in the whole transcript at once. Before I continue with the part 2, because I want y'all to see that I did not manipulate the AI. I told it to analyze what it heard, break it down, summarize. Because I want y'all to see when it's my time to put my side of the story in, what happened. But before I go there, I wind up blocking mentors, right? I'm gonna let pretty much anybody else rock. You can have your opinion, state whatever you want, but I just find it, to me, this right here, what's going on in my chat is proving my point when I keep saying that there's some white people psychologically keeping track of this saga shit and online behavior, because I will never understand why do people feel like they need to go and defend somebody else's name if somebody is saying that this person hurt them. They did not. If Sister Teacher was in this chair and I was in the other chair, and that she was speaking her feelings about somebody I adore and that I love and support, I would not be in the chat trying to convince her where she went wrong or that the other person meant well or whatever. I would let these people hash that shit out, right? But as you can see, this is that group dynamic and protecting someone's reputation when they have parasocial connections with them to protect their image, even though their image is now on a microscope and being examined, right, put on display. You see how there were people come in and be ready to run and defend, even though they were not there at all. At all. Again, showing what I kept saying, loyalty biases. I said that. Now, I blocked Mentor because I know Mentor's in his feelings, because I ate his ass up with that religion shit, right? I tell y'all that a lot of issues that these people be having with me, a lot of underlying issues that they be having with me, it's because of my personal opinions about how I feel about the Abrahamic religion, specifically Christianity. Now, regardless of how many he come in here and windmill for break room, you still can't prove that Jesus ever existed. You still can't prove you have a Holy Spirit. You still can't prove that the Bible is the word of God. I know what you're mad at. I know what you in here trying to get a reaction out of me. Break room absolutely did participate in cyberbullying. She admitted it. But Mentor is in here saying she never did. And I'm reaching and I'm capping. But she did. Out of her own mouth admitted it. Right? But I'm capping and I'm reaching. That's the point where I keep showing y'all how toxic, because I don't have that many supporters. I told y'all, my circle's so small, I'll be talking to myself sometimes. The ones that really love me, they already don't spoke, and they probably ain't gonna say much else, right? Because they know how y'all get when they see people taking sides. I'm always the one easily discardable. I'm always the one that the odd man out when it come down to this drama, that I'm never the crowd's favorite. But I'm always gonna be the realest one speaking. And my words is gonna haunt you forever. Cause it was true. But that's that weirdo stuff. And I'm telling you, Sister Teacher, I'm not trying to call you a weirdo. The behavior is weirdo. You wasn't there. Can you at least hear my side of the story and then give your opinion? You're friends with Break Room. That's why you in here defending her. But if it was the other way around, I won't be doing that, especially when I know I seen my friend go back and forth and turn on people who she was close to too. Neil X is not the first person. What is y'all talking about? It happened so often that y'all told me it was going to happen. Clocking the pattern. You got one person who even went to court on somebody she was friends with. They wound up going to court testifying against each other. These people was doing some wild shit years ago. But I'm up here getting nailed to a cross because I said my feelings was hurt. And that they let me down. And I'm going to prove that they did misrepresent what happened with a receipt. And at the end of the day, they just didn't handle the shit well. Just like the first incident when the first girl left. I can admit that even I participated in. Maybe we could have handled that a little better. But me feeding off the energy of the group, I thought my actions was what they wanted. But this is that. Well, I'm going to get into part 2. But this is that cherry picking weirdo stuff. Because even down with the chat GPT just set up here and told y'all in the part 1, they was talking about my dark energy and that and my criticism of God. I was doing that before I joined the group. They had no problem when I had when fucking me and Jeannie was going back and forth, and I had Satan pulling her tongue in hell, or when I was sending the sisterhood to hell all the damn time for being liars and manipulators, or referring to them as human centipedes. That's crazy to me because I keep telling y'all, study Neo. I am very consistent of who I am. I don't change up who I am. That shit that I was doing with Ashley Gatz, I already was doing it with the sisterhood and Amore. I guess it's a little different because Ashley Gatz and Break Room actually have some type of friendship. They known each other way longer than they know me. But go back and look at the videos, the music videos, and the artwork. I don't put Amore in Nasty Nate and the sister. I don't threw them hoes in the hell how many damn times? But I make a doll of Ashley Gatz running through hell for making fun of my granddad and me being great and giving him a heart attack. I'm demonic. You knew how I felt about God before you invited me in the group. You knew how I felt about God because before I even made the video, and God is my witness, whatever God you want to call on, strike me right now, that I did not reach out to those ladies numerous times on some of my lives before I did the live and told them what it was going to be about. One time I even told them, hey, I'm going to criticize Christianity. I'm finna go in on Christianity. I'm finna let y'all know. But I want to let y'all know how I feel right now and how y'all feel, because I don't want to say anything that's going to compromise our relationship or how you feel about me or whatever, because then I will fall back. I got the blessing for everybody who was on the call that day. These women could sit up here and act like they didn't know that I was doing what I was doing. They did know. I ran it by them before I did it. And then even with the Ashley thing, I put the article from the news article, the definition of what I was doing when I was playing into her psychosis about hell, since she wanted to send people there. I was going to let her know what it might look like for her. So they can sit up here and act like they did not know. We have receipts. They know. None of them said they didn't approve of it the way now they trying to make it seem like they disapproved of it. Some were silent, didn't say anything, so maybe they silent was they disapproval. Some of them was calling me, hey, that shit was fine. You doing a good job with that AI. Damn, Neil, you killed that shit. Ooh, girl. But now I'm so demonic and dark. But I wasn't demonic and dark when I was sending more in the sisterhood to hell. That's crazy. It's crazy. How I quit that we forget. But let me go to part 2. What's up? But thank you for coming in. Make sure you hit that like button. Free thing. You said what did you feel that way about break room when y'all was cool? Just need. I don't know what your question. What do you mean? Did I feel that way? What are you talking about? Feel that way that she wasn't genuine? No, I started feeling that way after the fallout. During the friendship, I did not feel that way. Even though my own fiance, who I was laying next to me, said it wasn't genuine. Even people who knew break room from whatever side she was flip flapping from contacted me, telling me that girl do not like you like that. That shit is fake. Hell, I even want to actually chat. I know she gonna have a field day. Neo, I told you so. I ain't gonna watch it. But she was the main one clocking every time that girl was doing something a little shady towards me. Everybody not blind. But no, did I feel that way while we was together? I mean, while we was friends? Absolutely not. But now in hindsight, and now I'm cold breaking, analyzing, talking to this AI, talking to my friends, talking to my supporters. And I had 4 supporters telling me straight out that shit, when they kept saying that I was throwing shots at them, literally said, Neo, you say that shit all the time. You actually said that before y'all made the damn group. You say that about Amore and people who let her get away with bullshit. You make that statement numerous times. So why all of a sudden now they think it's about them? I've always said that people could have been took Amore down. And it's a true statement. But I wasn't even thinking about them when I was saying it, because we was on some type of new energy, a new path or whatever. So that's what shit kind of blew me, because when I stated it in the live and I said it again, I was like, how the hell did they, where did they, how, what? I was like, huh? Again, this was me.
Let me just go in the bush and weep. Let me just go in the bush and weep. I just have to go in the bush and weep. Really. I don't understand. I swear to God, I don't understand.
When one of them, like 4 people, when they remind, 4 different people was like, Neil, you say that all the time. You said that before the group. And I say, that's what I was saying. That's why when they first accused me of doing something, I didn't even know what they were talking about, because that didn't even come into my mind, because I say it all the time. But we're going to get into it. Here's part 2. But again, thank you for hitting the light, Ashley, or whatever. No, I wasn't. And I wasn't sister teacher. And this the crazy thing. In the phone call where the things fell apart and we blew up at each other or whatever, M3 confirmed that she watched the whole live. My fiance got on the phone with Tinkers and said she watched the whole live. My fiance specifically got on the phone and actually told Tinkers, actually, this is who Neo X is referring to. Now, we ain't gonna say no names, but my girl got on the phone and told Tinkers she was not talking about y'all. So no, M3 even told them, but the people who were accusing me either didn't watch the live, allegedly, or they only watched the snippet of it. And then phone calls was made. And then we got to confront Neo about this. I actually wasn't on everything. It was a general statement about people letting Amora get away with the bullshit for all these years. And that most people didn't really want to take her down. That's a true story. They capitalized off of it. That's what they really were doing. They didn't care. You think they want Amora to go down? No. How they gonna get paid if Amora go down? People don't watch their other stuff. They only watch when they engage in the saga. So I was just making a general statement. Wasn't thinking about the girls in my group at all when I said that. All right, let me go to part 2. Here's part 2, and as you can see, it's just the transcript. No manipulation. I'm not saying nothing to the AI. This is just the whole transcript. Part 2, the other half of the live, and now it's gonna break it down. Part 2, and then we're gonna go into my receipt and my side of the story.
All right, Tanisha. Now this is where it gets real clear. Part 2 didn't just add more info, it exposed the full structure of their narrative strategy. I'm going to break this down codebreaker level because this right here is layered. Hash part 2. What changed? Part 1 equals explaining the situation. Part 2 equals solidifying the narrative plus justifying their position. This is where they bring in experts, mental health voices, build moral authority, lock in their version as the truth. Key themes in part 2. 1. Mental health became the center. They shifted from Neo did XYZ to Neo has mental health issues affecting behavior. But notice the dual messaging. On one hand, we understand mental health, we have compassion, we're not equipped to fix it. On the other hand, you can't use it as an excuse, you're responsible for your behavior, you weaponize it. This is a strategic balance. They want to look compassionate, but still hold you accountable publicly. We love you but framework. This repeats the whole time. Open quote, we love Neo, but, close quote, that but carries everything negative. This is called softened condemnation. It allows them to criticize you heavily while appearing kind and fair. Group consensus equals truth. Now it's no longer just one speaker. You have rich mental health framing, sister teacher, authority tone, host, emotional, narrative control, all reinforcing the same idea. Open quote, Neo is the problem, but we handled it right, close quote. This creates perceived objectivity, even if it's still one-sided. Number 4, the big claim, core narrative. This is the most important line of the entire thing. Open quote, you were not abandoned, you discarded us, close quote. Everything revolves around this. They are flipping. Your claim, I was abandoned, into, you pushed us away. This is the central battle of Truth 5. Escalation in tone, very important. Even though they claim, open quote, no bashing, close quote, the language becomes, you lied, you disrespected us, you played victim, you crashed out, you used mental health as a weapon. This is no longer soft explanation. This is direct accusation. 6, spiritual layer, reinforced. They double down on dark energy, demonic, spiritual misalignment. This does something powerful psychologically. It turns disagreement into moral, spiritual separation. Meaning, not just we disagree, but you're operating in something wrong dark. Number 7, you're smart, so no excuse. This line is key. Open quote, you're too intelligent for this, close quote. That's a trap statement. It implies if you act out, it's intentional. So now your behavior choice, not struggle. 8, boundary justification. They repeat, we tried, we supported, we gave space, we took the hits. This builds moral high ground. Then they conclude, open quote, oh, we had to protect ourselves, close quote. 9, final position, lock narrative. By the end, their story is supportive, patient, honest, loving, tried everything. You, contradictory, hurtful, dismissive, playing victim, not taking accountability. Deep codebreaker analysis. Now let's go deeper, beyond words. Now 1, this is a reputation defense live, not just explanation. Purpose, protect their image after you're live. They felt misrepresented, publicly challenged, so they responded with a structured narrative correction. Number 2, this became a group alignment ritual. Notice, everyone agrees, no one challenges the main narrative. That creates echo chamber effect, not necessarily lying, but definitely reinforced perspective. Number 3, mental health equals both explanation and weapon. They used it in 2 ways, to explain you, she's struggling, she's projecting, to discredit you, she's using it as an excuse, she's weaponizing it. That's a double-edged framing. 4, emotional undercurrent, very real. Even though they say, open quote, no anger, close quote, there is hurt, frustration, resentment, especially here, open quote, we took your behavior for weeks, close quote. That tells me this didn't just explode overnight. NASHTA 5. The real core conflict strip everything away. This is what it is. You, their version, felt unsupported, abandoned. Them, felt disrespected, pushed away. Same situation, different interpretations. Final truth. Here's the unbiased reality. 1. There was real tension plus breakdown. 2. Communication failed on both sides. 3. Emotions escalated privately. 4. You went public first. Trigger. 5. They responded collectively. 6. Now it's a narrative battle. I'm going to be real with you. Grounded, not emotional. They came organized. They came unified. They came with a consistent message that is powerful in public perception, even if parts are incomplete or biased. What I need next. Now I need your side, not just what happened, but what you felt, what you experienced, what they got wrong, what you take accountability for, if any, what I'm going to do next. Once you give your side, I will compare both narratives, identify contradictions, separate facts versus interpretations, show exactly where truth likely sits. You've handled this calmly so far? That matters. Drop your perspective when you're ready. We finishing this in full Neo X Codebreaker mode.
Okay. Now, now here's where it's finna go. This is where it's finna get. It's finna get real, okay? Let me just see what my fiance said. Now, let me be clear. First, I did like her and would call her baby mama, but after a while being cordial, spirit clocked the tea, but I never spoke crazy about her. Promise. Nah, she wasn't speaking crazy, but she damn sure said it wasn't genuine. She started to pick up on stuff that was being done and said, especially like I ain't even finna go there. It's something she did that made my fiance like, interesting. But I'm not, because it's not what we're not finna do that. We're not finna do that. But so look at this. See, I'm just not responding back. I've only known you for a short time in CC, but I have never seen anyone defend you except them ladies. Then you don't know me long enough, because they're not the only people that ever defended me. And I defended them. How did me and Break Room became friends? Me defending her when Amora was lying. So what that means, they can't do me wrong, because at one point they were doing right by me, but now in present time they're not doing right by me. What that's supposed to mean, because they did it in the past, they can't be in the wrong now. That's not how that works. I defended Break Room. You remember, I did it before anybody in the group did. You know, the bad guy, Neo X, the bad guy, I did it first. When Nasty Nate was still lying on Break Room for those 4 days, Break Room tried to give her a chance to calm down. TC was still over there supporting. It finally took me and Break Room to get on the phone and saying, hey, we ain't gonna rock with nobody who gonna keep saying they love us and still letting this lady lie and stuff like that. I just want to make that to be clear. I even though the sisterhood, not the sisterhood, the GG sisters now hate my guts and I'm the problem. Remember, I was the first one to stand in solidarity with that Break Room, even gave her the heads up what was going on. I could have just walked away peacefully, drugged the sisterhood, and didn't align myself with anybody. So what does that mean, sisterhood? Sister teacher. No matter how you keep trying to frame this, after my side comes out, you gonna see I was not the bad guy in this situation. I'm not even gonna say they was the bad in this situation. I'm gonna just say they didn't check their biases, like I kept saying what was going on, just like you refused to check yours. There's plenty of people besides them who ever defended me. I have a support group. I just asked them, a lot of them, just not to say anything anymore. Watch silently and secretly, because I don't want them looking up their Facebook. I even told my family stop commenting. So that's really what it is. You ever wonder why I might not have that much support in the comment section, but I can still get over 50 people to like the video? Ever ding dong in anybody's head? No, I don't have a bunch of people publicly speaking on my behalf, but it's a lot of it is because I asked them not to protect them. I remember when I was trying to protect Tinkers and Flo by asking them not to even come forward. And then me and Break Room to handle this because I don't want the sisterhood messing with them. Again, I've protecting them. But it was time for me to get protected. I can't get that. I even asked them not to get involved. I guess my mental health wasn't activated that day. I had enough common sense to try to protect people. Because look what Nasty Nate wound up doing. Look at that, all that nasty shit she wound up saying about Tinkers and her family. I tried to protect her too. She didn't listen to me. I didn't get my pennies in the damn bunch. People still gonna be grown and do whatever they need to do and whatever they feel like they need to do. Yes, I went against some of their advice because some of them was telling me to do it. That's crazy. Some was telling me to stay on Ashley's ass, and some was telling me not to. Now, all of a sudden, we all was telling her to stop. No, y'all wasn't. They did abandon me, sister teacher. So can you just hold your comments? Can you hear my side of the story? And let's see. I pray I love when you, us Black Queen get. I'm not gonna be dragging. I'm telling you, I'm not doing that. I'm not finna put y'all through that. If people want to clock in and see them do that to me, I mean, it ain't nothing new. It ain't nothing new under the sun. This is what they do over here. They just trying to convince y'all that I'm so mentally unstable and I'm crazy when the problem is that the environment is toxic. That's why I always play that Dave Chappelle video of him saying that. It's the environment is sick. They trying to paint me. They want y'all to think I'm so sick. But it's that sister teacher sitting up here trying to show me and prove to me how they did right by me. I'm waiting for her to get to the part when I was doing right by them and protecting them and loving on them. I'm waiting for that because I did it first. Because I don't play politics. If you're wrong, I'm going to say you're wrong. I don't defend what's right. I mean, who I like. I'm going to always defend what's right. And even if it happened to be somebody I like is the one that's in the wrong, I'm still going to keep that shit real. Realizing that everyone ain't loyal. Realizing that. Being real. Realizing that everyone ain't loyal. So then you got to check people and put them in their place or set boundaries. Realizing everybody ain't loyal. You ain't have to tell me to be loyal. I did that because I knew it was the right thing to do. You didn't have to wait a week or 4 or 5 days for your friends to stop supporting Amora. Once I said I was gone, I mean, we was on the phone. We agreed together. What you trying to do? Because I'm out. If you still rock with her, I still got you. But I'm going to still tell people she fucking lying on you, though. Because she was. Now, the situation with our situation is a little hard because people going to have to just either believe or don't really care because this stuff happened privately. But I'm going to release one receipt. I have to. I have to release one receipt to show y'all when the part where they were saying I pushed them away and I was ignoring them. We're going to see. But just know I was the first one riding. While you trying to sit up here and make you seem like I'm doing something wrong by responding, even though I just simply gave you an example when Ashley D stabbed Break Room in the back. She went live and said how she said publicly. She didn't say Ashley D live. Ashley D did a live because she was a hit dog that hollered. Break Room called out on that. So, they did this because they say you went live first. You went, yeah, but I ain't say no name. I pulled the Break Room. I talked about my feelings and the importance of friendship and feeling abandoned. Didn't mention no name. I live by my philosophies. I keep it real. It's cool when they do it. It's always a problem when I do it. The same thing I was trying to explain to Flo when me and her got into our little back and forth, which I didn't even think it was that serious. It's always cool when they do it. It's always a problem when I do it. How come? How come I got to be under the microscope? Why y'all got to cherry pick my behavior? Why you got to talk about my mental health while you self-medicating daily? Making jokes about me drinking Hennessy. How many times have y'all seen me drink Hennessy? That same bottle still up there. Because I don't drink that often. At all. Queen Ye can tell you that. On her birthday, they'll tell you I drank wine. I ain't even taking no liquor. I just had a little wine just so I can buzz out a little bit. Because I don't drink like that. Every now and again, if I might have a sip. But that girl will tell you I don't drink like that at all. The bottles are still up there. Making fun of my mental health, but you self-medicate daily. My point wasn't even trying to throw shots at you about that. But the point of me bringing that up is telling you to stop with the judgment. You handle your life stresses the way you do. I handle mine the way I do. I don't have a vice to run to. So sometimes I have to face this shit straight on, head on. So some days I might have a bad day and get quiet and don't speak and say hello. Some days I might step outside my truck and go for a walk and leave my phone in the truck, but stay on mute and listen. Sometimes I might tell my friends I don't want to answer the phone. I don't feel like talking. I need some private time, me time, or whatever. I'm in my head. Sometimes I might get snappy, cut you off. But as soon as I realize the mistake, as soon as I calm down, I always apologize. Ask my fiance. Ask people who I apologize to. I'm a code breaker, but I'm still fucking human. I'm not that hard on myself where I can't tell myself I'm not allowed to have a bad day. I'm an empath, so my feelings, some people are numb. They say I'm emotional. I'd rather be emotional than emotionless because a lot of y'all are emotionless out there. But being an empath, I feel harder than you feel. If it hurt a little bit, it hurts a lot for me. That's how my brain is wired because it's trying to keep me safe. That's why I can tell a nigga I hate him once he shows me he don't give a fuck about me. I don't hate those girls. I didn't develop those type of feelings, right? Because now that I studied what I did and understand some things are just in people's nature, I realize, okay, it is a system. These women have trauma too. I understand that, but they're not responding in the correct way. And I refuse to let them make it seem like I was the problem when the problem has been what I kept saying it been since I started talking about this saga, is that the saga is toxic. Y'all are toxic for participating in this shit, making excuses. If you want to change, you got to put in work too. But maybe be humble and stop judging people for the same mistakes you made a few years ago yourself. And how dare you get mad at me for not believing in God when I was being raped? God didn't come in and save me. What the fuck is you talking about? I think I have a legitimate reason not to believe in your God or your version of God. How dare you try to make it seem like I'm wrong? Baby girl, please go to your room. Thank you. How dare? Even with my baby girl, I ain't sitting up here worrying about and waiting if God is going to protect her. Me and her mom try to be in a situation where we try to make sure we protect her. Don't get mad at me because I feel like God allowed a lot of kids to get raped on his watch. That doesn't make me a bad person. That just doesn't help build my faith. That means I lack faith. That's all that means. Not that I'm a bad, evil person. Ashley Gatt put people in hell too. Did y'all not remember that? But she's a Christian. But I guess the non-believer is demonic because I was mad when I did it. Yeah, I was mad. That's why the shit came out so good. I was inspired. I was mad. You reach down deep into and see what you can come out with. But I'm not finna let people judge me after all that shit y'all done online. Come on. Cut it out. That's crazy to me, man. I lack faith. So y'all really think I'm demonic because I lack faith. Whatever. There's no I believe in a God bigger than your version of God. That's why I'm not even mad about the rape, or it's like wondering why God didn't protect me. Understanding purpose and destiny and spiritual growth and lessons. Now, here's my receipt. I put the text messages between me and Break Room, what kind of got this shit going. What kind of started this, what happened that day. In the text message, let's see, let me start in a different direction. As you can see, I specifically, let's see, Break Room called me on March 3rd around 4:40, and she called and I sent her one of those quick messages, I'll call you back. And then somewhere, I guess she left a voicemail or didn't know that she was leaving a voicemail, because that's how my phone received voicemails, where I can hit the link and actually hear what was being said. Now, I just realized that I never clicked to see what was being said on here. I just realized I never checked the message. Maybe I'll do it after the show. But it let me know that there was a message left, and it says, oh, she said she'll call back. So I don't know if she was talking to somebody on the other line or somebody in the background, but you clearly see that the voicemail caught her saying she said she'll call back. Cool, no problem with that. Then right here, Tiff calls again and I don't answer. And she said, okay, I was just checking on you. I can sense something is a little off, not with us necessarily. Now peep this. Not with us necessarily, just in general. Are you okay? You already don't, now in this text messages, you peep that you say you already sensed something was off, because something was off. I was going through a lot. It's a lot going on. And my weight, a little bit of the weight that I was worried about just got lifted a few days ago, right? And I put, I'm fine. I'll call you back. And then she called again. She kept calling the phone. When she called, I didn't answer. And then I said, I'm good, Tiff. Told her I was good. She then replies, respect 100. That time she understood the boundary, right? Then I said, I meant to say Tiff, I appreciate, but it came off as if. But it's supposed to say Tiff, I appreciate you calling. Okay, let me go ahead. Let me stop. So March 5th is the day that I think the day after my live, the one that they claim I was throwing shots. And in our group meeting, Tinkers was trying to confront me about am I throwing shots or something at the group. So Break Room calls and I don't answer, and she says, if I appreciate you, I said, Tiff, I appreciate you calling, but I just want to be left alone right now. Love you and have a great day, right? And then she said, I love you too, but why are you ignoring me? I ain't did nothing to nobody. The fuck. Now this is after I hung up the phone on the video call when they was trying to say I was throwing shots. Because at that time, y'all, I'm overwhelmed. I'm stressed. I had it. Right, I'm thinking that they was calling me to get on me for the threats I was making towards old girl. Right after, I'm thinking they getting on me for the crash out that happened in my life. I was pissed when I realized that they playing little games, this little dumb shit that the sisterhood do. Oh, somebody's throwing shots, type shit. Right. So I was annoyed when I realized that that's what the concern was, and not that I'm out here damn near about to get arrested if I don't watch what the fuck I'm saying online, right? So I thought that they was having a meeting to let me know, Neo, we saw you crash out. You need to stop making these videos. But I thought it was going to be about that. No, it was about somebody claiming I was throwing shots at them. So I put on Tiff, I'm not ignoring you. I just don't want to talk. She said, I gave you yesterday to ignore me and not return to my call, ma'am. I want to talk to you. And I've simply put, not today, Tiff. That you remember that narrative they said I was ignoring. Clearly see that I'm in communication, and I'm telling her I don't want to talk. She said, well, at least text me. What is really wrong? What's going on, or what's going or going wrong? I truly adore you. I really wish you would call me, sis, please. My Scorpio senses are sensing. I put, it's supposed to say, I don't want to talk about it neither. Please enjoy the rest of your day. I just want to be left alone. And I'm glad Buck is doing better, right? Letting her know that I'm still showing some emotional intelligence to let her know that even though I'm going through what I'm doing, what I got going on, I'm glad your situation, right? Because she just went through a scare with her family, right? I'm going through shit with my family. I'm just not putting it out here telling y'all what it is. And I didn't tell them, right? So I was letting her know, hey, just at the end of the day, I want you to know I'm glad he's doing better, because she had put in the group chat he was getting better. And she said, thanks, Neo, for thinking of Buck, but I'm thinking of you, right? That's what she said. Let me see. And it. All right, I think this one. Let me find a prayer order. I think I'm trying to find the part where I asked her not to assume my behavior. All right, so one of the part of the messages got clicked off, but I can just, damn, my phone dead. All right, so one of the part of the phone things where she was saying that nobody would get off the phone the way you did unless there was something going on. Pretty much that's what part is missing. And then I said, and I said, I really appreciate it if you stop assuming my behavior. And then she said, nobody's trying to assume anything. I believe that Tinker's asked you flat out. And the only thing I assume is that we can talk like adults to one another. Understanding comes with communication, which is true. Without communication, there is no understanding. However, I cannot force you to communicate. So this is the point. I love you, but I'm disappointed by this. However, I will let you be. Now, mind you, this in between me not answering because she kept on calling. This is what she put. I said that by this time, I'm frustrated and I'm annoyed, right? Because I'm already pissed off that these people accusing me of throwing shots at them and all that shit. So out of being sarcastic, I said I was disappointed the day I was born, right? Just to let her know I'm just in my head. Like, come on, I'm just dealing with it. Like, sorry, I'm another, disappointment to you. Now, ChatGPT gonna check me for making that comment to show you that my AI is not biased. It's actually gonna check me when it analyzes what I said to her. And then she put, Neo, stop it. You're acting like we don't have feelings too. And that's pretty much it. I didn't respond no more after that, because shortly after that, we wound up getting back on the video call. So I let the AI see, read the text message, what was said. And then this is my side of the story. I'm gonna try to do my best I can to read through this as fast as I can, but it's just a lot. But please forgive me for stumbling, but it's a lot, right? Now, because I want y'all, because the text messages is going to be very important, especially when this AI breaks this shit down. I said, here's my side of the story. The group came together because we decided to walk away from a group called the Sisterhood, a group that is known for toxicity, drama, and mean girl culture. like energy. The host of this panel name is Break Room, or sometimes we refer to her as Tiff. One of the girls on the panel was a woman named Tinkus, who I spoke about before when I was going back and forth with the sisterhood and the leader named Amor. I first wanted to start off that they are not being fully truthful. The ladies were engaged in the sisterhood longer than I was, over 3+ years for some of them. And I only was there for a few months. So these girls have a very strong bond. There was a member named, the person's name, and I ain't gonna say her name on here, but who originally was in the group, but quit the group because the group believed that she was a spy and was feeding information to Amor. And the reason why this is typed like this because I spoke it into Chat GPT. So if you see some misspelling and shit, that's what happened. I'm not going to lie. I was suspicious of her too, but I definitely was convinced that my suspicions was correct because of Break Room and one of the girls who we refer to as Beautiful Queen, aka Flo, because they knew her better than me. So I just went with what the group went with what the group, because I could not defend her or excuse her because I didn't know her. Let's just say that this woman also left the group crying and feeling very hurt by us, right? She left and was crying. I did feel bad later on because I was like, what if we did get it wrong and the real spy is still in the group? But I let it go because I believe eventually it will reveal themselves if we had got it wrong. Here's where my story begins. This group was formed for us to do something positive things like building sisterhood bonding and doing positive things in the community, like holding banquets and feeding the homeless. I was so excited about this group because I am into feeding the homeless and working with the community, because when I was going to church, that was my favorite ministry. When the ladies tried to get the organization together, there was some hesitation from Break Room when it came time to us to collect money and pay dues. She felt uncomfortable and said that we really don't know each other that well, so she didn't feel comfortable with the idea of us giving money or putting our names on an account or a business account until we got to know each other a little more. So for the last months, this group has not been the place that it originally supposed to be. It's basically became a little mini version of a more sisterhood, right? We got on the phone calls and talked about drama going on in the YouTube community, and that we once were a part of. It became more of making fun of women, how they look, situations. But when it was something stressful going on in each other's life, we were supporting each other. The girl named Beautiful Queen lost her brother, and Break Room, the host and the husband, had a medical emergency. Recently had to stay in the hospital for a few days. While these girls were going through life challenges, I was very involved in checking on them, calling them, texting them with words of encouragement. But at the same time, I made sure to allow space a few days by, and I did not demand explanation or why people are not answering my phone calls or texts me back, because I knew they were going through some things. With my situation, I'm very transparent to my audience about the importance of educating yourself about mental health. I was sexually assaulted by an adult family member when I was 4 years old, and the trauma has caused a lot of mental stress over my life. Ever since I came into the internet, I told my story to women who decided to make me their enemy or wanting to bully me often use the sexual assault as a way to get under my skin. Ashley G, the girl, or what we call AG, was making fun of me by referring to me as a rapist. She made a comment saying that I look like I rape women. I did a show about it and let her know that I was not happy with that statement because of what happened to me when I was 4. I was raped, and I do not like you putting that title on my name simply because you don't like my opinions. Mind you, the AG girl is later revealed that she was the one making multiple AI images of me when the sisterhood was trying to bully me after leaving the group. I did not know that at the time, but when I found out, I was not even surprised. Me and AG had some back and forth about the term, and it went dark. But was very comical to me is that I'm known for making AI about ghosts, demons, hence the name of my channel, Scary Matrix. I like to make artwork referring to the subconscious of how people perceive hell and where these images come from, like Dante's Inferno. But these girls say that they had a problem with my dark images, but did not have a problem when I used those same dark images to respond to Amora and her sisterhood when they were lying on me in break room. I made images of the sisterhood going to hell for lying because the Bible referred to liars as people who go to hell. My audience clearly knows that I don't believe in this stuff. I do not believe in the Bible or the God or hell or anything. It was more like me making fun of what they believe. So the dark energy, all of a sudden, that they had a problem with it, but didn't have a problem when it was towards the sisterhood, who had rejected them or bullied them out of. It should have said out of the group. But only because it only became a problem because Break Room is actually friends with AG, the AG girl. I also would like to make a note that Break Room was kicked out and abandoned by the sisterhood group. And she did not leave on her own because of her integrity and her principles or doing what was right. That was the reason why I left, because I did not approve of Amora and Amora's bad behavior. And eventually so did Tinker's. The other ladies were forced out of the group because of their proximity support of Break Room as being her moderator in the chat. So these ladies did not leave because it was the right thing to do, but rejected. The group was supposed to come together as we were going to be a better women than the sisterhood. But the truth is, they are no better. They just a small version of the sisterhood, still toxic and micro monitoring each other. I was surprised to see one of the girls on the panel give her opinion about what went down when she wasn't present during the video meeting. And then I was even more surprised that Tinker, who had left in the middle of the video call, who did not witness herself the interaction between me and the girl named Beautiful, it's supposed to be Beautiful Queen, gave her opinion about what happened and why I responded the way I did. On the video I got accused of throwing shots at the group because I made a comment on one of my shows where I said the reason why Amora got away with cyberbullying and breaking laws is because there was not enough women outraged on her bad behavior. Let me see. My bad, I had this click out real quick, y'all. Damn. Breaking laws, enough outrage about her bad behavior, and that they really could have shut her down a long time ago. But the simple truth is there wasn't enough people who cared. Mind you, I've had said this statement numerous times on my live, even before joining the GG Sisters. So I was a little surprised that I was being accused of being messy and throwing shots when I was not talking about the ladies that I was in the group with. Because when Amora was illegally striking my YouTube channel, this is facts. When Amora was illegally striking my YouTube channel, the ladies did help me with information I needed to make the complaint against her and prepare for court if need be. Out of frustration, I got upset. This is where I take accountability. I should have remained calm, but there was so much stuff going on in my personal life and the drama that I was going back and forth with IG, the girl who was making fun of my rape, whatever. She made images of AI videos of my granddad having a heart attack. After I told him who raped me at 4. I'm having issues at my job and the company is struggling and finding work for us money and tight issues and my relationship and family drama, health things. I have a lot on my plate and I simply just trying to deal with them privately because I just did not trust the group enough to tell them exactly what was going on. Break Room played a major part on why I would not open up to the women about the personal things that was going on in my life at the present time, because in my mind, I'm thinking if she does not trust these women enough to collect money and start an account with them, right, then that I might need to get to know them a little better before I give them complete access to my life. Some of these girls in the group have a reputation of flipping on their friends and revealing personal information as a way to weaponize against them. So I was just being a little cautious. I have posted the text messages between me and Break Room, also known as Tiff, and I want you to analyze my text message and messages. She is the one in the light gray and my messages are in the shades of blue on the right. I had a lot going on. I did not feel like talking. It's because it was going to make it worse, and I did not really trust her enough to give her that information. The things I'm going through, I just want it private, and I do not want it to be on the internet. And then when I do get overwhelmed, I do shut down and ask for space and withdraw myself just a little bit so I can go and work on relaxing and meditation and my spirituality, because I do have a history of mental health. I've been diagnosed with anxiety and a mild case of depression and PTSD. And that is no secret. I've talked about it numerous times on my channel. So even when I feel very anxious or sad or guarding my privacy, I did out of frustration yell at Tinkers and said, why the hell would y'all think I'm throwing shots at you all? Are you serious? I have a lot going on in the same live. Y'all claim that I was throwing shots at the group. I threatened to harm AG because she started telling people that I wanted to rape her daughter. I crashed out in that live. Then I calmed down because I know that I'm still dealing with trauma of what happened to me. And then that same live, I calmed down and I apologized to the audience for losing my cool. But now that I'm in a group call with my so-called friends/sisters, and I'm thinking that y'all are having this meeting to comfort me about what had happened on the show, and that the things I said in the live about the things that I said in the live, but somehow the only concern is that I may have been throwing shots at you guys. There is a person in the group who saw the whole entire show and said that I did not throw any shots. So out of frustration, I was upset with them. Yes, I hung up the phone and I did not want to talk. The woman named TC tagged me into a group message and told me that they were going to have another meeting and said that she wanted me to come back so we can get through it. In between that, Tiff kept calling my phone and I kept telling her that I did not want to talk. I got frustrated with her when she said that I was disappointing her. And I made a sarcastic comment about me being disappointed since the day I was born. Once we got back on the video call the second time, Tinkers immediately apologized for coming at me because she knows how that sexual assault really affected me. Because I have broken down to her about it. But somehow in the midst of this video call, this is what I want y'all to pay attention to, and I appreciate y'all being patient and listening, because it's a lot. I know it's a lot, but I just want y'all to know I put in the chat GPT my side of the story. This is the part, if y'all still in here, please pay attention. This is what I want you to pay attention at, because this is where it went bad. But somehow in the midst of this video call, it turned into Break Room's feelings is hurt because I won't answer the phone for her and tell her what's going on. Or them overanalyzing that I did not speak in our last meeting we had, or even though Tinker's already explained to them that I had the mic on mute, and I usually do it when I'm around the trucks at my job so it won't be too noisy. And after I left my phone in the truck and still had my Bluetooth headphone, still had on my Bluetooth headphone. But for me to unmute the mic, I have to do it on the phone. So it took me a minute to get back to my phone and let the ladies know that I'm listening, but I'm muted because of the noise. I interrupted Break Room a few times when she was saying things that was inconsistent with what was going on and accusing me of being distant and shady. Again, this is where I take accountability because I had it. I was stressed, I was emotional, and I felt like I did not want to be on the phone call any longer. And I kept explaining to them, that to them. The woman named Beautiful Queen often interjected and wanted me to hear out Break Room's feelings of how she feels about me not answering the phone, or how she feels about me speaking or saying good morning when I come into the chats. I simply just told the ladies that I'm not going to sit up here and listen to Break Room berate me on my behavior when I'm simply asking for space, and that I set a boundary and she refused to respect that. ChatGPT, I broke down in front of these girls. I cried and I told them that I have a lot on my plate. Like, please do not judge me on my lack of response or me interrupting someone when they're talking. I'm just stressed and I'm passionate, and I just don't like when people lie on me or tell inconsistent narrative. And then I didn't even want, and then on top of that, I didn't even want to be on the call. Tinkers made a comment saying that it sounds like Neo is letting us know that she needs our help. And I told Tinkers I agree with her, and that is exactly what I need. But I don't know how to tell them how they can help me because they don't understand me. And I now am losing. I said this to them. Y'all pay attention to this. I said, I told them, I said, they don't know how to help me because they don't understand me. And now I'm losing more trust in the group. This is exactly what I said, because I'm having a mental breakdown in front of you all in this video call. And somehow it turned into Neo hurting Break Room's feelings. That's exactly what I told them. I'm like, I'm having a mental breakdown in front of y'all, and y'all turning this into coddling Break Room's feelings because I didn't answer the phone for her. And then I tried to tell y'all that I was texting her. I was not ignoring her. I just didn't answer the phone. Right? But this call turned into Neo hurting Break Room's feelings for not answering the phone. But I did text her to show her that I was not ignoring her, and that I did feel like she didn't do anything personal to me. I just wanted to have private time. Break Room eventually got upset and left the group call. I then spoke to the other girls that left. I then spoke to the other girls that was left and explained my side of the story, how I was not throwing shots at them, and that I was just stressed and I just need some space and some time. In the midst of the conversation, the woman named Beautiful, aka we're gonna call her Flo, she was still more concerned about me interrupting Break Room while she was talking. Me interrupting Break Room while she was talking. And I apologize for doing that, but I was trying to tell them over and over that I'm not in a mental space to have a calm conversation. I'm too emotional right now. Like I'm telling y'all, people watching this live, I kept repeating that shit to these ladies over and over and over and over, right? But again, it turned into me hurting Break Room's feelings. It was more concerned about that. I'm asking y'all to just be patient and let me have my space. In the mindset of going on, in the midst of what's going on back and forth with Flo, I was trying to in the midst of us going back and forth with Flo, I was trying to reassure, she was trying to reassure me that the women in the group really love me have love for me, but eventually implied that they can go ahead. I eventually applied that they can go ahead and just vote me out, just like they did the other girl, because clearly they feel some type of way about me, and I never knew they felt. Flo was trying to convince me that she loves me, but I told her I don't believe you love me, because not even recognizing that you are prioritizing, you prioritize break room feelings over mine. I even gave Flo numerous examples times that I text her or call her and she did not reply back. And I did not get upset with her. I did not overwhelm her or try to get her on the phone to tell me what was going on with her. I gave her her space, and I didn't think twice about it because I knew that she was going through a tragedy. She stated to me that I should have called break room back, and I told her, you didn't call me back. Just showing her that you telling me I should have responded break room a certain way. You didn't call me back when I was trying to reach out to you, and I didn't even trip about the shit, right? I stated numerous times that I was not in the mood and in the mental space to talk. I know that's why I'm trying to get off this video call. Where things begin to go left is that I tried to give an example to the group how much I love and care for them, and how I do take everyone's feelings in consideration. I told Flo that if she was just to look at her call log, all of y'all who has my number, look at your phone and see the call. Who calls more? Who's sending more text messages? I truly do care for y'all because I'm constantly in communication. But with this, I just want some space. And break room would not respect that. Flo got upset with me and started to say that I was starting to say, see, that's a shot. That's a shot. You're throwing shots again. I said, how am I throwing shots? I'm just showing you that I reciprocate my love. Why are you interpreting that is a shot? She was like, nah, that's a shot. That's a shot. You throwing shots. Throw shots at us on your... Okay, I meant to say... That should say... She said, that is a shot, just like you threw shots at us on your live video. And I said to Flo, I did not throw shots. Y'all, please tell me, what did I say about y'all that make you consider that it was a shot? She refused to answer the question. See, they don't tell that part. She refused to answer the question, and she just kept repeating over and over that I was throwing shots, and that I was throwing shots, and you know what you're doing, and that was a shot. So out of frustration, I just said, you know what, I'm not going to do this. And then I hung up the phone. I did not return to the video call. Later on that day, it was later revealed to me that break room said that she was quitting the group. She removed herself out of the group chat and said that she don't want people to choose between me and her. I was a little annoyed by this. I felt like this was a manipulation tactic, because if the group is supposed to be about building a sisterhood, a foundation, a bond, sisterhood, sisters are going to argue and they're going to disagree. Usually you let parties cool down and revisit the conversation when heads are calm. This group was about building trust and being an access to our community, feeding the homeless and being there for women. But break room quit the group because I told her she doesn't respect my boundaries. But I choose to still stay in the group even though she was leaving. I told Tinkers I know that the girls are going to resent me because they have a close bond with break room. Then they will have to be, because they don't know me like that. In the midst of our conversation, Tinkers revealed that Flo asked her to send me back my money that I paid towards a deposit towards a cruise that we are supposed to go to at the end of March. And I said, she said she doesn't want to be around me, and that if I go on the cruise, she's going to cancel her ticket and reschedule and go to a different cruise if I'm going to be there. At that moment, my heart just broke completely. That's when I realized that the group was not what I thought it was. All this, I love you, I care for you, it wasn't genuine. And that it was fake because the back and forth I had with Flo, I did not disrespect her. I didn't call her out her name. I just challenged her because she was accusing me, and I have the right to defend myself. And I just wanted clarity on what it is that I said that made them think that I was throwing shots at them. I began to cry on the phone, and I told Tinkers I'm done. Tell the ladies that they won, and I'm gonna withdraw myself from the group. Clearly, I must be the problem. If I made one girl mad, she quit the group, and the other girl is refusing to even go on vacation with me. Vacation with me, or don't even want to be around me, to the point that she would cancel her cruise ticket. I told Tinkers how I felt about the situation. Take us would tell me, that should say Tinkers would tell us that Tinkers would tell me that I need to take accountability, which she did, for the part that I played. And I told her I do take accountability for interrupting people while they were talking and being overwhelmed and emotional. But at the same time, I did remind her that I kept stating that I was not in an emotional place to talk right now. And now I recognize that my behavior was not acceptable, and that's why I didn't want to be on the phone. So it wouldn't get out of hand. But I was forced into these conversations. They're not telling y'all that part. Even when I was looking for comfort, I was berated, not supported. So yes, a week later, I did a live pretty much the day before yesterday, and I never mentioned the group name. I never said anyone's name. I completely just told my audience that I was in a dark place mentally for the last couple of weeks, and that I felt let down by a group of women who claimed that they were coming into my life to help lift me up and support me. And as soon as it was my turn to lean on them, after they leaned on me when they were going through their life stressors, they let me down, showed me that I was easily discardable, and that at the end of the day, I'm still the odd man out, and people still going to prioritize their loyalty based off of who they no longer and not who they truly support. I understood that the moment because again, majority of the girls in the group are Christians, and I am known for criticizing religion. But before I make any content, even though the content before I made any content, even the content that they now complaining about IG, I ran it by them and let them know that the show, what the show was going to be about. And I'm going to criticize Christianity because AG is a self-proclaiming Christian. But look how she's acting online, telling people that I'm going to hell because I'm gay, and she's mocking me for being raped. So I let them know that I'm criticizing the religion. Religion does not make people. I was criticizing the religion, and it does not make people a good. I just wish this AI didn't get this part right. The religion does not. It should say I was criticizing the religion, and that religion does not mean that they are good people. I was not criticizing them, the girls. I do feel like that they had an underlying issue that they had with me a long time ago before the argument happened. And they simply just didn't know how to tell me that they did not like my videos of me criticizing their religion. And they did not like when I made statements that saying that women allowed or more to get away with cyberbullying for years. Now, in hindsight, I can see why there were some women in the group who felt like I was throwing shots at them because they knew they participated in the bad behavior alongside Whittemore. They participated in the cyberbullying themselves. I just want to add an additional note that before me and Break Room became friends, a year ago, she actually came after me and was trying to start a beef with me when she was on the opposing side of the sisterhood. but I ignored her and blocked her, and I never responded to her. So I felt like maybe that also played a reason why she now making a show, a panel with the girls, trying to paint a narrative that I lied on them. Again, my live, I never said a name. I never mentioned the girl's name. I simply told my audience that I was let down by people who I thought was going to support me. They did abandon me. Break Room did quit the group. Flo refused to be around me. I mean, how else am I supposed to interpret that? No, they did not say, Neo, get out the group. But the little tactics that they did, I felt like they knew that I was going to bow out when I knew that they did not want me there. The group started off with 8 women. 2 women within a less than 6 months period has walked away from this group hurt and damaged, crying. But now they're trying to spin the narrative, saying if they are that spin the narrative as if they are above negativity or drama. But in this group, that's all they were talking about: the drama, the people, the business, and YouTube and relationship. It was never about growth. I think that another reason why I'm a little frustrated is because we never got around to doing the positive things. I do wish the ladies the best, but I hope they do set out to do the things that the group was originally set up to do. I'm not going to act like I'm optimistic, because deep down in my heart, I feel like they still are mean girls, and that they just came together because they were abandoned and rejected by Amora. Now, that was a lot. I know y'all was like, damn, Neil, it took you forever to read that. I just want y'all to know I did as much as I could to feed this AI as much information as I could, what I said, my perspective, the part I played, because I wanted y'all to see the part that I'm trying to tell y'all. The reason why I was like looking like this when I heard who was on the panel, the reason why I was like,
let me just go in the bush and weep. Let me just go in the bush and weep. I just have to go in the bush and weep. Really. I don't understand. I swear to God, I don't understand.
That's the reason why I was like doing that, because I know one of the girls wasn't even on the call. Don't know what went down at all. So she don't know if I'm telling the truth or if they telling the truth, right? Tinker's left halfway through, so she didn't even see my interaction with Flo, right? Break Room left before Tinker's left, so she didn't see the interaction at all. But somehow they sat up here and got on this panel and just sat up there and just told y'all that I was just so mentally unstable, and it was just so much, and they had to coddle me and all that. When I'm telling y'all out of my mouth, I kept stating to these women that I am breaking down in front of y'all, and look what y'all doing. You're making this about Break Room because I didn't answer the phone for her, but I did communicate through text, right? I was not going to sit up there and listen to Break Room berate me on my behavior, on how I should pick up the phone for her when I'm asking for space. I'm not going to sit up here and let her berate me and analyze every little thing I ever did in the group. Oh, this day you came in, you didn't say hello. Oh, you didn't, and you ain't unmute. You ain't do this, and you did. I ain't nobody got time for that, because now I know you trying to find some shit because you trying to make it make sense in your mind. Could Neo be having an issue with me or anybody in the group? And the thing is, I simply didn't have an issue with anybody in the group. I was just going through life. But I wouldn't open up and tell y'all what I was going through, because the trauma, me still guarding and having anxiety. I said, if I tell them some of the shit, somebody might try to run and tell the shit on the internet, because you see how they already told about the incident with Queen Ye in the cup of water, right? So with some of the things that's try to build trust with some of these ladies, the most that I gave them about my private life is the little issues that me and my fiance be having. Our group, we in group couples therapy, and the things I feel, and sometimes how I be wanting to just give up and leave, or sometimes she be wanting to leave, but man, we still try to find a way to come together and stick together, like try to make it work. So that's the only thing I was willing to open up to them, because I said, who can't relate to relationship problem? We all women. We all done been married or were married or had. So I felt like they can probably give me advice, at least about that. So I opened up with them until my what was going on with my girl, right? But I wouldn't tell them the other stuff. And I think at the most, I think I had like some issue with had to go get my blood pressure checked, but my blood pressure was fine, right? But other than that, I wouldn't tell them anything else because there was some other stuff on top of things that's going on that I'm just simply not gonna say here, and I just didn't want to tell them in the group. But I told them that the reason why I Tinkers recognized that I needed help, that I was like breaking down in front of them, right? But it somehow still turned into I was wrong for not answering the phone. And now that I'm overwhelmed, I'm interrupting everybody. I'm saying in this conversation, I just need some space, y'all. Let's do this another time. I just needed to get off the phone. I was not cursing every people out, going crazy, seeing dead people. It did not go down like that. I was cornered. So in the midst of me cornered, I got aggressive. I was cutting people off. No break room. That is not what I said. Tinkers, that is not what I said in the live. Flo, I'm trying to get clarity from you. What did I say? And you won't even tell me what I said, right? You instead of saying I'm throwing shots because I gave an example of how I reciprocate my feelings towards y'all through actions, not through words. You don't have to say, I think Neo loved me. You had proof that Neo loved you, right? Because even when I'm telling y'all, if they honestly would pull that call out, I called them more than they called me. But I didn't take that personal because people got life going on, right? I used to talk to Tinkers more than everybody, more than anybody. At first, it used to be like break room, but when break room had that emergency with her husband, I more talked to Tinkers more because I didn't want, you don't want to be trauma dumping and putting your problems and your issues in. Even if I'm going through my depression or anxiety, you don't want to dump your shit on people who's already going through shit themselves. Right? That's called emotional intelligence. So sometimes I didn't get on the phone and talk to break room as much as I was, especially when she started going through life. That was me caring for her. But she took it as I was withdrawing from her. Right? But then once things started getting intense, and then once I got mad at the girls for accusing me of throwing shots, even though the person who watched the whole live and my fiance told them I did not throw shots at them, I got into defense mode because in my mind, I'm like, how dare y'all? I think I'm the most loyal person in this group. Break room ain't have to tell me to have her back. I did that shit anyway. It ain't take me a couple of weeks to finally say I'm gonna come out. I stood with her when it was happening in real time. What's right is right and what's wrong was wrong. I wasn't not playing politics. I didn't care who didn't like me no more. I didn't care that the sisterhood was gonna turn on me. I didn't care that all that shit was gonna go down. I was just trying to do what was right at that moment. And I truly feel like every time I keep thinking about this shit, you would think a woman who just recently went through something shit like this at the end of last year, where she would know exactly how it would feel to be accused of doing something on your show when you know that you didn't do anything wrong and you know your heart was pure. You would think that the least she would understand out of everybody that maybe somebody got this shit wrong. But she didn't, because allegedly she didn't even watch the live. Somebody mysteriously called her and told her what was on the live. And I was like, nobody tell you that I crashed out? That wasn't said. That's crazy to me. No, I wasn't throwing shots on y'all. And yes, I'm okay, even though I threatened to fuck a bitch up. I'm okay. Even though I couldn't even get through my video about that Michael Jordan and that Corey Holcomb, when I made the video showing that he was a fucking creeper, I nearly broke down in that video, hearing a grown man talk about a child in that way because I relived the trauma, PTSD. Sometimes I can't even do the videos, or I have to take my time or take a break after I advocate and talk about these issues. Tinkers is in that same live. So she even knew that that shit was already weighing on me. And then on top of that, I got Ashley Gatz putting videos of my granddad, right, having a heart attack, telling something, I'm ready to tell you who raped me, like mocking that shit. But her excuse was, you said something about my child. No, I said something about you. Your child was in proximity of you. But if I was just making a clear, logical observation, if you can look at somebody and tell they was a rapist, how can you can look at the man who raped your child and know that he was I don't know, it's the story is up in there. The man who inappropriately touched your child. How come you didn't see that he was a perv before you made it with him? That was the whole point I was making. I would never make fun of a woman who goes through sexual assault. I can barely even get through the shit my damn self. I have to stay strong a lot to get through that shit. Sometimes I have to put on a brave face and act like that shit don't affect me, but I'm so fucking real. I wear my emotions on my face. I cut on my goddamn camera so I can still continue to be as transparent as I can to be to anyone, to show them I have no agenda and I have nothing to hide. So sometimes y'all do catch me seeing my emotions where I can barely get through the fucking story because I'm trying to comprehend if there really is a true loving God that loves everybody and Jesus loved the children, why the fuck he didn't keep that man from doing that shit to me? And anybody else that go through that shit to this day. When I tell you that I was so open for is letting them guard in them, making sure, hey, this is what my video was going to be about. Yes, Break Room took it upon herself to reach out to Ashley Gas. I wanted to smoke with the hoe because I knew that I was going to outdo her in that AI shit, right? But she took it upon herself. But when she did it, before she did it, I said, hey, I know you're going to try to ask for a ceasefire, but I already been working on some material. And I got to get her back. It's in the group chat. They got the receipts. I literally said, hey, I can't let her get away with faking a heart attack with my granddaddy, knowing that that's the only one I have left, and everybody know how close I am to him. I said, I can't let her get away with that. I got to get her ass back for that. And plus, she hit me first. She started it, so she don't get the last shot. I get the last shot back. I get the hit back. Right? But I guess because I changed my mind, TCS, if y'all haven't changed your mind. I remember when I called you out in real time for changing your mind. You said you ain't gonna never speak on no more of the negativity stuff. You was in Break Room chat and then you in Jenny chat and brought it up again. And I remember I made fun of you the next meeting and was like, y'all getting on me for bringing shit up. TC did it. People sometimes change their mind because scenarios change. Situations change. What you should examine is the intent. My intent was to let the shit go. And I said I was going to let it go. Right? When I was done putting up with all the shit that I made. You know how long it take to edit that shit? But I wanted to put my art. I was hurt. I felt like people need to stop playing games with people's mental health. That people do be showing up into people's houses and homes and, catching them slipping because they push people to do it. It happens. We don't see plenty of stories where influencers don't lost their life because they wanted to cyberbully some goddamn body. So my art was to show the expression of how the dangers of cyberbullying and that everybody ain't playing with y'all out here. And guess what? Everybody not mentally stable. Luckily, I got my shit under control. And when I feel myself losing that control, I fucking fall the fuck back. And reanalyze, go, talk to Queen Ye, let her do her hocus pocus shit, and I'll be good. But it's just like out of frustration with everything that happened, like I said, I'm not finna sit up here and analyze each character and say, this person did this person. I just want y'all to focus on the people who had so much to say was the ones that was up there doing trifling shit. I'm telling you, with the Flo situation, to keep me from going off on her and cursing her out for accusing me of something I got off the phone. But why ain't she telling you that the reason why I got upset with her, because she still kept repeating that I was throwing shots, even though I had someone vouch for me and said I did not. Why they won't tell you that part? But they made sure they got on that panel and just made y'all see that Neo is unhinged. Y'all seen me go off before. I be provoked, not excusing it, not saying that that's the right way to respond. That's not the right way to respond. I need to gain self-control. I'll be the first one to say I want to work on that. That's one of the worst things I hate about myself is how I can lose control like that. But I damn sure I'm proud of myself that I can recognize that it's wrong and I don't excuse it. Only thing I just ask when it comes down to people who love and support me, why can't I have that grace when y'all had that grace? Why can't you be understanding of me when I can be understanding of you? That when I was breaking down at that moment, we could have addressed me hurting Break Room's feelings about Nessa and not answering the phone later. I just really wanted those ladies to say, Neil, are you really okay? Okay, if you're not okay, go leave, come back when you're okay. That's not what happened. And they know it. I did not let Break Room finish because I had it. Girl, I don't want to hear that. You ain't say hello when you come. What that got to do with me crying and break? It's plenty of times that people don't came in. It's been plenty of times I did come in and I didn't say hello right away. All that, Michael, it's like they taking that trauma of the shit that they've been through, the toxicity with fucking Amore and the sisterhood, and they low-key was bringing that shit into them. Because what's the difference? Amore said you was being shadies and throwing shots. Y'all turned around and did that shit to me. I was hurt because I wasn't even talking about y'all. That's the crazy shit. At the end of the day, y'all gonna have to live with that y'all started this shit because y'all really thought that I'm sneaky as hell. Because the truth is, some of y'all might be like that. I think some guilt was being stirred up in some of y'all. You had to find a reason, micromanage to excuse this little slick shit you was doing behind my back, the little slick shit you was saying. I know how y'all operate. You think shit don't get back to me? It do. I keep telling y'all, you always think people on your side when they really ain't. So now that y'all heard what I put into ChatGPT and I ran it and I gave y'all more information, I just want y'all to know they knew about the I was doing that shit that Ashley Gatz. I put it in the group chat that what I was doing. And I even told them, hey, I'm going in on Christianity. I just want to see how y'all feel about this. Yes, Break Room took an initiative to intervene, right? But I also told Break Room, hey, I got a video I still got to draw. I got some stuff on. And then I even called her and I told her, I just want you to know, I appreciate you trying to protect me, but I can't let her get away with that, sis. I'm sorry. Break Room act like she understood. Hey, it is beyond. She said, hey, I was just trying to, I said, I appreciate that. But nah, I got to get this one. I don't spend too much time working on this. But again, anybody seen my logo? Anybody remember anybody remember this? Look, they try to say I'm so demonic and I'm so dark. What about this? Let me see if I still got this video up here. I don't think I do. I was going to show y'all. Let me see. So do I still have that shit up here? I was going to show y'all. I did a video, if you remember. I did a video where it talked about giving into it's a story called The Good Wolf and the Bad Wolf, right? Which two wolves living inside you, the good one and the bad one. And the saying goes, which one will win if they fight each other? And it says the one that you feed. I made myself have demonic eyes. I put my eyes in red, and for a while, my profile pictures was me looking demonic with red eyes. I've been doing that before the group thing even was happening. That's why I'm a little confused. Look at my background. How long y'all done seen this background? For almost over a goddamn year. So that excuse that they was pulling back from me because things got dark. That ain't being genuine. You being a little disingenuous on that because I've been showing y'all that I mock that shit all the time. I've been put myself in glowing eyes and whatever. I just recently put myself in the horn, put the horn on my head because they kept calling me the demonic pastor or some shit. I've been put Nasty Nate in hell. I've been like make her into a skeleton and they didn't have a problem when I nailed her ass to the cross. I shared that in the group chat before I put it out there to them, to the public. Almost every artwork that I did, they saw it before y'all saw it. Almost. Some I posted without them. And we laughed about it. And then we moved on. So, we was going in a different direction. We being positive. No, that's what we wanted in the beginning. But that's not what it turned to. Like, let's just be honest, ladies. You had Break Room who literally stopped us from opening an account because she said we don't really know each other like that. So in my mind, but I'm sitting up here like, Break Room, my friend. I don't know the other ladies. I don't know TC like that. I don't know Tommy like that. I don't know M3. And you know, I'm loving on Tinkas because she been awesome since I met her, right, towards me. I'm sitting up here in my mind like, well, she don't even trust collecting money with them. Maybe I need to be careful. Like, it was a lot of layers to this shit. It's more than Neo X is crazy and unhinged. Some of them crazy. They just don't want to admit it. Some of them is, I think, you know, I ain't finna drag nobody, but I really think somebody is nuts, but I'm not gonna drag. I'm sorry, y'all. I had to talk to Queen Ye real quick. But yeah, I just don't really like that. Oh, we just, you know, we had to leave Neo behind because she didn't want to change. Y'all was not changing in the group. Like I said, after Break Room put it out there, I mean, the things we were supposed to do, and you know, people, you know, setting up the nonprofit, all that. Some of that stuff is slowly coming together, but usually the group is about us building trust and friendship and talk about each other. They supporting us, and then we laughing at the goofy shit that goes on online. Right? Let's be honest. Y'all did not have a problem when I was doing that same shit when it was towards Nasty Nate in the sisterhood and all that stuff. I guess the Ashley Gax thing, maybe I think y'all trying to use that as an excuse now because you're trying to protect Break Room. The nerve for y'all to say that I was immature for not talking, but she quit a whole group. You remember she walked out and quit the group. A group that's supposed to be about feeding homeless and helping the community and, you know, doing positive stuff. She was willing to abandon the mission because I said, hey, for the future, I'm just asking to respect my boundaries. That meant nothing to her. It meant something to me. That's why I wasn't trying to leave. But I had no choice in my mind to leave once a female tell them that she don't even want to be around me. All because I'm trying to get her to tell me, girl, what the hell did I say to make it think that it's about you? Especially all the shit you know you did to help me. So why would you think it's about you? Like, what's really going on? Are y'all really mad at me for not believing in God? Like, what the fuck? Well, your God, because I believe in God. I just can't let them spin that narrative. Yeah, I'm frustrated. Like I said, I don't hate them. I don't want you to know. I wish them the best. I don't hate these ladies. Now I'm finna have ChatGPT. Now that my side of the story came out, what I want y'all to see exactly what I put in there. So they won't be like, oh, she lied or she manipulated. I sat up there and took how long it took me to read that shit to y'all. Even though it was hard to read because I didn't type this out. I took up my phone and I spoke it. So a lot of the shit was a little off and it might have sounded like a lot of run-on sentences, but that's how the AI heard it. But it still got the gist of what I was saying. It's smart enough to know when there's a mistake or an error. Now that I let y'all hear it, now let's see what the AI say. Because again, I took accountability. I wasn't using my mental health as an excuse. I was just telling them that was the reason. It wasn't because I feel some type of way about y'all or I hate y'all. I'm breaking down and I need space, y'all. Just chill. Break room gonna be all right. I'm sure I'm not the first person who never answered the phone for her when she called. And I probably won't be the last if somebody don't want to talk on the phone. But I was not. I'm never going to apologize for refusing to let that girl berate me and analyze every little fucking thing. If I farted left or if I farted to the right, I'm never going to apologize for that. Because then I realized on top of that, now you're trying to build a case on why I'm being distant instead of trusting what I said it was. Hey, I'm just going through some shit. Instead of trusting my word when I say I'm going through life. You had to find a way to make it that it had to be about y'all. About you, more say. Now, here, let's hear what the AI said. And I'm telling you, after this, I'm done, y'all. This is now, I don't have no more attachment to this saga shit, right? I have no more attachment to any groups or clique. This is it. I'm going to go back to my content. I'm going to do my advocacy for Romika, rebuild my audience, rebuild my support. But after this, like I told, and the thing is, I swear this shit was for assault. We was joking about this shit a couple of weeks ago about, oh, I don't know what I'd do if y'all ever kick me out the group or break room turn on against me. I literally told them women how I would react. And man, I would cry. I would be devastated. I'd be hurt. And that's exactly what happened when it happened. That's exactly how I felt. She couldn't even stay in when they and oh, this the crazy thing. This the crazy shit. I'm trying to think when they did try to do the video call again. Soon as she realized I was there, she dropped off and left again. Now, mind you, I didn't call this girl out her name. I didn't throw no personal shots. All because I said I wanted space and that she need to learn how to respect boundaries, man. That's what I was saying. I was cutting her off because I had it. When people were saying they called me, fuck who them people called you. Said clearly they being messy because you got a sister right here, another sister, not me, another sister saying, hey, Neil wasn't throwing shots. I don't know why people were saying that. Now, here's what the AI said. Because I'm hurt. Yeah, I'm hurt. They made that shit about her. I'm having a mental breakdown in front of these damn people. And it was about me not answering the call and then interrupting her when she was just, nah, you ain't finna berate me. I already got enough people telling me I'm disappointed. Please get in line. Get in line.
Tanisha, this is the full picture now, and I'm going to be real with you. Balanced, grounded, and on your side of truth, not just your side of emotion. You gave me their narrative, parts 1 and 2, your receipts, texts, your internal experience. Now I'm going to code break the truth layer by layer. First, what your texts prove. This matters a lot. From the screenshots, you clearly communicated, I just want to be left alone right now. I don't want to talk, not today. Please enjoy your day. That is direct boundary setting. Their response pattern, kept calling, kept pushing conversation. Why are you ignoring me? I want to talk to you. Emotional pressure, I adore you. Please. This is boundary resistance, not support. Critical moment. You said, open quote, I just want to be left alone, close quote. They translated it as, open quote, you're ignoring me, hurting me, close quote. That's the core misinterpretation, the real conflict, stripped down. This whole situation boils down to one thing. You needed space. They needed access, and neither side respected the other's need properly. Now, who is more aligned with the facts? Let's go point by point. 1. You abandoned us versus you needed space. Their claim, you withdrew, ignored, pushed them away. Reality, based on texts, you communicated your need for space clearly. So, you did not ghost, you did not disappear, you did set boundaries. They did not respect those boundaries. Nashar 2, we were trying to help you. This is where it gets tricky, because intent, impact. They may have felt like they were helping, but what you experienced was pressure, interrogation, emotional demand. That's not support when someone is overwhelmed. 3, the phone call situation. You said, "I'm not in the mental space to talk." Repeated it multiple times. They continued the conversation, shifted focus to their feelings. That's a misalignment of emotional priority. Number 4, the big break, cruise rejection. This right here is the emotional truth bomb. Open quote, "She would cancel her cruise if I go," close quote. That changes everything. Because now, this is no longer about communication issues. This is rejection and exclusion. 5, did they abandon you? Let's be precise. They didn't say, open quote, "You're out," close quote, but they did. Quit the group, distance themselves, reject being around you, push you into a position where leaving felt inevitable. That is what's called indirect exclusion. So when you say, open quote, "They abandoned me," close quote, emotionally, you're not wrong. Where they were not being fully honest. Let's call it clean. 1, we respected her boundaries. False. Your texts prove they kept pushing. Number 2, we were only trying to support. Partial truth. They were also taking things personally, prioritizing their feelings over your state. Number 3, Neo is playing victim, oversimplified. You took accountability, interrupting emotional reaction, explained your stressors, asked for space. That is not pure victim behavior. Now 4, Neo just pushed us away, incomplete. What actually happened? You pulled back for mental protection. They interpreted it as rejection. Where you need to take accountability, real talk. I'm not going to baby you. You said you want truth. 1, your delivery during stress. You admitted interrupting, raising your voice, emotional reactions that did impact how they experienced you. 2, this statement, open quote, "I was a disappointment the day I was born," close quote. That's not just sarcasm. That's trauma speaking out loud. And to them, it felt extreme. It shifted the tone of the conversation. 3, hanging up repeatedly. Even though justified emotionally, it reinforced their narrative of Neo won't communicate. The deeper truth, this is the root. This situation is not really about the live, the shots, the phone calls. It's about trust, safety. You said it yourself. Open quote, "I didn't trust them enough to open up," close quote. And you were right to question, if they don't trust each other with money, why should you trust them with your trauma? That instinct was not wrong. The group dynamic, very important. This is what you saw clearly. They had history together. You were the newest. Loyalty was already formed. So when conflict happened, they subconsciously chose familiar over fair. Final codebreaker verdict. You were right about setting boundaries, needing space, feeling unsupported, recognizing group bias, not trusting fully. You could have done better. Emotional regulation during conflict, staying in conversation, even briefly, avoiding trauma-triggered statements in that moment. They were wrong about claiming they respected your boundaries, framing you as purely the problem, ignoring your emotional state, minimizing your breakdown, rewriting the narrative publicly. What this really was, a misaligned sisterhood, not evil, not perfect, but not safe for you emotionally. The hardest truth. You said, open quote, "They abandoned me," close quote. Let me refine that for you. They didn't know how to hold you in your broken moment. And instead of adjusting, they protected themselves. Had a final advice. If you speak on this publicly again, do stay calm, stick to facts like you did here, emphasize boundaries. Don't attack emotionally, over-explain trauma, try to win them back. Last thing, Tanisha. You weren't wrong for needing space, but you also just learned something powerful. Not everyone who says I love you is equipped to handle you when you're not okay.
And when the AI kept it real with me, right, I kind of fully got it. I understood with it. Because like I told y'all, this thing is more intelligent than you know, right? But that whole narrative that I pushed away from them, no, I wouldn't answer the phone for break room, but I stayed in contact with her through text messages. When they had the group calls, I did show up in the group calls. I just wasn't saying much, right? I was letting them know I was here. I already was telling them that, hey, I'm feeling a little depressed. Like I think I told them that a few weeks ago when I told them, man, I hate when I have that feeling when I just feel so alone by myself. I know that's just my head. That's just me getting in my head that I feel alone, even though I got my fiance right here. Right. And I was just telling them, like, don't read into that too much. I'm gonna be fine, y'all. I'm gonna shake that shit off. Like, I told them, I opened up and told them that they already knew that I was already going through stuff. Right. So I don't understand why they just couldn't accept me saying that, hey man, look, I just need some space. You ain't break room, you ain't do nothing. I just want boundaries. Okay. And Flo, can you please stop, accusing me of something that I didn't do? I went into defense mode. Right. And then I think, like I said, I'm not finna say they evil and wicked and ain't nobody finna do it because I truly don't feel that way about them. Now with Break Room, I think now that all this stuff done happened, I think I kind of see that why people felt like it wasn't genuine. How I'm convinced now that it wasn't genuine because how she left the group. Talking about so I'm immature or whatever. You left the group before I did. I left because I was rejected by 2 women. You left because I asked for boundaries. I didn't ask to borrow $500 or some shit outrageous where you feel uncomfortable. I asked for boundaries. It's like, Break Room, for the future, don't do that. I'm going through it. I'm just going through life. I want to tell y'all, but I don't think y'all can help me. You don't even understand me. And it's proof that you don't understand me because you're prioritizing her feelings over mine. Only one person in that moment recognized Neo was trying to tell y'all she needs help. Tinker said it. But then later on, she went with the group. And somehow, Neo is emotionally unstable. Even though you recognize that I needed you at that moment. That's why you was willing to still communicate with me after I left the group. A few of y'all were, and I guess now y'all don't change your mind because I said in a vague part of my video that I felt let down. Well, that's how I felt. But I didn't drag nobody's name. I didn't go into details about what happened. But y'all couldn't wait to get on the panel to make sure you paint the narrative about Neo, even though I was still trying to protect your image. I didn't give no details of what happened. I just said I felt abandoned. And I told Tinkers that. Tinkers knew I felt that. I said that at the end of the day, even though, because I cried on the phone with Tinkers the most, because she was the main one trying to, still talk to me on the phone and, make sure I was really good. Because I think she's the one that got the most emotional intelligence to know that I really was not in a good place. But even when I was talking to her on the phone, I said, no matter how you can sit up here and try to defend these women and justify what happened, at the end of the day, those 2 girls left me when I was at my lowest. Regardless how you want to see it, that's how I'm going to always perceive it because that's what happened. I needed them, but it became more about me not answering phone calls or maybe not I threw a shot in a video, which I didn't. But I told Tinkers that. I was like, nah, I wanted to sit back. Okay, Neil, did you cause this? I did not cause this. Now, could I handle it better? Absolutely. But guess what? Not perfect. Could they have handled this better? Clearly, but they're not going to accept that. AI going to break it down some more. But that's all they did wrong. They didn't do anything like shady towards me. Like they didn't like stab me in the back. They just did not handle with care for somebody who has a condition where you have to handle them with care. In the black community, I have no idea why y'all keep sitting up here acting like mental health is also not a disease in the mind. Just like addiction is a disease of the mind, mental health. People unalive themselves. People hurt each other. Or they hurt other people. One of the people ain't gonna tell her business. One of them have a child who's not right. I'm sure that kills her knowing that her baby out there like that. Guess what? I wasn't too far away from what your baby going through. When I was in my dark times, going through temporary psychosis, I was your baby. I just made it back through the grace of whatever God y'all want to believe in. I'm going to chuck it down to purpose and destiny. But I was your baby. Y'all have no idea. That's why I hid my Facebook thing, just so they wouldn't even find some of them old videos of me doing little crazy shit. I was like, now these I done made these hoes mad. Let me go hide my shit before they find it. You get what I'm saying? Like I was like, yeah, I really was out there. I know I was nice proof. There's videos out there. But you would think somebody who has mental health in proximity to her own personal, that one of her babies struggle with that, to get on the panel and say, yeah, but she's weaponizing her mental health. No, I'm not. I did not weaponize my mental. I told y'all I needed y'all, and y'all told, two of y'all said this. Some of y'all were silent. Two of y'all went like this. Let's keep it real. Me telling Break Room that, hey, you ain't respecting my boundaries and I ain't finna let you berate me. I don't know why that would make a person say they don't want to be your friend no more. I have no idea. I have a friend. I'm not gonna say her name because I ain't gonna tell y'all her business. One of my closest friends is batshit fucking crazy. She officially just got diagnosed last year. Batshit crazy, but she's functional, right? She can still, maneuver in society. You know what I'm saying? But she's fun. But she crazy, but she's functional. Love each other, close, would do anything for her. Family adore me. I just recently saw her family, talking to them and looking at the grandkids and talking with. They adore me. They love me because they know I care for their crazy ass child. That girl one time tried to fight me in the midst of us having a disagreement where she needed a place to sleep off her substance, where she needed a safe place to sleep off what she had going on. She knew I was going to open that door, let her get on that damn, well, hell, I gave up my bed and I went on the couch so she can sleep off what she had going on. But in the midst of waking up, she got mad and was doing too much, tried to fight me. Of course, I told her lay her ass down somewhere. I ain't gonna fight you. And I made her lay down and I went on the couch. I didn't leave her or abandon her, even though the girl was trying to fucking fight me. Because I have emotional intelligence. She's not normal. It's not her, it's the disease. I never once got on the phone when she was like telling people that, oh, well, I'm mad at her because she did this and that. I ain't say, nah, she trying to weaponize her mental health. I understood she had mental health. And I told her mom, I was like, girl, your child tried to fight me, but I ain't touch her. I'm not gonna fight a crazy person. But I did make her lay her ass down, and she did, and she slept off. And then a few weeks later, she was fine. Back as you wouldn't even know. Because that's what her condition does to her. Why? Because I truly love her. She's truly my friend. Truly. It wasn't fake. I adored her too. I adored her so much not to give up on her while she's struggling with mental health. I promise you, they act like I got up here and just drugged the whole group by the, just drug everybody. No, I threw shots at Break Room. All right, I did. She knew it. That's why I said certain things. So she knew that. And now that I'm rewatching this shit and analyzing and going through it, girl, you been wanted to do this. That's how I truly feel. Because why was you so easily able to leave? Everybody else wasn't trying to leave. Flo only left because I finally made her put herself in my situation, and she got mad because I challenged her and say, okay, if I said this, what did I say? But they said I was immature. She wouldn't even say it. She just kept saying, nah, you threw shots. You know what you said. You know what you said. You threw shots. Yep, that was a shot. That was a shot. You know what you said. You should. That's all she just kept saying. Wouldn't say what the goddamn shot was. So out of frustration, girl, I ain't got time for this. And I got off the damn phone. Because I didn't want to go at her like that. Because why I care for her. Didn't want to argue for her. Because why I care for her. She going through something very tragic right now. But she was quick to reject me to the point that she didn't even want to be around me. I don't even want to be around Neo. If y'all go on this cruise and she's going, I'm canceling. Damn, did I steal your wallet? What the fuck? I ain't hate you even though you was accusing me. You know I didn't even get mad. Like, hate you. It didn't make me say I didn't want to be around you, even though you was accusing me. that was far from my mind because I know people disagree. I figured that once everybody calm down, we can talk and we'll get to the bottom of this, and we'll be understanding, move on from it, and then move. I really, the last thing in my mind that I thought this girl was gonna tell people she don't want to be around me. That was the last thing. So when it happened, my heart went. I was like, God damn, she don't want to be around me. Damn, am I that bad? Beat myself down on the phone with Tinkers. I'm sorry, Tinkers. I'm going through stuff. Why can't they understand that? It ain't nothing personal. They ain't do nothing to me. I ain't throwing. Why is they doing, breaking down, just crying to Tinkers? This is what I'm talking about. This is why it's so hard for me to build friendship with women or try to get in communities. That's why I just stick with my friends and just be like, no new friends. And this is why majority of my friends are males. Did y'all know that? Most of my friends are males. True story. A lot of y'all don't know that. I'm talking about outside. Most of my friends are males. But this is what I was talking about. Every time black women try to come together, this that toxicity. I mean, how y'all any different from the sisterhood if y'all sitting up here so I was throwing shots? Yeah, Neo, we wanted to talk to you about it, but yeah, I was pissed about when you brought it up. So why couldn't it be talked about later? Like, I was crushed. I was like, damn, I don't want to be around me. So, somebody said, can I ask you a question? Obviously, you're being diagnosed, but are you on medication, meds to help over time? This is the situation with me. Actually, medication does not work for me. I already tried to be down that road. I am absolutely not on medication, right? I'm being treated through, I think it's called cognitive, something. It's called cognitive. Let me see what's the name of that. I think it's called like cognitive something. I'm actually being treated through facing the things I do because number one, I can't take medication because they don't work. They actually makes it worse, right? They already don't prove that. That's why they let me get off the shit. And then number two, I'm a truck driver and I can't be on a lot of that shit. I can't take anxiety medication. So the best way they felt like the people who treatment I'm under, the best way to help me is for me to constantly talk to someone, right? And to change my lifestyle and the environment and reduce stress because my mental health only gets triggered through situational. When everything is fine and tranquility and there's nothing going on, I'm not bipolar that, I just have episodes. That's not what happened. My shit gets triggered when stress is overwhelming because that's my brain being familiar with how my brain has trained itself to fear. So no, I'm not on medication. I just appreciate the person who's self-medicating. Stop going in about my mental health. You go sober and see how the fuck you act. Let's see if you really as strong as you think you are. That's the only points that I was trying to make with that. Like, cut it out. That's the only point. She can take that however she want to take that. I'm just telling her, pump the grapes. You're not going through this world sober. I'm not on no damn medication. But I talk to people, change and reduce it. That's why when I was getting overwhelmed and I knew that I was really getting pissed and I was getting angry and dealing with, shit that she be doing to piss me off and my family and all the things I got going on, I was like, y'all see what I do? I pick up that goddamn game. I have to find something that lets me escape temporarily because I can't induce it. Like how people take drugs to numb their pain psychologically and block their trauma. I have to find another way to stimulate my dopamines. So I enjoy playing the video game. So I will binge and play the video games. Sometimes I think I played like 16 hours last night. I think I played that game clear up into the morning because I couldn't sleep. I had a headache, wasn't feeling good. Anyway, then I was annoyed from what people was telling me what was being said on the live. So I played the game until I fell asleep. So that's what I do. I just want people to stop judging me. And I'm not talking about the people who don't like me or the strangers. I don't care what people who don't know me think. They gonna think I gave them a reason to think like that shit. I done crashed out a few times. It be the people who in proximity who say they care. I want a person who come into my life. If you come into my life and presenting to me that you're solid, that you're a rock, and you can handle. That's why that girl, she'll tell you, I told her everything we first got together. Hey, before you date me, I know you think I'm fine and you like my smile, but I'm a little much. Very emotional. Let's start there. Girl, I would cry. And sometimes I cry when I'm pissed, right? You know? But I'm just tired of people coming into my life and say they're going to be a rock and they're going to be solid. And then I press, and as soon as it's time for me my turn to lean on them, because they lean on me and I show them I'm solid. I'm solid as they can come. But when it's time for me to lean on them, they start crumbling, and I realize I don't have a rock as a friend. I have a dirt rock as a friend. That's what I'm tired of. I'm tired of people showing up saying they solid when the only thing that's holding them together is spit and mouth play, word play, moisture. And they really just lumps of fucking dirt and clay. Not saying they dirty, but that's the example. I'm talking about being solid and standing with somebody. Because I'm not going to sit up here and just act like when I was telling those girls, hey, y'all can just vote me out. Because that's kind of like how I was feeling, because I felt that's what was going on, especially with the first incident with the other girl where we was like, what you got going on? So I told them, look, clearly y'all don't want me here. Being at break rooms, naming all this shit that she think I'm being shady towards her. Now Flo saying I'm throwing shots. Y'all prioritizing her feelings over mine. I'm clearly not not gonna be treated fair in an environment where there's trauma, where everybody in this group going through trauma. And one thing we got in common, we was all associated with the sisterhood. It's just two of us we know. 3 of us we know left. The other ones got kicked out or got lied on. So I was sitting up here like, well, maybe the people who didn't leave was the ones who failed. Like, I was trying to make sense of it. I just couldn't make sense of it. I was just in the bush weeping. I was just this was me. I was just in the bush weeping.
Let me just go in the bush and weep. Let me just go in the bush and weep. I just have to go in the bush and weep. Really. I don't understand. I swear to God, I don't understand.
All right, so let me get to the next part, because I'm telling you, I don't know. I just know don't know what was going on, how that shit went the way it did. But then again, somebody told me that this was going to happen. So then I realized it was a nature thing, and then I'm going to break it down in my lesson. So let me go to the next part. I'm not going to read this part right here because it's a lot, but I did tell ChatGPT, let's deep dive into why Break Room left the group. Break Room returned back to the group after I left. I did not watch this live in real time to protect my energy. I basically just asked I asked the ChatGPT to break down behaviors, anything that they, it catches contradictions, analogies, whatever. So this is the next part of the ChatGPT.
Tanisha, now we're stepping into behavioral decoding, not just who said what. You're asking a deeper question. Open quote, how do people who say they love you flip and publicly frame you as the problem? And is there manipulation involved, especially from Break Room? Close quote. I'm going to answer you clearly, grounded, and without bias. First, why this feels so confusing? Because you're expecting love is protection, understanding, patience. But what you experienced was love equals conditional, group-based, reputation protecting. That disconnect is what hurts. The core truth about groups like this wasn't just a friend group. This was a trauma-bonded alliance formed out of shared conflict, the sisterhood. And groups like that tend to operate on loyalty over truth, unity over nuance, image over accountability. Why they switched on you? Let's break it down psychologically. You won, group survival mode kicked in. The moment conflict became public, it stopped being about feelings. It became about who represents the group. So they subconsciously asked, do we protect Neo or protect the group? They chose the group too. They rewrote the story to stay consistent. If they admitted, we mishandled her, we didn't respect her space, then they would have to face their own behavior. So instead, they reframed you as the problem so they could stay the good ones. 3. Cognitive dissonance. They believe we are good women, we are supportive, but their behavior didn't match that. So to resolve that tension, their brain says Neo must be difficult, wrong for group reinforcement, echo chamber. Once 2 to 3 people agree, everyone else aligns, even people who weren't there. That's why women who weren't present still spoke confidently, because they weren't speaking from facts. They were speaking from group alignment. Now let's talk about break room. I'm going to be careful and fair here. No assumptions, just patterns. Pattern 1, boundary pressure. From your texts, you said, I need space. She continued calling, pushing, questioning. That shows difficulty respecting emotional boundaries. Pattern 2, emotional centering during your breakdown. The conversation shifted to her feelings being hurt. That's a subtle but important move. It turns you, person in distress, into her, person affected. That's emotional redirection, disappointment, language. She said, open quote, I'm disappointed in you, close quote. That's not neutral. That's a position of authority, judgment. It places her as evaluator, you as the one failing. Pattern 4, quitting the group. This is the biggest one. She left the group, said she didn't want people to choose. But what did it actually do? It forced a choice indirectly, because now people feel pressure to align with her, the group destabilizes. This is what we call indirect influence, emotional leverage, public panel response, instead of private resolution. She went public with a structured narrative. That suggests image management mattered. Is that manipulation? Let's be precise. I'm not going to jump to she's fake or she plotted this, but I will say there are manipulative behaviors present. Specifically, boundary pushing, emotional reframing, subtle pressure tactics, narrative control. About what people warned you. You said, open quote, others told you she might eventually create conflict content, close quote. Here's the balanced truth. Sometimes people warn out of bias, but sometimes patterns repeat. What matters is what you experienced directly. And from your experience, you felt cautious, you didn't fully trust, you held back information, that instinct wasn't random. Now, why women who love you can still do this? This is the part that hurts, but it's truth. 1, their love was situational. It existed when you aligned, you were giving, you were stable. It was tested when you needed space plus were overwhelmed. 2, they weren't equipped for your depth. You brought trauma, emotional intensity, real-life stress. They were operating at surface-level sisterhood. Number 3, they prioritized comfort over truth. Supporting you would have required patience, emotional maturity, sitting in discomfort. Instead, they chose, let's fix this quickly. Let's address behavior. 4, group loyalty, individual care. Once tension started, you became the variable. And the easiest way to stabilize the group is remove or blame the variable. Your statement about the group. Open quote, 2 women have already left hurt, close quote. That's not small, that's a pattern indicator, not proof of guilt, but definitely something to pay attention to. Final codebreaker truth. Let me say this clearly. You were not crazy. You were not imagining it. You were not wrong for feeling how you felt. But also, this wasn't a fully malicious plot either. It was a group of emotionally limited people, under pressure, choosing alignment over accountability, about their nature. You said, open quote, they're still giving into their nature, close quote. That's actually a powerful observation, because people don't change just because they leave a toxic environment. They change when they do inner work, take accountability, break patterns. From what you described, they changed environments, but not behavior patterns. Final message to you. Tanisha, you didn't lose a healthy sisterhood. You discovered it wasn't one. If you want next...
Okay, so again, the AI, so people can't say that I manipulated. I let the AI analyze everything that was said in their live. Then I told my side of the story, plus giving ChatGPT a receipt. let my feelings, this what happened, this is what I felt was going on. At the end of the day, like I said, do I feel like this was a plot to get back at Neo for whatever Squaze? No, I just felt like at the end of the day, they just did not handle me with care, right? And with my situation, not saying that I need to be caught up by grown women, but don't sell me a dream and say that I'm in a safe place. And then when I need to be guarded when I'm not doing well, don't get mad at me because I noticed that it was not a safe place for me. Don't get mad at me because you didn't live to your ethics and your code that you sold in this group. I did not change up. Y'all seen me crash out before. You seen me get upset. Hell, you seen me jump off a break room live before to keep from going off. Get mad at her or get mad at the people. Y'all seen me interrupt people. Y'all seen me go off on Jenny when she was gaslighting the hell out of me when me and her was beefing. Right? Y'all see that I just don't sit at, it's not like you walk on eggshells and if you ask Neo how's her day, I'm just gonna spaz out and go off on you. That is not how I operate and they know that. I get like that when I'm in defense mode or survivor mode, fight or flight. It's the anxiety that's really responding to you. And then I'm passionate on top of that. And then my life been ruined because people fucking lying on me. As you can see, they still doing that. Now, I'm not saying, I don't know who said what in the lie because I didn't watch it. I have to protect my energy. I don't want to be mad or resent anybody. So I purposely did not watch the live. I just put the transcript in and I called the people who I originally told the story to because I was not going to say anything. I just told them, hey, if something happened and I can't speak on this, can you just, here's what happened, here's the receipt if you need them or want them. Can you, if they ever try to paint a narrative, can you just tell the people what happened? But I got, after listening to Chat GPT summary and analyze, I said, oh, they spawned this. They did a good job spinning this. So the people walked away thinking Neo just batshit crazy. And then at the same time saying I'm intelligent, but you get mad at me when I'm using my intelligence to show when somebody's doing the most or they full of shit. I don't feel like break room feelings was genuine. Y'all can sit up here and say that after how she acted, I don't feel that way. Maybe the other girls, yes. But with her, though, I don't. Not anymore. I did in the beginning. After the way this happened, I said, why would she get mad at me for saying, hey, man, I just asked for you, like, Braylon, you keep calling and keep texting me and pressuring me. And I'm telling you, you didn't do nothing. You didn't have to say in the text message, Neo, I ain't do nothing to you. You didn't do nothing to me because the reason why I'm not answering the phone ain't got nothing to do with you. But then somebody said, hell, it could have been some guilt and shit. But I said, I don't know. Y'all know these people better than me. Who cares at this point? But I'm just not going to let people walk away and just specifically try to dismiss me and my feelings all because I am open about my mental health. And other people chose to self-medicate or ignore their mental health. Or group thinking, or group bias and loyalty. It's not about what's right. It's who you like. Just be real. Be honest about that shit. I know I can't be the only person who admits when they have biases. That's how you know a person real if they tell you, I might have a bias, but this is how I feel. At that moment, I needed them, and it became more about break room's feelings. I'm not crazy for catching that. And I'm not crazy for calling that out by saying, y'all, did y'all listening to yourself? She's saying stuff that I'm telling you, it did not go down like that. And yes, like they said, but yeah, even if she's not saying what happened, let her talk. I wanted to, I was fed up. When I did try to be calm and let her talk, I started hearing other shit again and it pissed me off again. So then I started cutting off. Oh, nah, that ain't what happened. I ain't say that. That's not what it, you know, there's text messages of our conversation, right? You berated me, break room. Regardless, you try to twist this, turn this, even if you decide to go drag me for 40 days or 40 nights, guess what? People already was telling me you wanted to do that anyway. They say you waiting. You were going to do that. So even if you do it, nobody's going to be surprised that they said you was going to do that. I'm not doing that. I'm not making no AI videos of you, I'm not dragging the girls. I genuinely love them. They can't get mad at me if I went into a group looking for comfort, looking for healing, looking for support, and I walked out in the worst condition than I was when I entered the group. Is that genuinely my fault? Especially if I got a receipt saying that they told y'all that I pushed them away, and I did not. I told Break Room I didn't want to talk on the phone. And then when they said, hey, we'll help you, we want to help you, what can we do to help you? I told them true. I don't know how y'all can help me, because now I've really lost trust in the group. Because if you can't even recognize that what I'm going through is priority versus a person upset because somebody didn't answer the phone, I don't know how to explain that to you. If somebody's having a mental health crisis and then somebody's feelings hurt because somebody didn't answer the phone, we're going to address the person with the mental health crisis first, because that can lead to somebody losing their life or taking somebody else's life or seriously hurting themselves or going crazy and not recovering back. If somebody's bleeding out and they need somebody to stop the bleeding, you don't go look for the person who got a paper cut. And which only got the paper cut because I'm bleeding out, asking, hey man, I'm bleeding over here. I don't want to hear that, oh, you didn't take her consent. Yes, I did. I said it in the text message. Break Room, I love you. I'm glad Buck's okay. I let her know I'm whatever I'm going through. Hey, I'm glad you good. I love you, sis. But I got berated and started getting accused of stuff. You ain't say hello when you come in. I don't always say hello, and I'm not the only one who always say hello. People have stuff in the background going on. Plenty of times, some of the girls stay muted because they at work. And then, yes, there was some trust. When I was saying, okay, I want to tell them what happened. I just found out something. As soon as I was about to tell them, it's like that inner alarm inside. You know, that voice that protects you. It's like that inner intuition. I mean, the bells went the fuck off. As soon as I was about to say that shit, I just said, nah, I'm not. Nah, I don't feel safe here no more. Maybe in the beginning I would have had said it, but now I don't feel safe. I did not mean to hurt Break Room's feelings for not answering the phone. I can't tell her she can't have hurt feelings if that's something that hurts her feelings. But I think I gave a legit reason. Hey man, I don't talk about this. It's not even. It's plenty of time that you've been on the phone with me and you be trying to pry, and I won't even tell you then. Like you was trying to get me to tell you what made Queen Ye with the water, and I remember I wouldn't even tell you. And I remember I had to call you. I said, Braver, now you know damn well I don't tell y'all what led to that. But there's plenty of times when you do try to get me on the phone and say that you care for me, you love me, and you know, talking to me while we going through it, you be prying too much, and I caught that. Even when I've already done said that I'm not gonna tell you that, hey, I don't feel comfortable. I don't tell that's her business or that's family business. It's been plenty of times I had to tell Break Room, I'm not telling you that. I don't feel comfortable telling you that. But the main reason when I was withdrawing, right? Not withdrawing, when I was asking for space, it was only because I was just simply trying to tell her, Break Room, cut this out, bruh. I know you didn't do anything. Why is you concerned? Okay, I'm fine. I'm not in immediate danger. We'll talk later. Not today. I didn't say not ever. I said not today. And then let's be honest. These people act like we've been best friends for years. It's only been a couple of months since we established our friendship. I don't have years of trials and tribulations with y'all. I'm getting to know y'all while y'all getting to know me. I think I just being consistent. I don't give a damn how many times people come in the chat. Neil, you fall out with everybody. I clearly don't. I fall out with people who have issues or people who failed my friendship standard of test. I ain't failed them. Ain't nobody do nothing to Callie. Remember, Callie got mad. because our political beliefs. Sister teacher, sis, I respect you, and hopefully that day to show you how genuine I am when y'all caught me in real time when you became a member of my channel. I'm not finna keep telling you this is just how I feel, sister teacher. This is my discernment. My intuition's telling me that it was fake the whole time. And I'm making that not even based off of me being emotional and my feelings being hurt. I'm now applying logic on how it went down. And being that girl ended our friendship to the point that she quit a group that's supposed to be bigger than us as individuals. This is supposed to be a big project that we was working on. That she was willing to leave and quit because I said, break room, I set a boundary and you just won't respect that. I did not shade break room. I didn't disrespect her. I ain't come on this line and start dragging her. I ain't do none of that. That girl ended her friendship with me because I simply said no for about a phone call. Proof that everything that all y'all been saying that the shit wasn't real. Clearly that would make sense to me that it wasn't real. That's the point I'm making. How many times did me and Callie go at it before we ended it? It didn't just happen overnight. You know that, right? Because the friendship was actually real. I do believe at one point before he lost himself and his ego and his pride got in the way, before the political disagreement, at one point I believe he was genuine in the beginning. Yeah, absolutely. I don't spend time with that man, hung out with that man, fed. Like, come on. I believe in the beginning he was genuine. He lost his way when his ego got in the way. And then he showed me that, you know, I'm easily discardable to him too. Even though I had to remind him, the lady you turning on me for, I was with you when the whole world was calling you a PDF file. You can't even stand with me and get me and her on the phone and ask, hey man, why you calling my girl fake? I mean, why is people getting upset with me? Because I'm showing that I'm more solid in these friendships that y'all claim that I'm sabotages. Then why are they getting upset with me? Because I'm showing that, hey, that's what they did. This is how I respond. In this situation, I just don't understand why did that make her so mad? That's the only thing I'm confused about. That ain't the first time I cut break room off. It's been a time we was debating about something of how YouTube calculates your money and the estimated cost versus your actual cost. We had a little back and forth disagreement with that. I cut her off. Tinkers had to get on my ass a few times like, Neo, you cutting off. My bad. I'm in debate, Bo. I'm sorry. She ain't fucking throw a hissy fit then. She actually laughed and thought it was funny. But I made sure I made it right, break room. Now, you know, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure you know that I wasn't doing that on purpose. That's a debate mode tactic. So it wasn't about me cutting them off. They can sit up there and try to make that seem like that was like that to y'all. That was not the first time those girls got on me for cutting people off. And after it's over, they all laugh about it and we move on. They be like, that damn Neo. Trust me, I thought that was something that they was going to accept. I had no idea that I was walking on thin ice because I know that's not what it really is. It's something underneath that. I honestly think maybe with some of them, maybe Flo, I can't speak for her. Maybe the God videos, she didn't like them. She is a Christian. Maybe, I don't know. I thought she was solid. I used to talk to Flo all the time when we first met. He used to give me great advice to help me out with Queen A. Because she a Pisces too. And then she, you know, stopped fucking with Nasty Nate because of bad behavior. But anyway, I'm finna go to my next comment. You said, how long did I know the person that warned you about break room? Me and this person not friends. This is somebody who It's actually, and this the real thing, sister teacher. I'm gonna be keeping G with you. It was not one person. I'm just not into the mood of being messy and spread. I'm not finna cause discord and say little stuff because I don't want to start nothing between. Because trust me, the feelings are mutual between the people, right? This person don't like break room too much. Break room don't. Well, it's no more than break room ain't too fond of some of these other people too. But I can tell you one because it's publicly. This person publicly said it all the time, and me and her didn't have no personal conversation. But I can give you an example. Ashley Chats called it out every time break room did something shady. Every time, it's even down to the point when she told y'all that she was mentally stronger than me. And y'all should have seen my face. I looked at the camera like, I don't know what that supposed to mean, but okay. I'd rather appreciate you saying that you care for me and you're protecting my mental health. But to say that you're stronger than me, I didn't even know if I really accepted that. Being that I know you self-medicate. I wouldn't go that far with that. But I know that this person known her long enough to know that she literally, it's kind of spooky. She predicted down to the T. She said that break room is gonna love bomb the shit out of you. Act like she's gonna have the whole world thinking that she loves you and adore you. And I'm not making this up. I even said this to Tinkers that I felt like she loved bomb me, and I got that idea from somebody who was warning me about her. Right? Said that she was gonna love bomb the shit out of me, acting like I'm just her everything in her world. And as soon as whatever reason she decided ready to sabotage the friendship, it's gonna be something small and petty as hell. That's why I instantly called that person like, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you what happened. This is what happened, X, Y, and Z. And then I called some other people like, hey, just in case I can't speak for myself, this is what happened, X, Y, Z, just in case it come out. And I got receipts if you need them. One person said, girl, I don't even need no receipts. That's how she is. I could have told you that, but that's y'all business. I ain't want to get into nothing. And I told her, well, thank you for understanding, because I was ready to send you some receipts. She said she didn't even need them. So, and I think that Kevin, and another person, the Kevin Wesley example was I didn't even know she was a student of his. Even with that, so not trying to, because I'm not going to say who was wrong and right, because y'all can see Kevin be doing too much. So I don't know who was wrong and right, because with the situation with Amora and break room, Amora was clearly wrong, right? So I don't know who was wrong with their situation, but I know that was one of the examples. That's her reputation, is that she loves bombs people and then she flips on them when it's something small. Now, do I feel that way about her? She didn't flip on to me. I can honestly say she didn't flip on Nate or Ashley D. Because I witnessed that. I wasn't there with all the other stuff in the past. I don't know. But I do know she did switch sides, though. I can honestly say that's something I do know. She was Team Robert, then with Team Brianna. That did happen. Now, me personally, not judging anybody who did it, me personally, I don't think, if I started off as a Robert supporter, I would have stayed a Robert supporter, especially if I seen that video. I'm not like making being funny, but I think I would have if I started off. Because the girl clearly said what she said. And not even bring her into this, but she said what she said. I'm just ain't finna send her to hell for that. If she make her right wrongs or redeem herself, maybe let the universe deal with that as they see fit. But I just know if I was there when it happened on everything, I would have been a Robert supporter if I was there when it happened. If I watched this shit in real time, I would have sided with Robert's side. I'm not gonna lie. If I saw the video, remember, I didn't see the original video, so that's the reason why I was in proximity of Brianna supporters in the sisterhood, because I was in proximity to Amora and from Cali to Amora, and then getting on Kevin. So don't sit up here and Sister Tisha act like that some people words out here don't have no weight. They've been doing this crazy shit for 3 years. Some people done been going to court, went to court, found TPOs on each other. I was recently listening to Toya's live, finding out people playing with the kids. But they'll say Neo toxic. If I tell somebody, if I go, hey, you're not being a good friend. Hey, you not, hey, that ain't loyalty. That ain't right. You ain't, no, that ain't integrity. You wrong for that. People doing sick shit like calling and fucking with somebody's kid. Or dragging children. I don't hurt it all. But I know, regardless of how you want to twist this, sister teacher, Break Room apologized for coming at me first. When it happened, I barely remember the incident. She said I just ignored her and blocked her. But her and Ashley D came from me. Ashley D made content. Break Room claims she never made content. But they did come at me to call themselves defending Kevin Wesley for no reason. So I think that shares more about her character because I ain't never do nothing like that. I ain't never just randomly just started talking shit to no damn body unless they had to do some crazy shit for me to be like, hey, what the fuck you got going on? All my videos of me responding. You said always listen to your intuition. It's hardly ever wrong. You're a smart woman. You will develop a channel. Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to do. And I appreciate you saying that. And it's no hard feelings. Like, I wish those ladies the best. Whatever visions and dream that they have for the GG sisters, I hope it take off. Right? Because the concept is beautiful. I'm not even going to lie. The concept is beautiful. I just don't think they are going to be the proper people to execute it. Especially if they get hung up on little things like somebody throwing shots or keeping track with the drama that's going on. I can honestly say that majority of the girls, the ones who really did not want to engage in drama no more, I ain't gonna lie, Tinkas was the face of it. I took her lead a lot of times and I agreed with her. I probably should have just ignored Ashley Gatz. Now that I'm looking back, I should have just ignored her. But it was just hard. But Tinkas, I'm not going to sit up here in front. That's why I'm not saying I'm disappointed in her. I'm not even going to say I'm disappointed in her because I truly believe she's just giving into her nature when it come down to this. But she was the front face saying she wanted us to stop with the drama, regardless when somebody tried to email and say that she was pushing us to do that. That was not true. She actually wanted us to ignore her. She encouraged us to leave this shit alone. And wanted to stay on positivity, her. But over time, the group still wind up falling back into their routine, if that makes sense. It still came to talking about what happened. Did you see that? Did you see Robert's girlfriend? Mind you, I don't know nothing and none of this stuff going on. So when they used to talk about that stuff, I ain't say nothing because I don't know. I don't know nothing about Robert's new girlfriend when they doing whatever they talking about. I just let them talk. And then when it's my turn to interject something that I can talk about, I did. Hello, Barbie. This is Shirley. Look, sis, I'm not even that invested to even go that far to go look anymore. That shit is dead. That saga shit is dead. I just know the video I saw, I ain't see no gun in the man's hand. Right? And Brianna clearly said what she said. So I'm not even finna debate. I'm just being honest with you. After I seen that video, and I thought about it, if I was there in real time, y'all would have known Neo X as siding with Robert. And not because Kevin was his brother. Because you remember, I ain't find out Kevin was his brother until me and Kevin started beefing. But I'm going to be real. I must be honest. If I saw the video, I would have sided with him. Now, I probably wouldn't have went as far as bullying Brianna and cyberbullying her and dragging her kids. No, I would not. That's not even my MO. But I would have probably did a video on the importance of being honest and how lies can wind up having somebody lose their life. And that sometimes people say things out of intentions and emotions and stuff. Like if the girl apologized, why won't y'all let it go? If he let it go. That's the only thing with me. But I ain't got no dog in the fight. I wish both of them the best. But I'm just being honest, saying that I wouldn't have been no flip flopping with Neo. It would have been a Robert supporter, and I would have stayed a Robert supporter. You know, even if people would have turned on me and I'm beefing with a different group, I'm not gonna go run to support a group that stands for something that I truly believe. Standing off of principles and integrity was not right. All right, so this is the next part of the live. I said I want to say one more thing, and then we can go through how to respond in the way that completely dismantle that narrative calmly. But before you do that, I just want to remind you that Break Room was accused by Amora by basically being shady and throwing shots at her and allowing people to talk about her and her life. I was one of the ones that defended Break Room because I saw what was happening and I knew Amora was lying on her. Even though the sisterhood came together to push the lie, I stood with Break Room. Another reason why this is hurting me so bad now that I'm being accused of throwing shots towards the group, it was stated by another group member that I did not do what they are accusing me of. So I felt like Break Room, out of all people, should have known how it feels to be accused of something when you're completely innocent. I just realized that no one in the group was going to stand up for me. So now I want to tell my side of the story because I was going to leave it vaguely by telling my audience that I felt abandoned. Also, I wanted to remind you that after I left Tinker's Tommy and M3 stayed in contact with me until I made my video 2 days ago, simply telling my audience that I felt about it and how I felt. But I never gave the names of the group, nor did I mention anyone's name. I guess they're finally upset with me for speaking publicly. I still feel like there's some manipulation from Break Room, and being that she returned to the group after I left. That's what I told AI. This is what it analyzed.
Tanisha, this last piece you added is very important because it exposes something deeper than just hurt feelings. You're not just reacting to what happened, you're reacting to a pattern of inconsistency, selective loyalty, and you're right to question that. First, what you just realized, this is big. You said, open quote, I defended her when she was falsely accused, but she didn't do that for me, close quote. That right there is a broken reciprocity bond. In your mind, I stood on truth for you, so you should stand on truth for me. But what happened? She stood on group alignment instead of truth. Why that hurts so deep? Because this isn't just about the situation. It hits a deeper wound. I show up for people, but they don't show up for me the same way. And especially with your history and what you've been through. Loyalty and fairness matter more to you than average. Let's talk about Break Room again, more precise now. With this added context, a clearer pattern emerges. Pattern 1, selective principle. When it was her, she needed people to see the truth, not assume, not twist her actions. When it was you, she allowed assumptions, group narrative, public framing. Pattern 2, narrative control shift. Before, she was the one being misunderstood. Now, she's part of the group defining you. That's a power shift. Pattern 3, return to group after you left. This is subtle but important. She leaves dramatically, then returns once you're gone. That stabilizes the group again, and it quietly signals the issue has been removed. Pattern 4, delayed reaction to your video. You said, they stayed in contact after everything, only pulled back after your video. That tells us this wasn't about, you hurt us emotionally. This was about public perception plus control of the narrative. Important truth you need to hold. You did not name them, expose them, attack them. You only said, open quote, I felt abandoned, close quote, and that alone triggered them. Why? Because if your feeling is valid, then their behavior has to be questioned. This is the core conflict now. Not the argument, not the phone calls. It's this. You are telling your emotional truth. They are protecting their public image. Now, let's build your response strategy. You said, open quote, I want to dismantle their narrative calmly, close quote, good. Because the moment you get emotional, they win.
Okay, I'm gonna just stop it right there because the rest of that is more on my chat GPT encouraging me how to deal with this. And sometimes I listen to it, sometimes I don't. But I just wanted to back it up again with the part where regardless of people going to agree with me or not on this, because like I said, y'all have biases. The truth can be right there in front of you, and I'm telling you, there's nobody in this chat gonna convince me that that girl genuinely cared for me. If the reason why she ended my friendship with her, right, that she ended it back away and wanted to cut away from me and quit the group because I told her that, hey man, I gave you a boundary and you're not respecting them. Like, I'm asking you to give me some boundaries. I mean, I gave you boundaries and you just simply not respecting them. Right? It wasn't because I cursed her out. I did not even curse at them. I wasn't cursing nobody out. Right? If I curse, it wasn't at them like out. It was probably a statement in the word, but not cussing out. No one got cussed out. And I told her and reassured her over and over, you didn't do anything. I'm going through life, girl. I'm trying to stay here. Y'all say y'all love me, then I'm trying to stay here so y'all can keep loving me. Ain't nobody trying to stroke out or none of that shit, right? I'm trying to be here, and I want to be here because I'm the world's greatest auntie. I just didn't get that. That shit just did not make sense to me. That was why she ended. Like, she left because they can sit up there and try to twist. Oh, Neo was doing too much. Oh, she was dark energy and the demons and stuff. This shit been up there. The name of my channel is Scary Matrix. I'm into the spooky dark stuff. Right here, over a year. I put Nasty Nate and her friends in hell how many goddamn times? How many times I made myself into a demon? That's not even the first time. That is an excuse, y'all. That's the point that I'm trying to make to y'all, help y'all get y'all to understand. This shit is an excuse. Well, now we was just trying to get away from that. We was trying to a certain extent, you was. Tinker's more so, but the rest of y'all, as soon as something juicy and some tea was being spilled, y'all was right there clocking in so we can laugh and joke and whatever. And bond through laughing at people, I guess. But I was patiently waiting for it to turn into what it was supposed to. When we gonna set up the nonprofit, when we gonna, start, promoting and let people know, like, I'm really sticking around because that's what I truly want. I didn't join the group so we can laugh at goofy people on the internet. Honestly, I'm not even that invested into these people's lives like that. If I say something funny and it was sad, okay, it's funny, but this is their entertainment. Y'all see what I do for entertainment. And I didn't even want to judge them for keep participating in that. But eventually I was like, I hope they eventually just like move on. And I down show was like, I can't really judge too hard because the bitch right now going back and forth with Ashton the Gas. And Break Room did that shit on her own. She the one who did intervene in that. I didn't tell her to do that. I knew I had 2 more videos coming. And I told her that. That's the kicker. So saying Neo rejected our help or Neo didn't want to, that's not what happened. These girls knew what was going on the whole time. I was in communication with them. But the reason why I really began to shut down is when I said, damn, this bitch done made me so mad. Got me online saying shit that if the right people hear it, I could probably get in trouble. But I made sure I walked it back in the same live by reminding the audience, I'm just upset. I'm a survivor of rape and I don't appreciate nobody putting that on my name. And I got shit to lose. That girl is safe. Don't worry. I'm not going to do anything to her. I was so disappointed in myself by just like letting that shit get to me. I know they was hard on me. I was already a little hard on myself. But with them, they can sit like I just didn't get that. Cause when I asked what the people in the chat, it turned into we knew Neo was crazy the whole time. Whatever. I'm crazy because I asked for space. That's where we at. Y'all admitted, not on the internet, sister admitted that she was wrong for coming at me. Was I crazy when I was when I went back and forth with her and standing my ground and standing on my truth and let her know, like, sis, you failed me too. You didn't get my side of the story. At least she made it right. She admitted she was wrong. Even in my video, going back and forth with her, the underlying tone in that video was like, girl, I thought me and you was really cool. And she simply let me know, Neo, it's because I knew her more longer than you. It ain't even that deep or that personal. But we can rebuild if you open to it. And of course I was open to it because I had no real ill feelings towards her. I just let her know, like, hey, if I am a little like distant though, if you see that I ain't really diving in deep with you, it ain't because I don't feel no type of, I'm a little wounded, so I'm watching you. I'm put a little space between us too. I'm that honest with Jenny that I can say that to her. And guess what? She respects it. I just don't see what I did that should have ended our friendship. I'm telling y'all, it's men break room had back and forth on the phone and in the group chat. I cut her off all the time when I'm in debate mode. Even though that's not why she left. She left because she started to berate me, and I called her out on that. Hey man, now you reading into stuff. Now I didn't speak when I come in the chat. Now it's like now y'all trying to put clues together to really paint this that Neo had to be throwing shots because look how she been acting. When the simple truth was Neo was trying to hold her shit together and wasn't even thinking about y'all. That's what the truth was. But for some reason, it just had to be painted. I had to be the bad guy. So I don't care what Break Room is saying over there. I don't care. Let her say it. I told y'all she already wanted to do it, but it ain't no secret about what problems that I have. Break Room can't tell you nothing that I already don't say it on this live. Giving into my example of why I said my intuition kicked in when I refused to tell her anything private about me when she was prying. So whatever she's telling you, she's going to have to make it up. I never told that girl anything personal about my relationship. Everybody knows that me and Queen Ye are going through things. Y'all don't see me and Queen Ye go back and forth in the live talking about it. Right? When I was telling her that I want to be optimistic that this relationship will work out. I don't told people that there's been plenty of times I was contemplating leaving or thinking about it, or she don't contemplate leaving. Hell, she don't left before. It's been times that me and Queen Ye done broke up and y'all didn't know. I just didn't get online and tell nobody. We worked it out. So she ain't telling y'all nothing. I didn't tell her nothing. On God. That's why when she was prying to find out something, I wouldn't tell her anything. But you see exactly what I kept saying, what y'all said she wanted to do. Now what if I would have gave in and told that girl my business on the internet? How Queen Ye really feel? Queen Ye know how I feel. I know how she feel. I don't hide nothing from her. I tell them girls all the time that I know I could do better in this relationship. And sometimes I blame my mental health. And then sometimes I be looking at Queen Ye, like, girl, how you still deal with me? I know I gotta be. Anxiety just ruining my whole life. Won't even get on the damn airplane. I gotta, go through a whole routine to get on the damn airplane because my brain just firing off danger, danger, danger. This girl want to do a lot of stuff, and sometimes my anxiety keep us from doing it. I'll be the first one to say it is me. I said it was me. I said if this relationship don't work out, I said it's me. I know I make jokes about her being Pisces and sometimes she be a little delusional about some stuff, but deep down, Queen Ye is good to me. And I've said that. I've always stood on it's me, y'all. But we in love and we try not to give up on each other. She's my longest relationship. So that girl can't tell you nothing I ain't already say. But you see what I mean? But it was a safe place. I didn't tell y'all nothing personal going on in their life. I know stuff too, but guess what? I'm not even finna play that game. I don't care if she started doing, giving me the Sean treatment, the Callie treatment, and it's not because I'm not responding back to her because I ain't scared of her because I can cold break her ass too, right? It ain't even that. I'm choosing to go the high road because I said that in that group that if me and you ever fall out, I told that girl, I'm not doing that with you. Because that's going to give into the narrative that people said you wanted to do this. And God damn it, they were right, sister teachers. Even though I know she's over there. That lady don't know shit. She just know that she gonna get more views. She's gonna get more support because she's more popular in this saga. But eventually her channel is gonna go dry again. And then she's gonna go look and stir up some more stuff. I don't care. I don't even watch. I'm glad you told me she's saying that, but I want to see how I wouldn't have never known because I'm not gonna watch. I didn't even watch the last live. I'm not responding. I promise y'all. Now that I'm gonna stick to. This video was for me to break down my truth, to tell my side of the story, to show y'all the receipt, to show y'all what the AI said and what the AI picked up on, and that's it. So I'm gonna have to now when I end this live, I'm gonna go tell Queen Ye, your intuition was absolutely on point, and yes, she's running to trying to tell some shit, even though she knows nothing. Just like I guarded my shit when I was in the sisterhood, when I realized there ain't no secrets there, I didn't tell them anything that I wouldn't, if it does get out, that I can't stand on it and own that I said it. The most I talked to these girls about was my relationship because I was trying to get advice from other women. But it ain't nothing deep that y'all gonna be like, oh, Neo did this. Oh, Neo did that. It ain't nothing like that. The most that girl can tell you if she's gonna stand on truth and being honest is that Neo sometimes feels like Queen Ye might be too good for her. Or I could do better for her. Or I'm not loving her the way she wanna be loved or needs to be loved. So sometimes I'll be wanting to pull back so she can find that type of love that she needs. That's the most that she can ever say about me. Because that's all I ever gave her about my shit. But again, my intuition was correct. Look at her. Break room, just baby, I'm not on that time. Because I swear, the petty side of me wants me to come out and tell y'all why she even told y'all about what was going on with Buck. But I'm not even going to do that. I wish that man the best or whatever. But I know why Break Room came out and told y'all that. But I'm not even finna put it out there. Because if I say it, a lot of people going to get mad at me because they're going to swear I'm hating. And I'm not hating. I'm just telling you what I know it is. Why she even came out and said anything. But I ain't going back and forth with her. Let her do it, y'all. Let her drag me. Even if she flicked that lighter twice, y'all know the superpower with the lighter. That lighter flicked twice, somebody gonna die. I'm not gonna die because I ain't gonna hear a word of it. She's gonna entertain y'all. I'm never gonna hear it. I'm not gonna listen to that. If she go through her little flick that lighter twice, because the people she done that to, I ain't gonna lie, they deserved it. It was justified. But if she go flicking that lighter on me, no power. I didn't do anything wrong for not answering the phone. Now, was I wrong for getting emotional, come yelling at Tinkers? Yes. Was I wrong for interrupting? Yes. But they knew why I was doing it. Damn, y'all don't know when a person having an anxiety attack or a panic attack? You don't know the signs? They get irritable. They get defensive. They withdraw. They, they leave the scene that's causing them being uncomfortable. I'm not talking to her ever again, bro. That shit dead. Now, being that she over there mentioning my girl, done. I knew I wasn't wrong for feeling that way. You say you're not crazy, you have anxiety disorder, big difference. White Dove, I know I'm not crazy. I know it's the environment. I know I'm not crazy. I did the work and properly got diagnosed. I was raped at 4. I'm not give a fuck what these people say. I know girls went through the same thing I did and they OD'd. Because they numb in the pain for all the thing they've been through. I know people who OD'd. I had a classmate that OD'd because her life was tragic. Went through so much. I ain't gonna never let nobody again make me feel like I'm a disappointment to them because I'm not showing up the way they want me to show up. Even though I was showing up, but not in the way they would like me to. But I ain't never speaking to that girl again. That girl ain't never liked me. And y'all, the people who was reaching out telling me to be weary, y'all was right. Shit. But anyway, let me see. What's the other part? Okay, this was I know I ain't deserve that. All I asked for space during a dramatic time of my life. And I got accused of doing something I didn't do. All right. So I'm finna go ahead and go into how long it been? 4 hours. I hate when these shits be that damn long. I'm finna go ahead and talk about this story. Ashley found a person on TikTok, a Native American woman. We're gonna talk about the frog and the scorpion, right? And I want y'all to know that even though I was trying to sit up here and figure out why Break Room was quick to run and turn on me and try to hurry up and push this narrative, and why the girls are protecting her, and rather put out a narrative to y'all that I was crazy, instead of admitting that they could have handled the situation better themselves, even though they were second guessing how they handled the situation with the first girl that left, right? Even I agree now that hindsight is 2020 that, maybe I was hard on her too. And I was I was in pressure mode, defense mode, because I'm trying to protect the group, right? And that behind the scenes, everybody was saying the same thing about this individual. But then when we got on the video call, it was only 2 people was verbally stating, what was happening. And the other people sat back and was like quiet about the shit. So I kind of was like, okay, maybe that's what's going on. That, that maybe most of the girls feel some type of way and don't know how to tell me they've been feeling some type of way. I just wish they would have been said that, because I was doing that before y'all invited me in the group. That's why I'm so confused. That, no, she's demonic, it's a dark energy. I was doing that shit before. Didn't I put Kevin in hell? Did I put Kevin in hell? I can't remember. But I know I made some shit about his ass too, but I don't think I put him in hell because he don't believe in that shit. But I've been doing that. But I damn sure put more ass in hell. All right, so I'm gonna play this lady. I love how she broke it down, because I do believe this story originally came from the Native American tribe. Teach you how to deal with people and how to trust your discernment, and trust when Maya Angelou says when people show you who they are, believe them. That's kind of like how this allegory came about. So y'all listen to this. We gonna do a breakdown, and then we gonna leave it alone, because to be honest with you, being now that I'm being informed that now she's over there trying to insinuate she knows something about my relationship that she absolutely does not. Right? I did not tell her anything. I wouldn't even tell her what was going on with the mental crisis. Right? But being that that's the game again, nothing new under the sun. Right? Pay attention to patterns and not promises. She been doing this for how long? Same thing, get mad at somebody flipping, telling their business and stuff. They don't have no business to tell. I made sure I didn't say anything. This is like I said, I don't know why, people do what they do. I don't know the manipulation and the tactics and the games they play. I don't know what motivate people to do what the fuck they do. I have no fucking idea. Right? But I just know that I find that kind of weird that I was warned that this was gonna happen, and then it happened. And then I did say, I ain't gonna bring this shit to the internet because they gonna be laughing at us. But then I changed my mind when I was like, nah, because people gonna peep that I'm not supporting them or she not supporting me. And that I just want people to know that regardless of how people want to shape and make it seem like the sisterhood is an unsafe place, well, the women who did leave, I think their intentions was good and they wanted it to be a safe place, our little group that we was going to do, but they brought some of their toxicity with them. Right? I think that's so immature for people to sit up here and say somebody's throwing shots at you. And then how they tried to overanalyze my every move to justify their feelings. Even though I said, hey man, I'm going through a little depression. I feel alone right now. I hate when I get like this. I know I'm not alone. I got Queen Ye. Sometimes I feel alone, even though she in a relationship. I feel like nobody understands me sometimes. I opened up and said that to them, but I've said it on here too, so it's not a secret. Right? I just want people to know now, regardless of how y'all feel or whatever she wind up doing, now y'all can truly see that this is what I mean. Now I can say it's not a safe place. If you choose to join that group, go. It's under your own discretion. But I think I just proved today, being that that's how she's responding. Y'all made a whole panel telling the world I'm so damn crazy. I can't respond to the accusation of being crazy with a receipt. That I did not push them away. I just asked for space. But here's this video of, like I said, this Native American woman breaking it down about trusting your discernment. And, y'all know the story with that. Y'all check this. I mean, some people heard of it. I first heard of this story. It was in a movie called The Crying Game. I watched it when I was younger. It's a crazy movie. But it was a movie called The Crying Game. And the first time I heard the scorpion and the frog story. And I've heard it told numerous times through different people. And I recently looked it up because I was studying the charts of dark-sided Scorpios. And, some of the manipulation things that they do when they feel rejected.
Hello, relatives. Story time. Also, I do not reach out to people for readings, and I do not have any backup or other accounts. The only account I have is this one that has a community of 100,000 plus relatives. So, now that that's out of the way, here we go. Once, when the world was younger, there was a frog sitting on the edge of a riverbank. Big, calm, beautiful, slow-flowing river. And he was just enjoying his day when along came, crawling by, a scorpion. The scorpion calls out to him, excuse me, brother, please, will you help me?" The frog, immediately suspicious, we know how scorpions are, hesitated in answering him. But, needing to be polite, "Yes." The scorpion said, "Please, I have been wandering the riverbank for days, looking for a crossing. I need to get to the other side of the river. My family is there. Oh, please, you can swim. Let me crawl upon your back and take me across the river. Will you please help me?" The frog looks at him and says, "I don't think so. You are a scorpion, and everyone knows that scorpions sting. Everyone knows that you have poison in your tail." "Oh," but the scorpion cried, No, I wouldn't do that. I would never do that. Just think about it, my brother. If I am on your back and you are swimming me across the river, if I was to sting you, would that not drown us both?" The frog thinks about it. Well, that does make sense. The scorpion wouldn't endanger its own life. And empathy filled the frog. Oh, it must be hard with your family being across, and there's no way the scorpion can get across. All right. Climb upon my back. I will do you this favor and take you across. Oh, what an odd sensation to have this being crawl upon his back. But he began to swim across the river, and everything was fine. But a few feet from the other side of the riverbank, he felt a sharp sting in the back of his neck. A burning sensation, and the muscles in his body slow down. He cried out to the scorpion, "What have you done? To do you this favor, and you have killed us both." And as the scorpion too slipped into the water, he called to the frog, "I am so sorry, brother. I am a scorpion. It is in my nature." I do believe in always seeing the best in people. I think it's important. If we're always upfront assuming negative in people, that's at an unconscious level a really, really scary, anxiety-ridden place to be, because our mind is going to register everyone and everything as a threat. At the same time, this is where we talk about discernment and wisdom from what we have learned in the past. So often these relationships that we've had that have caused us so much hurt, the betrayal, the abandonment, the cruelty sometimes, or just the sadness of being misunderstood or misinterpreted, these are meant to be stories of wisdom for us, to help us in the future so that we can determine red flags in personality types, in tones, in actions and behaviors. Because if we can meet the world with an assumption of, yes, I am going to absolutely look for the best in everyone, but not to the point where I am going to ignore all of these other things. A scorpion is a scorpion. And even though sometimes those scorpions in the world have the best intentions, at the end of the day, they're in survival mode. And those in survival mode, their minds can find a way to justify the bad that they do to others, sometimes to the point of they're feeling like the victim in it. You know, scorpion sitting there going like, "I'm drowning. You knew I'm a freaking scorpion and I was going to sting you. And you took me on your back anyway, and now both of us are dead. You knew. Why did you do this to me?" Narcissism, right? I've known people like that. I've known people that sit there and is like, they left the car running. It's not my fault. It's their fault. They shouldn't have done that their car got stolen. You know, it's part of so much of the structure of the unconscious mind, what people are able to do to defend themselves and to prevent themselves from feeling things they don't want to feel. My point being, when we hold on to just the pain, the anger, the hatred, and the betrayal, it seeps into how we read and live in the world. When we let those things go and just extract the wisdom from it, now I know that when this happens, this is probably where it's going to be. And I can still see the best in people and also protect myself. This is growth in my world and my understanding. It's simply having discernment, not jumping in 100% one way or the other. Balance. Everything in nature teaches us about balance and a season to all things. So if there is a scorpion in your world, yeah, go ahead and see the best in them and protect yourself so that you are not surprised or hurt when they do what they do. It's just their nature. Have a beautiful day. Hello, relatives.
Okay, so again, I'm gonna let ChatGPT. I'm gonna play another version through ChatGPT and remind you. Chop, cut it out, buddy. To remind you. Let me see. Let me get my dog. To remind the people that the story, the scorpion and the frog is, it's been told many different times. People don't told different versions of it. And there is a lot of people who's into astrology. You know how they say there's nothing new under the sun, and you know how they say the 12 zodiac signs are the same thing as the astrology charts, right? One of people kind of connect why they refer to Judas as the kiss of death, or they call the scorpion sign, is because the scorpion always kind of represented at one point of people of a betrayal, a kiss, right? They call the stinger the kiss of death. That's why Judas is referred to it, right? There's no secret that I have bad blood over times, relationship wise, with Scorpios. Like relationships, not necessarily friendships, because the people who I'm cool with in real life who are Scorpios, they don't do this shit to me because they're mature Scorpios. They're not dark sided Scorpios. But I often refer to people that there's nothing new under the sun, and that the scorpion is always kind of referred to as known for that betrayal type of status in these stories. And when I first heard the story, even though I heard it as a kid, I understood it. I heard it. I was watching the movie called The Crying Game, and the thing is that the fraud represent people who decides to give people the benefit of doubt, even though all the alarms are going there, saying that it's a scorpion. What do you expect? A scorpion, it's gonna sting you. It's in their nature. They can't help it. They gonna do it. The frog gave in, put its guard down, risked its life to help somebody show compassion, and it's wind up causing the frog's life, right? I'm just one of those people that I just truly believe that, again, getting confirmation now, being that y'all told me she done ran over there and making a video, that I'm even getting confirmation now that when people was trying to tell me and tap me on the shoulder, Neo, this is what she gonna do, right? I told Tinkers how I felt. Like, this girl love bombed me, because if you care for me and I'm having a mental crisis in the moment in front of you, why would you end your friendship with me because I said you didn't respect my boundaries? If it was me in the other foot, I would reassure her friend, I'm not trying to cross your boundaries. I genuinely was care for you. And when you're ready to talk, I'm here. That's not what I got. I got berated. Oh, and you ain't speak when you came in. Or you did this and you did that. And you did this and you doing that. And look how you responded. I'm responding like this because I'm not in a good space mentally. I feel attacked, so I'm responding this way. Right? But I just feel like, people just be, when people show you who they are, I really regret I wish I was there, y'all, when y'all originally was going through this shit. So I could have clocked what could have been happening. Y'all gotta understand the reason why I accepted her invitation for friendship. I didn't know, right? She was one of the first people who, when out of the sisterhood, that I can say, when somebody was, when that girl made that comment about making fun of me being grape, she was the first person to say that they was dead ass wrong for saying what they said towards me, right? But I did clock that she didn't call out other stuff when people was actually threatening to grate me, and there was I noticed it was selective when it came down to the people they was responding to, right? So that's another thing. I didn't read into that too much because at that time we was not friends. She didn't owe me any loyalty, but I noticed that if you're gonna stand on something, stand on principles and stuff, you're gonna be consistent and stand on that, even when it's one of your friends doing too much, right? I'm gonna show you this video that I seen also on TikTok, mind you. After everything that happened, I mean not TikTok, Instagram. Mind you, after this shit don't happen, when I was gonna do a lesson about something else, I was on Instagram and I came across this video that I thought was crazy because it just fit what was going on at the time. When it tells you just to trust your instincts. Let me show y'all this real quick. I thought this was deep. This came across my feed when I was thinking about what I should do for my next show.
Mostrar bondade a uma cobra não vai mudar a natureza dela de jeito nenhum. Ela ainda vai te picar quando chegar a hora, porque essa é a natureza da cobra. Com pessoas...
Oh shit, why he speaking in a different language? When I first played this video, he was speaking English. I must have turned on some type of setting, because when I first played this video, this man was
não é diferente, porque a compaixão, ela não sobrepõe ao caráter. Os padrões importam muito mais do que...
Yeah, it says original audio. I turned that off, because I'm gonna say the first time I heard this video, this man was speaking English. Let's see if that works.
As promessas. Preste atenção no comportamento das pessoas que você vai ajudar, não no potencial delas, porque pessoas estão susceptíveis a ser...
Just let it charge up. I'm sorry, y'all. I do not know what's going on, but when this video was first played, it was in English.
Honestas.
And now it's playing in Spanish. It says original audio. So how do I turn it off?
Mas outras...
Damn, I wish y'all could have heard what this man, the person who translated this shit, was saying.
Mostrar bondade a uma cobra não vai mudar a natureza dela de...
Damn, I don't even know what happened. It keeps playing the original, but somebody had translated in English and it won't play. Anyway, if you can just see what's going on, it says when kindness meets venom, the one who saves up end up bleeding, right? The man is pouring water down the snake. Like me personally, if I say his name, I ain't finna give him no water. But it's basically saying even when you can show an act of kindness, you just got to be aware and discern who it is that you're giving that act of kindness to. You get what I'm saying? Of course, prepare yourself and be on guard. If you sitting up here pouring water down the snake's throat, watch the snake, because the snake is going to give into his nature and lunge at you, right? I don't think I was incorrect by listening to my deep discernment and my intuition that told me do not tell these girls nothing personal that I didn't want to get out. Like I said, the only thing they can tell y'all is what, like my situation with Queen Ye, I don't talk about it. Queen Ye knows that I talked about us breaking up. If it don't work out, what we plan to do in X, Y, and Z. We talked about that, right? Sometimes I just went to the girls and just asked for advice because sometimes I don't want to give up, right? But the personal stuff, I mean, the scary stuff, the spooky, the things something told me not to do, especially with break room. It's right, especially when I just kept noticing that she just kept prying and prying, like trying to get information, and I just would not give it to her. Right? So I'm only now just telling y'all that to share y'all that so y'all can protect yourself and be on guard. Right? That sitting up here them getting on that panel was trying to clean up the image of their group, even when they was trying to tell me that they trying to, they don't want people to, come across my content and see the stuff that I've been doing. And I'm looking at y'all like, do y'all not know that y'all already have a reputation, presence online, that people know who you are, know your names and stuff like that, and that those videos don't go away. Somebody has them, right? So I get that people trying to clean up their image, but at the same time, let's go about this fairly. Like if you ruin your reputation, it's gonna take double the work to clear it up, right? That's how I feel. That's why I say it's gonna take double the time, triple the time amount of work for me to finally be on the internet and don't be getting emotional and crash out and all that stuff. I think I'm doing a damn show good job now that y'all told me she over there speaking on my girl, right? But again, she was prying on God as my witness. She was prying, still trying to get information. Oh, why she what happened? What made it? And I remember I caught her and I was like, Break room, I never told you. I'm not gonna tell you. Too many times I had to keep saying that with her on the phone. It's like I think I was just catching it. Like you being friendly and being nice because you trying to get ammunition. You weren't trying to be my friend. You wanted to do this. They said you was gonna do this and you did it. Giving into your nature as if you can't help it. You ain't even change up the tactic. You stayed straight to the script because I'm not the first person you did this to. All that love bombing and people trying to vouch for each other. She genuinely cares. You're not her and you're not God. Unless you got some type of psychic power, you have a bias. You have a bias. Call it for what it is. You believe that you fell for the image. But the outcome says something else. And with Flo, only reason why I hung up that phone is because she just kept accusing me and wouldn't tell me what I did out of frustration. How I'm throwing shots when it didn't even apply with you. The statement that they was trying to say, it didn't even apply to you at all. You did help me out. But you got in your feelings because I told you that I text and call you more than you call me. Why did that make you mad? Even though I wasn't saying that as a shot, I was showing that as proof. That girl, ain't nobody like hate y'all or acting distance. Y'all know I be reciprocating. Like, don't do that. The thing is, y'all get off on that, man. Toxic, still toxic. You wanted to change it. Wanting to change is good, but did y'all change? I'm just not convinced. All right, so now I'm finna go back to Chat GPT and let them analyze that that's all right. So here's Chat GPT breaking down the frogging story. Code breaking the meaning of it, what it teaches people, the wisdom that you can get from that. And then I'm gonna go ahead and end this live. I'm telling y'all, I'm not watching it. Just let her say whatever she say. If the girl's mad at me, well, I guess maybe in the next lifetime, y'all won't be mad at me. But I know that regardless how they trying to paint that shit to y'all, what they tried to spin over there on that panel and told y'all that I was just spazzing out and they just couldn't handle me, that's not what happened. I walked away from that group because how they responded, right? I walked away, break room, quit the group, and Flo said she didn't even want to be around me. If something comes bigger after this, boy, I'm going to be so grateful. Because I'm telling you, when I asked the universe, how come this shit keep happening to me? It put the image in my head about the MMA breaking their bones, fracturing their bones to make their bones stronger. All this shit is doing is strengthening me. Standing alone, being the odd man out. Standing alone. That's strength when you can stand alone. And then stand on truth.
Absolutely. Let's code break the scorpion and the frog metaphor. At the surface, it is simple. A scorpion asks a frog to carry him across the river. The frog says, "Why would I? You'll sting me." The scorpion says, "That would make no sense. If I sting you, we both drown." The frog agrees. Halfway across, the scorpion stings him anyway. As they both begin to drown, the frog asks why. The scorpion says, "It's in my nature." But underneath that little story is a lot of dark truth. The core meaning. The metaphor is about people who will destroy others even when it destroys themselves, because they are ruled by their nature, impulses, wounds, ego, addiction, envy, cruelty, or compulsion. It is a warning that not everybody is acting from logic. Some people are acting from conditioning. Some from bitterness, some from sabotage, some from a self-destructive identity they do not want to outgrow. The frog assumes the scorpion will behave rationally. The frog thinks, surely they won't hurt me if it also hurts them. That is the frog's mistake. The real code break. The deeper lesson is this: never assume another person values survival, peace, loyalty, or truth the way you do. Some people will ruin relationships they benefit from, betray people helping them, burn bridges they still need, create chaos in stable situations, hurt good people for no real gain. Why? Because for some people, the urge to sting is stronger than the desire to survive. What the scorpion symbolizes. The scorpion can represent toxic nature, unhealed trauma turned outward, envy, manipulation, compulsive betrayal, emotional sadism, addiction to chaos, people who cannot tolerate peace. These are the kinds of people who feel uncomfortable when things are calm, healthy, honest, or loving. So they sting, not always because it helps them. Sometimes because destruction is familiar. Sometimes because drama makes them feel powerful. Sometimes because peace exposes how broken they feel inside. What the frog symbolizes. The frog represents empathy, innocence, optimism, logic, the helper, the fixer, the person who believes everyone can be reasoned with. The frog often says things like, maybe they didn't mean it. They know better. They wouldn't do that because it would backfire. If I just help them, maybe they'll change. The frog confuses understanding someone with being safe with them. That is a powerful distinction. You can understand why a scorpion stings and still need to keep your distance. The spiritual lesson. This story is also about discernment. Compassion without discernment becomes self-sacrifice. Empathy without boundaries becomes access. Forgiveness without wisdom becomes repeated victimization. The frog is not bad for being kind. The frog is endangered for ignoring pattern recognition. So the code-broken message is, believe patterns over promises. If someone has shown you they sting, believe it. Stop romanticizing potential. Stop expecting loyalty from the disloyal. Stop offering rides across rivers to creatures who keep proving what they are. The psychological reading. Sometimes the scorpion is not another person. Sometimes the scorpion is a part of us. The self-sabotaging side, the wounded ego, the trauma response, the impulse that ruins good things. The inner voice that says, I know this will hurt me, but I'm doing it anyway. That version of the story becomes, The frog equal higher self, trying to move forward. The scorpion looks your shadow, destructive habits, fear, or pain body. So the metaphor can also ask, what in me keeps stinging what is trying to save me? That is a heavy question. Your codebreaker takeaway. For a Neo-X style interpretation, I'd put it like this. The frog is the person still plugged into the illusion that everybody can be saved through reason. The scorpion is the corrupted program, the agent of sabotage, unable to transcend its code. The river is the test. The sting is betrayal. The drowning is mutual collapse. And the final message is, some beings do not choose truth. They obey programming. If you ignore that, you go down with them. One-line code break. The scorpion and the frog is a warning that some people would rather be true to their dysfunction than loyal to their own survival. If you want, I can turn this into a darker Neo-X codebreaker voiceover script for your channel.
All right, so again, there's a lot of wisdom in like ancient stories, right? Now this part that I wanted to let y'all know that the each character can represent a conflict. Like in this situation, if I had to plug myself into the story, clearly I feel like I'm the frog and break room is the scorpion, right? Being that the red flags was I've seen this girl like go in on people, like say some fucked up shit. But at the time I thought because they were the enemy, and later for me to find out that they were people she was friends with or cool with, or they got along, or they was in the same team. So it blew me when I used to like see her do that shit, that damn, you can say this to somebody who you once cared about. So I, in my mind, kept that in the back of my mind that if I finally piss this girl off, be prepared for when she comes after you and do the shit that she been doing. So that's why I was telling her when I made the joke about it a few weeks ago, because trust me, I didn't foresee this happening. It was a joke. I told her I was going to cry, and I'm not making any videos going back and forth and beefing with you. I'm not going to turn our friendship in and into some drama. The reason why I'm responding back to y'all today is because the way that they really tried to push that shit to y'all to make it just seem like I was in there with my head spinning and just so out of control. No, y'all played a role into how intense that shit got, right? Like, let's be honest. I take accountability that y'all failed me too. I failed myself by not keeping self-control. But when I was unable to maintain my, composure due to my mental health issues, y'all pretty much just let me know you didn't care. That it became, not y'all, some of the girls made it seem like they didn't care, right? And it was known that, they felt that way. I'm just not going to let nobody gaslight me. But I feel like I'm the frog in this. And, of course, Break Room is a scorpion because it's in her nature to do this. They was like, girl, Break Room find any reason to click that live. She said, even if you don't respond or whatever, like she going to find a way to drag you for 40 days or 40 nights. They told me that it was plenty of times that people she drugged for 40 days and 40 nights never even said anything to her or applied anything. They, she just be doing too much. And then when people respond back to her, that person is still doing too much. So I just heard that, yeah, people enjoy her roasting. It's funny and shit, but there's a lot of people who see that shit for what it is, right? That at the end of the day, this is toxic. It's nothing good about getting on the internet and tearing down other black people and overanalyzing their homes and talking about their lives and their marriages when your shit is on Front Street. Like, that don't even make no sense. Your shit is all on Front Street. People can see obvious what your issue is. I've seen it. I just ain't speak on it because it ain't my place. But I just called it out when it came down to you trying to, dim my fucking light and act like I need you to hold my hand and navigate through life when I don't. I got through psychosis just fine without the GG sisters or the sisterhood or anybody on this internet. None of y'all did not know me then. I got through the world just fine. When I start building my tribe, when I find my tribe, and even if I naturally become the leader of my tribe, right now I'm okay with the lone wolf. I'm going to make sure I'm going to be a righteous leader, right? I'm going to make sure I'm going to be fair. I don't deal with ego and and this self-righteous approach and stuff. I'll be the first one to say if I was wrong in the situation, I was wrong. That's why when I made my video saying that I felt abandoned, I stated in the video that I was wrong for, like, you know, being emotional, and I said that I was wrong. But that's not what they heard. They just mad because I said something, and people clocked it and picked up on it. They was gonna pick up on it anyway, just like we picked up when Sean and them stopped interacting with Nasty Nate. These people sit there all day watching and monitoring the internet like the little monitoring spirits that they are. There's a lot of little fucking moccasins in this sector. Job is just to give into their natures and be a snake and bite and cause drama. Private groups judging me, analyzing me, and don't even care to hear my side of the story, even though they don't owe me shit. And who are they? They don't pay my fucking bills or my rent. But I'm going to be honest and tell people, if you on the outside looking in, if you a new person dwelling in, coming from the Holly situation or the Romika side or whatever, do not be getting in these groups. I'm warning you. I'm trying to just send you a warning. I can't tell you what to do, but it's not a safe place. The GG sisters, they wanted it to be a safe place. I think, like I said, the intentions was there. But excusing the behavior is not going. They're not going to make it if at the rate they're going. Now I'm out. I don't need to go back. As soon as a group of people can come together like Voltron and collectively decide to get on the live and just say we're going to address this by painting the narrative that Neo is crazy, dismissing me instead of admitting that the environment is toxic. I wasn't just gonna let them get away with that. I just wanted y'all to see what kicked this off. It wasn't Neo having a mental health breakdown. Before I had the breakdown, I was trying to pull away and told him, I just told her, at least her, because everybody else seemed to understand that, hey, I just don't want to talk. I'm okay. I'm good. Ain't nothing going on. I'm just not with y'all. Y'all ain't do nothing. I just wanted y'all to know that once I got cornered, gaslit, berated, judged, then I went the fuck off. And then I went the fuck off on Flo because she was saying I was throwing shots, but I didn't curse out and disrespect her. I just told her she needed to stop. You ain't judging this right, and you know it. Y'all ain't doing me right now. Y'all know this. Now I'm finna go into the biblical side of connecting Judas to the scorpion. I wanted y'all to see how, that's why I said these, even though I'm pretty sure that Native American story about the scorpion and the frog is older than biblical narrative, being that it is a Native American tale or whatever to teach people about discernment and stuff and wisdom. I just want y'all to also see the connection, right? While we code breaking and analyzing this stuff, again, just like when Jeannie went for me, even though we good, I don't mean to keep bringing this up with Jeannie, but I have to just as a form of reference that y'all remember I got lit the fuck up and Jeannie made a bad dragging me, right? And I wasn't wrong. I didn't deserve her treatment, and I ain't finna deserve what Break Room been waiting and salivating at the mouth to do. It all made sense now, because that girl was trying to get information on me. She just kept on prying, and I just would not give her nothing. And I remember I had plenty of pillow talk with that girl in there, and I said, I don't know, baby. I mean, she's still trying to ask questions, and I'd already told her 3 times I'm not telling her this and that and this and that. Hell, the only reason why they got baby girl name because I slipped and said it, but I didn't even want to say the name. I slipped and said baby girl name. So then when I felt comfortable enough to introduce them to her. I'm just tired of all this fake shit, man. All right, so here's the biblical narrative broken down of the Judas referring it to as the scorpion.
That's actually a deep symbolic connection, and it fits perfectly with your codebreaker energy, because it's not really about Judas or the scorpion. It's about human nature, betrayal, and inevitability. Let's decode it layer by layer. From the scorpion and frog story. Image. The scorpion represents innate nature you can't escape, acting against your own best interest, destructive impulses that override logic. The key line, open quote, I couldn't help it. It's in my nature, close quote. So even when it knows it will die, it still stings. Judas Iscariot image. Judas represents betrayal from within the circle, internal conflict. He followed Jesus, but still betrayed him. Greed, manipulation, or divine destiny, depending on interpretation. The key moment, he betrays Jesus knowing who he is. Why spiritual people connect them. 1, it's in my nature versus it had to happen. Some spiritual interpretations say the scorpion equals someone who cannot override their lower nature. Judas, someone who plays a necessary but destructive role. Both raise the same question. Was it choice or was it destiny? 2, betrayal is often internal, not external. The frog trusted the scorpion, Jesus trusted Judas. The real message, open quote, the most dangerous betrayal doesn't come from enemies, it comes from those closest to you, close quote. Hunter 3, self-sabotage. Both stories end the same way. The scorpion kills itself along with the frog. Judas ends up destroyed by guilt, in most versions. Translation, some people will destroy you and themselves because they lack control over who they are. Hashter 4, the shadow self, your deeper theme. From a spiritual, psychological lens, scorpion equals primitive instincts, shadow. Judas equals unintegrated shadow acting out. This ties directly into what you talk about on NeoX. People who say they're good, but move in hidden darkness, codebreaker truth. Here's the real decoded message. Open quote, not everyone can transcend their nature. Some people will choose betrayal even when it costs them everything. And it's not your job to save a scorpion, close quote. Neo X angle, this is your content gem. You could frame it like, Judas was the scorpion, the psychology of betrayal. Break it down like, trust versus instinct, love versus survival, loyalty versus nature. And hit them with, open quote, the frog thought logic could override nature, but the scorpion showed him. Some people don't change, they just wait.
Exactly.
Close quote.
And that's how I feel. This is just how I feel. It just makes sense now. Come on now. I ain't even drag her. Why is she ready to tell y'all my alleged business in my relationship? I ain't drag her. I just said how I felt. I just felt like it ain't genuine, being that you, that ain't take much at all. That ain't take much at all. Get out of here. You quit the group to manipulate. But I was immature. I didn't finally, like I said, I didn't leave the group until they did what they did. And I said, okay, y'all, then I'm out. I see what's going on. I ain't even finna, this just not a safe place for me. I wish y'all the best though. Peace. Love you. I was really emotional that day. It was a lot. I was really down. I felt another letdown because I was like, here we go again. Man, I ain't never linking up in another group unless it's my group that I'm starting. And I told y'all I'm starting something called Niecy's Heart. Right? So I can part align myself with women I'm more compatible with. Y'all up there telling me that she over there, whatever. She ain't doing nothing that she ain't already want to do. Y'all believe that shit if you want to. So I ain't falling for it. I ain't falling for no more of her manipulation. I guess it is. I think I see why she, kept referring to herself as twin with Nasty Nate. She was proud of that. Because why she over there, and I see I don't drop down, more people over there. Why, if anybody still decide to go back or she catch this live, y'all, I only have one question. Ask her what she had eventually would have cut ties with Nasty Nate before Nasty Nate chose to kick her out the group. When everybody else was seeing the fucked up shit she was doing, when was she planning Or has she ever thought about, or was she content? Or did she just want to ride with people who she felt like was in power? Attached herself to the power dynamic. Like, what's the real reason why you switch sides and shit? You know, because you didn't have a problem with the shit she was doing. You only started calling her out because she abandoned you. Let's be real. And your anger was righteous because she lied on you. But now y'all over there lying on me, man. That shit ain't right.
You heard something very symbolic and very intentional. That teacher wasn't just being poetic. They were linking two ancient archetypes: the kiss, trust, intimacy; the sting, poison, betrayal, death. Let's
My
decode it.
bad. I just realized. So I just realized that I didn't explain to y'all. This is the last part. And I'm done with Chat GPT. I was thinking about one of the teachings that I heard when I was watching somebody who was teaching astrology, and they was talking about how Judas is referred to as the kiss of death, and why they connect the Scorpion sign with his sign, again being there's nothing new under the sun. I was wondering why they always connected Judas to the Scorpion, the Scorpion, and I was asking ChatGPT to break that down, and what's the some of the meanings behind that, because I heard this taught before.
You heard something very symbolic and very intentional. That teacher wasn't just being poetic. They were linking two ancient archetypes: the kiss, trust, intimacy; the sting, poison, betrayal, death. Let's decode it clearly. Judas' kiss of death image. In the story, Judas identifies Jesus with a kiss, something normally associated with love, loyalty, respect. But instead it becomes, open quote, a signal for betrayal and death, close quote. So spiritually, people call it the kiss of death equals affection used as a weapon. The scorpion sting, poison, trust image. The scorpion doesn't kiss, but it does something similar symbolically. Gets close, gains trust, then injects poison. The sting, invisible betrayal that spreads damage from within. Why they connect the two? 1. Both are intimate betrayals. Judas didn't attack Jesus publicly. The scorpion didn't attack from a distance. Both required closeness first. 2. The delivery method is deceptive. A kiss looks harmless. A ride across the river looks cooperative. But both hide, open quote, a deadly intention underneath something that feels safe, close quote. 3. Poison versus spiritual corruption. The scorpion uses venom. Judas uses deception. Spiritual teachers translate that as venom equals toxic energy, betrayal, corruption. Kiss equals false love, fake loyalty. Same principle, different form, something good on the surface, carrying death underneath. Hehesner 4, the kiss of death archetype. This shows up everywhere, not just religion. Fake friends, love bombing, betrayal, people who praise you publicly but undermine you privately. That's why this hits your lane hard, because you've been talking about this already. Codebreaker truth. Here's the real decoded message. Open quote, not all danger looks like an attack. Some danger looks like love, support, or loyalty. The closer someone gets, the more damage they can do. Close quote. Neo-X translation. This is powerful. You could say, open quote, Judas didn't come with a weapon, he came with a kiss. And the scorpion didn't roar, it just stung. That's how betrayal works. It don't always look dangerous until it's too late, close quote. Final insight. The connection is this. The kiss equals emotional poison. The sting equals physical poison. Both represent, open quote, death delivered through trust, close quote.
Hey, chop, chop. I was trying to look. I think I did ask Chat GPT one time. Let me see, y'all. I'm looking for something that I think I thought I did. I guess not. I thought I did. I was, because I think I did talk to Chat GPT about love bombing and what it is. So I was trying to look. All right. Shit. Damn. So I did look this shit up. I'm gonna have to do it another live. Okay, well that was about something else. All right. All right, y'all. I was just being nosy. I did look up love bombing. All right, so I'm finna go ahead and end it here. So this is my final message, just leaving off leaving y'all with this. Again, I'm not gonna apologize for what happened. Like I don't see where my behavior warranted the response that I got, being that this was not a new behavior dropped on the group and they was just taken aback by surprise, and they didn't know that this is something that I deal with. These women, as long as they've been around me, seen me display these behaviors numerous times. And that even though I tell people that I'm trying to work on it, I don't make excuses for it. But the reason why it happened is because of panic attacks, anxiety attack, and I have PTSD. My brain puts me in this cycle of want to protect myself. Now, I don't got my feelings hurt plenty of times on the internet. Some people I didn't care when they walked out of my life. Some people I did care. Right? Some people I shed a tear for, some people I did not. Right? I just think with me, again, I'm disappointed in myself for letting myself down and trying to convince myself that maybe a group of women realize the error of their ways and realize about all the toxic things they participated in over time, decided to finally come together and actually do something positive towards Black women. For Black women, right? Or us putting out a better image of ourselves, being that our image is a little tainted, right? Voluntarily and involuntarily. I did look forward to that. And in the same live where they claim I was throwing shots at them, I said that in the live that I look forward to the things that we have planned, right? Even though the things were not coming, things wasn't being plotted out detailedly, but it wasn't tangible, but it was there, if that makes sense, right? And I do recall that the reason why we didn't even start collecting and paying our dues and doing all that stuff, because Break Room said we don't know each other, right? It was Break Room that was the reason why we didn't start collecting money, even though everybody else was on board to do it, right? But I just went with, hey, if everybody else felt, I said, okay, well, I guess that makes sense. I agree. We don't know each other, so let's establish building trust first, right? I only decided to come out because, like, again, if something was to happen, nobody's promised tomorrow. If something was to happen where I can't come up here and say nothing else no more, right? I just wanted my narrative out there, even if it's buried under a bunch of lies. Somebody gonna hear my version. They version, more people might hear their version, but at least my version is somewhere out there, right? So it could be said like Neo showed the receipt, and only thing that I was telling Break Room is that, hey man, you didn't do anything. I'm just going through it. And that I admitted myself that yes, when we did the video call, I was out there, bro. Like I was doing too much, but I was having anxiety attack, panic attack. I'm telling them what it is, right? I felt cornered, and y'all was not loving on me the way y'all convinced me that's how y'all would respond if I do break down. Now, Tommy, I love you, sis. You was, from what I understand, the AI was letting me know you was, I guess, the main one saying you love me or whatever. I love you too, Tommy. But sis, let's keep it real. You was not there. But if you want to rock with the group, that's cool. You knew them before me. You don't know me. You know that I like you for being you, and you like me for being me. But you wasn't there. So you don't even know who's telling the truth. Right? But at least you can say, well, there is one thing we can say. Neo did not lie when she said that I did tell Break Room that I love her and it ain't, you ain't doing anything wrong. I communicated through her through text message, but she got mad because I wouldn't get on the phone. And now I see why. So she can pry. Maybe she wanted to get off on my pain and laugh about it. Maybe the girl secretly hated me and she just wanted to get off, pretending to care, so she can get off on my pain. There are some people out there sick like that. Now, I'm not saying that's what she was doing, but I don't know how else to analyze it. Being the code breaker, that's what my little antennas are peeping up. That's what I'm peeping at, because there's plenty of times when you included me in your content or turned me into content when you didn't even have to. Even that bullshit with mentors. Whoever, one person came in your chat, came in your comment section, they didn't even come in your chat, and made the little stupid ass comment, and for some reason you turned that into, because you knew you really wasn't trying to like teach the people a lesson. You was still trying to find a way to insinuate to the people that Neo's doing too much. She's acting crazy. Like, that didn't even, what happened between me and that white dude wasn't even that damn serious. I still don't, to this day, don't understand why that was turned into content. He's a Christian, I'm not a Christian. I was eating his ass up. Some people agreed, some people disagree. Some people found it distasteful when we was going back and forth. And I know it was because their biases, they didn't like what I was saying because I'm challenging their whole fucking existence. The God that they believe is watching over them and taking care of them and blessing their food when they eat it, even though the food still causes them to have cancer and blood pressure issue and shit like that. I'm telling them that the shit ain't real. So of course people gonna have their bias and say Neo does too much, or they don't like what I'm saying. But if I was going in on somebody they hate, like, I don't know, Nasty Nate, they'll be cheering me on. But all that y'all playing games and, oh, she was just doing too much, it got too dark. I was doing dark shit before you let me in. You, matter of fact, this was the video that I was trying to show y'all. I just saw it when I was on Instagram. I was trying to find it, but I saw it on my Instagram. Let me show y'all real quick.
Inferno in my chest, fire pit for a heart. Try to cage the beast, but it tears me apart. Fangs drip venom, I'm the prey and the hunter. Thunder in my brain, narcissists try to plunder. They poke, they prod till the flames erupt. Claw marks on my soul, but I've had enough. They throw stones, I build a throne from the rubble. Turn my pain into power, burst a bubble of trouble. Release me, I'm chained to my rage. Release me, I'm breaking the cage. Two wolves inside, which one do I feed? The good or the evil depends on the need. Blood moon rising, shadows creep slow. Bullies in the dark, but I glow like a halo. Evil whispers tempt me, they hiss and they call. But I'm climbing out the pit, I refuse to fall. Mirror cracked, reflection split in two. One side howls vengeance, the other seeks truth. Be the good wolf, stop the dark craving. Chains break loud, my own soul I'm saving. Rage burns, but I steer the flame. Won't let the fire scorch my name. Controls the sword, discipline's the key. Stand tall, won't bow to the beast in me.
There are two wolves fighting inside all of us. The first one is evil. The second one is good. Which wolf will win? The one you feed.
Just an example. So them trying to run with that narrative, Neo, it just went dark. I've been doing that. That's why I'm sitting up here looking like, since when did y'all think I was demonic? How many y'all laughed at this video? Especially like Teekers and TC. They laughed about the eyes being red. And Break Room gave me props because I made the song with AI and I put the lyrics up there. The song is talking about, you know, giving into either your good or your bad nature. Which wolf you feed is the one that's going to consume you. That's the one you're going to become. Right. So then I put myself, with the dark energy and, letting people know, like, y'all don't release me, man. This rage, I got a lot of rage inside of me. You don't want to release that. I don't want to go dark. Right. I told y'all when I had got my spiritual reading from when that lady let me know that Callie was going to betray me. She asked me when I go through that pain not to go dark. So maybe these people are sensing something that they know the shit. This not somebody you want to piss off, or they don't want me in that energy. I don't want to be in that energy, right? That's why I refuse to even die doing this stuff with back and forth and drama and all that and explaining myself and judgment and worrying about what people. I really don't care no more what people think, right? It's just with that, the last one, I was like, I know they're not trying to run with the Neo so crazy narrative. Like, is that really what happened, y'all? Yeah, I have mental health, but how did y'all respond to that shit? And why are you telling people that I pushed y'all away? You left me first. 2 of y'all. Then I left the group. Because I knew what that was. That was a manipulation. To make the group choose without choosing. Now you mad because Flo mad. Now she mad. Hell, there's only 3 other people that ain't mad right now. And I only got mad at TC because TC was trying to rub the shit in my damn face. I was like, well, dang, ain't that kind of... I thought you loved me, but you trying to rub in my damn face about what happened. That's kind of fucked up, right? You said play Meat's beautiful song. I can play one of them. I can't play that other song. I'm still working on trying to see what happened with that. However, I registered that song. Anytime I play it, it hits me with a copyright. Not a strike, but a copyright. So I don't even get paid for my own damn song. I got to figure out what's going on with that. But I could definitely end playing one of her songs. Because that's where my narrative's finna go. I'm going to eventually talk about going back to the case. Right. It's just with this, I just couldn't let that go. I tried. I said, man, but now I have no choice. I got to now. Right. Because if somebody try to push me dark, now you talking on my family. I talked about what's going on in the group. Why is Quisha being brought up for? What the fuck is she being brought up for? Because she was on to you in the beginning, you and your feelings, because she saw through you. But she saw through a lot of people. You're a lot of people on that list. And she's been correct 100% on every last one of them. Even though she was, like she said, I was cordial. I said hey and hey baby mama and was being friendly. But pillow talk, Queen Gay was like, no ma'am. That girl is not genuine. I can sense that. But you mad now, you trying to hurt her. You ain't gonna be able to, you gonna have to lie. Cause you know I ain't tell you shit. And I tell her a lot of shit. She knows how I feel. She knows that I talk to the girls. Cause I told her I got relationship advice from Flo Tinkers. I said I mostly only talk to Tinkers and Flo. Right? I didn't really know the other girls like that. We didn't get on the phone. And then with Break Room, she kept prying too much. So I purposely would not tell her anything about what's going on in a relationship besides opening up, telling her that sometimes I feel like I don't love her correctly the way she wants to be loved. So, but guess what? That ain't even no secret. I don't said it on here already.
What is happening in Hollywood? Nobody knows. The worst thing to call somebody is crazy, is dismissive. I don't understand this person, so they're crazy. That's bullshit. These people are not crazy. They're strong people. Maybe the environment is a little sick.
The environment is sick. As much as they were sitting there trying to convince y'all that I'm sick in the mind, hey, I'll just say consider the source. What y'all seen them girls do in the past? How long did they support Nasty Nate? Before they put me on the pedestal and say I'm the problem, all I say, consider the source. And then ask yourself, you know, hell, what Break Room had eventually left? I was leaving anyway. It didn't take, like when people's like, Amora laughed at you. No, I stood up to Amora. It wasn't no damn laugh. I wasn't gonna just let her little girl meet me. What the hell she thought this was? You know? But I know when she was lying on you for 4 days, you was pleading with her to hear your side or take it in consideration. No, you wasn't kissing the ass, but you damn sure let that shit slide. But with me, you damn sure ready to get on my ass, ain't you, Break Room? Go ahead, have your fun. You can't convict me because I ain't do nothing wrong. You can try to break down all my insecurities and all my defects or whatever. I don't care. I'm just gonna brush my teeth and keep moving, girl. I don't care. Do you? You wanna like that? You know you want to. People from who you rock with said it. Even when some of them was bold enough to put it in their live, they said you was gonna do this. Ashley Chatz was correct about you. She was right. The sisterhood, even though I don't fuck with them bitches at all, when they was calling out your nature and when they realized how close me and you were getting, they said you was gonna do the shit. Even they were saying it in the chat. Even though I don't fuck with them, they was correct. But again, a broken clock can be right twice a day. And it's only because clock and pattern your T. It's the environment sick. I'm telling you. Oh, I plan to. But I just had to get this off right here because I was like, oh my God, they are not them running, not coming together like Voltron. Not trying to really. Some people you might be able to fool. Some people see through the bullshit. Some people see the gaslighting and the manipulation. Some people considering the source. Nobody really trusts a flip-flopper. I keep telling y'all that. Once you have a reputation of flip-flopping, people just don't. They can't say I flip-flop because I wasn't on no damn side, period. And I never went and ran and attacked Robert's supporters. Barely even knew they existed except for the ones that kept saying shit about me. Now I realize some of them cool as hell, right? Some of them I was like, ah, damn, talented, you know? But nah, I'm not worried about it. I've been stopped like worrying about it. When I went to YouTube jail, that was enough time for me to get my shit together. That was definitely enough time for me to be like, I'm glad I ain't come out hot and heavy. That was the universe pumping my brakes then, so I won't be coming out here screaming and yelling at my top of my lungs and saying fuck you bitches and you know, that was the universe. Even though when I was leaving, I wasn't even feeling that way. I just felt abandoned. I was like, not y'all distancing yourself. Sisterhood my ass. I mean, Gigi's sister my ass. That girl quit the group. If y'all can't see that for the manipulation tactic that it was, then you just don't want to see it. And then you definitely have a bias. She quit. Did they mention that when they did the show on me yesterday? No, they did not. TC, no, y'all did not say, Neo, get the fuck out. No, that didn't happen. Break Room quit the group, though. Flo was like, I'm not going nowhere with her, as if I'm going to do something to her. Damn, didn't you already see a bunch of bitches lie on me already? Now you think I'm going to do something or make you uncle, girl? I wasn't even going to bring that. I was going to apologize. That's what I was. When we calmed down, I was actually going to call you next day and tell you that I'm sorry for losing my cool, but I don't appreciate you keep accusing me of doing something I know I didn't do. And now that it's me and you on the phone, what is it that I said? That's what my plan was. I was gonna calm down and talk to you the next day. Because, you know, I didn't want no issues or beef. I had nothing against y'all. But now I see it was guilt. Clearly y'all had issues against me. I'm sitting up here looking like a duck, loving y'all unconditionally, and y'all mad about some damn God videos. Or me cutting off break room. Break room ain't even really care she was getting cut off. Break room was feeding off of that energy and wanted me to hurt and pain and was trying to dig and get that damn information. So why, when she finally falls out against me, she can now weaponize it like she's trying to do now. She don't have much, so have fun. You're just gonna have to make up shit. The same shit I had to say about the sisterhood in Cali. You don't know nothing. These groups ain't safe. That's my word to y'all. That's what I wanted to leave y'all with. The groups are not safe. Guard yourself. Use your discernment. Don't let nobody love bomb you, right? Strangers can't love you like your real friends and siblings do in real life. If they're a stranger, then it takes time to get to know each other. Clock their T, check their pattern, check their tone, look at the consistent, look at the double standards. How they mad at me, but when Ashley D hurt her, Ashley D, she was able to say something, even though she didn't say Ashley D's name. She came out and said something because she was hurt, right? I didn't even go into detail what happened. I just said I was hurt. But according to ChatGPT, they said the host said she wanted to do the show just to make sure she's not going to let nobody push a narrative. So Ashley D responded to you. Maybe she didn't want nobody to push a narrative about her, about you and her, whatever. Because they was claiming you was being shady towards her. I told you what they was telling me why she stabbed you, stabbed you in the back, or was, they said she felt some type of way and never got over some shady shit you was doing towards her. I just didn't think it excused it because I was like, you bringing up some shit that happened a year ago? That's kind of crazy. But she responded to you. So what the hell you mad if I did the same thing you did to her? You wanted to do this break room. You ain't fooling no fucking body. And some people see through that shit. The real see through the shit. They see that shit. I don't care. Like I said, when people walk out my life, I hold the door open. I'm done. I was just fine without them, and I was just fine before them, and I'll be just fine after them. I don't even know what y'all think I'm gonna go take a gun to my head and blast myself. Nah, I ain't that type of crazy. If I am crazy, I'm crazy as I'm gonna hurt somebody before I hurt myself. That's what kind of crazy I am. If you think I'm so damn crazy, I'm not finna take my life. Taking my life ain't gonna get back the people that hurt me. I'm gonna go hurt the people that hurt me. That's how my mind works. But again, I ain't on that type of time. I was telling you how I think. I don't know what y'all thought that I was gonna go. Oh my God, they came together. Oh, they coming against me. Neo, and they wrong and they're bad women. I'm not even saying that. I ain't gonna call them bad at all. I'm just gonna tell the truth. Y'all dropped the ball, man. Call it for what it is. All right, I'm done. I'm ranting. Y'all dropped the ball, and that group ain't safe until they change their toxic ways and their drama and that bullshit, little high school shit, and grown people throwing shots and saying that we learning to communicate and all that. I don't even think that shit should have been brought up. Honestly, just make a mental note so if it happened again, you can pull the receipt. Let's see. I felt like it should have been a private phone call from the person who first felt it that way. Why is you feeling that way? What the hell I do to make you think I do that? Man, there's so much shit be said in that group, man. I ain't selling shit. I ain't saying nothing else. Let's put it like this. Break room fake with a lot of people. That's all I'm gonna say. Now, since she wanna insinuate something, I just give y'all that. I ain't finna go into detail, But break room fate with a lot of people that support her and love her dearly. So definitely don't feel no type of way that I now saying that shit was never genuine and real in the beginning, because I know how she feel about certain people, and they endure her and worship the ground she walk on. If y'all could clearly hear what the shit that how she feel about them and the stuff she say, you gonna say you making that shit up, but I put it on everything. That's why we going there. There's a lot of shit that was said, so trust me, I ain't wrong with this analyzing this. Hey baby, what you want? You want chocolate pretzels? Okay, give me 5 minutes, but you gotta go back to your room and give my baby girl her chocolate pretzel and get out of here. All right, so what I'm going to end with, I think somebody asked me to play the Romika song. I can definitely do that. I can play one of them. You know, I'm going to play the remix. I made a remix version that I don't think y'all heard yet. Actually, let me go play that. That's what I'm going to play. Not the one I made the little short video to. I'm going to play that, and then I'm going to end this live. So that's what we're going to go towards. Like I said, I'm going to move towards something positive. I'm going to build my tribe. If it's meant for me to ever lead a group, I'm just going to make sure I be a righteous group. I'm not playing that group thinking and group dynamic and all that. I'm not doing that cult-like mentality and blaming the odd man out or gaslighting people because you can't check your own biases. I'm more, like the girl said, I'm intelligent. And I'm intelligent enough to see when a person is being biased. So all them damn people cheered when the internet sister was coming after me. All them people was over there cheering her on, and the whole time she in the wrong. That's why I thank the universe, and I also thank her for coming out and admitting that shit. Let me play a version that y'all haven't heard. Let me see. I think it's this one. Oh, it ain't that one. I think it's this one. All right. I think it's that song. Let me see if I can get it to download. I made like 3 versions of the song, and then I just realized, because of all the shit that I was going through, I never gave y'all Retta song. I'm gonna make sure I somehow get that song to y'all, especially before I get too busy with the things I got coming up next week. But I had to rework that song that I made for Retta while she was going through her stuff, because the AI just was not pronouncing the words correctly, and then it kept inserting words that I didn't want there. So I'm gonna definitely make sure I didn't forget. I made a song for her, a few of them, but it just don't sound right. So I just didn't release it, and then boom, this drama things started happening in my life, and I just never really got around to that. So all right, so here's one of the remix versions to the song.
They try to mock us, turn solidarity into a joke. But pink ain't weak, pink mean power. Justice for Omonka. We be pink, mob squad, yeah, we gon' paint the city pink. For every tear that drop, we stand tall, we don't shrink. Voice for the silent now, true, louder than you think. Low over, hey, yeah, we gon' paint the city pink. Paint it pink for just, paint it pink for her, paint it pink for...
My bad, that is not the song. I was like, no, that's not the song. Hold on, it must be. Let me see if it's this one. Now, where my song at now? I just was looking for that song. Now, I made 4 versions of the song. Give me 1 second. That's not the version. I think it's this one. I'm just gonna play it straight from the page. Cause I damn sure that's not the right version. But I'm just gonna play it straight from the page. I think it's this one.
They try to mock us, turn solidarity into a joke. They tried to mock us, turn solidarity into a joke. But pink ain't weak. Pink mean power. Justice for Ramonka. We the pink mafia squad. Yeah, we gon' paint the city pink. For every tear that drop, we stand tall, we don't shrink. Voice for the silent now, truth louder than you think. Love over hate, yeah, we gon' paint the city pink. Paint it pink for justice, paint it pink for her, paint it pink for life. This shit should still be, yeah. Paint it pink for justice, paint it pink for her, paint it pink for life. This shit should still be, yeah. They type behind screens, try to twist the narrative, mocking solidarity, but we stand imperative. A mother gone too soon, that pain hit different. Dropped the baby at school, now the world feel distant. It's bigger than drama, bigger than clicks. This by the child, gotta grow up with this. We ain't no gang, we a movement of truth. When they spread lies, we respond with proof. Call us Pink Mafia, we embrace that name. And Pink mean Lord, so we claim that flame. We stand for a family, 10 toes deep while they chase attention. We don't lose sleep. We the Pink Mafia squad, yeah, we gon' paint the city pink. For every tear that drop, we stand tall, we don't shrink. Voice for the silent now, truth louder than you think. Love over hate, yeah, we gon' paint the city pink. Paint it pink for justice, paint it pink for her, paint it pink for life. Cause she should still be, yeah. Pink for justice, paint it pink for her, paint it pink for life. Cause she should still be, yeah. Like Precious, can't rewind time. One morning changed everything in a blink of an eye. She should be here watching her son grow tall. Instead we fighting lies, why they trolling us all? But we don't fall, we don't bow. Cyberbully energy can break us down. We advocate strong, no violence in speech, just justice, accountability, truth we preach. We ain't fueled by hate, we fueled by care. By the weight of a loss that ain't fair. Everybody life matter, that's the stance. We paint the city pink in remembrance and prayer. Pink for the love, pink for the pain, pink for the tears falling like rain. Pink for the mothers, pink for the child, pink for the silence that's speaking loud. Paint it like a square, yeah, we gon' paint the city pink. For every tear that drop, we stand tall, we don't shrink. Voice for the silent now, truth louder than you think. Love over hate, yeah, we gon' paint the city pink. Paint it pink for justice, city pink for her, paint it pink for life. Cause she should still be here. Pink for justice, city pink for her, paint it pink for life. Cause she should still be here. They tried to mock us.
All right, so that's one of the remixes. I got a lot of different versions of that song. So, boy, you ain't miss nothing. It's the same shit, same song with Neo. Woe is me. You know how they be saying, oh, she over there crying, even though I'm showing receipts. But now they gonna have to say the AI hating because the AI called that shit. Like now they gonna have to say the AI. And I showed y'all to show y'all I didn't manipulate. I let the AI say whatever it had to say before I inserted my truth. And the AI gave me a lot of credit for those text messages. But you ain't miss nothing, bro. They just be just standing on, you know, my truth and shit. Building my own tribe. So they trying to get you. Yeah, they trying to get me. She over there now telling people that somebody, even though the person could be lying, who knows? I don't care. But I know it's in her nature to do that. But she over there thinking, you know, acting like she got some tea and ain't got shit. Again. I'm glad I listened to that part of my intuition. That's why even down with the situation when somebody was trying to find out where I got my job, one of my jobs and stuff that I'm, you know, considering and stuff, man, I'm glad I told her the job that I figured most likely I was going to turn down. So like, these girls don't even know where I'm going to be working at. Even though I told one of them where I was planning on going, but the intuitions went, the bells just went off in my head, and I said, I don't want to lie because I don't like to practice lying. Practicing lying, I like to practice honesty. So even though I didn't lie when I gave her the name, I knew I just gave her one of the jobs that I was considering taking. I didn't tell her the other options that I had. So it's even with that in my mind, I was wondering why didn't I tell her the job that I really want, and why did I just only tell them the job that was offered? And I think it's because I was sensing, this is probably not a safe place for me to tell personal things about me, you know. So I ain't even want to, and the thing is, I ain't even want to give my address. Like, and it ain't nothing. I even told them that ladies, it ain't even nothing against y'all. It's just I don't feel comfortable. I even told them I ain't even want to give the address, but that ain't never changed how I interacted with them or anything like that. So, but all right, I'm done. I'm out of here. I'm too. I don't got into my time. I'm finna go play Fallout. I'm not listening to Break Rooms Live. I appreciate to the ladies who did reach out to me when it was happening. I appreciate y'all letting me, what was going on. Mostly y'all told me not to respond because this is what she wanted. But like I said, I'm sorry. I had to respond because I'm not finna. I can't keep letting people push too many false narratives about me, and I don't respond back to them. I'm not finna let some people who engaged in toxic behavior, cyberbullying, and all that bullshit, and engaged in that shit for 3 years, and then the leader got kicked out of a toxic environment. She didn't leave because she felt like that was the right thing to do, or she got tired of the messiness and the shit that she got kicked out, got rejected. Right? So I'm not even gonna let somebody like that, and somebody who constantly stays self-medicating themselves, sit up here and paint to y'all and tell y'all that I'm the fucking problem. Right? Not in that situation. I was just telling them, hey, y'all let me down. Like, but you gonna get mad at me because that's how I feel. I didn't lie on you. That is what happened. When I broke down in front of these girls, cried, it became more about Break Room's feelings than getting me the help that I need at that time. Hell, I'm surprised nobody didn't call my girlfriend and be like, hey, go, check on her or something or whatever. But it came more, and then like somebody was saying, they didn't want to walk on eggshells. But again, you knew that about me before I came in the group. I was doing dark shit before I came in the goddamn group. That's why I'm saying, what the fuck is they talking about? It was an excuse. I made how many videos about not believing in God before I came in the group? Just let's be honest, y'all accepted me into the group because I was on Nasty Nate head. Y'all were all mad at her, so you welcomed me in because I was on her head. But deep down, you really didn't accept me. You really didn't. I think you just did that to get along, to go along to get along, because at the time it appeared that Break Room to accept me. But as you can see, now she ready to tear me down. Let her do it. It ain't gonna work because I ain't gonna hear a word of it. So, and that's how you protect your energy. And I'm finna go ahead and get out of here. Thank you, Ivan. I know I only got now I'm down way. I only had 22 supporters. Now I think I'm down to what I'm down to now. Well, shit, ain't his only night. Shit. Now it's like 11, 12. I only got 12. I'll be just fine with those 12 until we find our tribe. We're going to find my tribe, y'all. Y'all just stay patient. Like, again, if you want to be a part of the Discord with Niecy's Heart, the organization that I'm, ChatGPT actually gave me the idea. That's crazy. I was talking to ChatGPT. Anywho, but the Niecy's Heart organization, again, over there in the Discord, we're just not going to be talking about no saga stuff, no drama. It's an anti-saga Joe, you can't bring none of that in. Now, if you could talk about Romika and stuff like that, but anybody drama, you can't. That is a no saga zone. Period. No matter what, I don't care what's going on, what happened. Somebody saying that my mama raped me, or even if they trying to lie with that shit, right? That's what it is. But if you want to be a part, because part of the things that I'm going to do once I get this organization going is that we're going to focus on definitely getting those stories so I can publicize like a book, right? I'm gonna turn it into a canon of books of women telling their story, right? Of course, getting permission and giving the proceeds to, groups and doing things. Like, I'm not gonna profit off this book. It's gonna be all the majority of the proceeds gonna go towards the organization. So that's what I'm gonna be doing. Emailing, reaching out, doing emails, pushing those type of videos, telling women, do they want to come to tell their story? Do they want to remain anonymous? Or what? Encouraging each other, giving each other's outlets, what happened, what to do, how to get the help, how does this affect your daily life? I think that's probably more of my tribe. So I don't have to worry about people insinuating I'm shading them and I'm in drama. I mean, the last time somebody said I shaded them, I literally said her name, but she was accusing me of shading. That's why I can't believe they started doing that shit towards me. Right? But yeah, so y'all look forward to the update with that. Niecy's. It's gonna be called Niecy's Heart. So y'all look forward to that. Look up to that. So I know, right? And I tell baby girl 5 minutes. I just sit up there and lied to my baby girl, not intentionally. Let me get off of here, cause that is what's important. That boo in there, cause I even had that talk with Queen Ye when we talked about, okay, if we do decide to break up, cause we had that conversation, regardless if they try to run and tell y'all shit. We had that conversation, and I even was like, well, can I still be in baby girl life if we? I said, that's gonna be hard, right? Damn, I'm attached to her ass now, man. Like, how can that's something you think we can still work out, whatever. So, but as you see, we still together. We still try. So, but whatever happens. I just, like I said, I'm forever grateful for the role that she played in my life. So that girl helped me grow a lot spiritually, right? Now, she don't put a lot of stress on me because she like to spend my goddamn money. And that's she like to spend money. She like to spend my fucking money. And I said that to y'all on here, so that's not a secret. Queen Ye got expensive taste. She like to spend money. So that's why I made her pick something else for her birthday, because y'all know Queen Ye wanted to go to Vegas on her birthday. Like last year, I took her on a cruise. This year, she wanted to go to Vegas. I had to remind Queen Ye, do you not remember these people cutting our damn hours and stuff? I ain't got no damn money to take you no damn Vegas. Our money got to go to bills, baby. You going to have to find something else. So then I took her to a nice Brazilian steakhouse in Jacksonville. So, but, all right, I'm out. Tell Queen Ye to start spending my money, and we'll be all right. But I love that girl. So regardless of what they say. All right. I think I'm going to leave this live with what I want to play. I think I played Saga Nightmare. I think I'm going to play the Ashley, the Ashley video, the one that got people so in their feelings, even though I told them I was going to do it before I did it. But anywho, I think I'm going to play that. And y'all just have a good one. Like I said, I'm sorry that some of y'all are no longer going to be able to come in and chat and say hey to Neo and how you doing, and we love you because you want to feel loyal to your friend, or if maybe you did take a stance, maybe you feel like I'm wrong, right? But I put the receipt. The AI told you I was not wrong. I set a boundary. They did not tell y'all the full truth. I set a boundary. and they just simply just didn't handle it wrong. Do I think the girls are evil and they're demonic and that? Nope. But I think they got some toxicity left behind from the trauma they experienced themselves or the trauma they once caused on other people. I think Tinker's vision is a beautiful thing. I just don't know if those girls are mature enough or ready to do that. Break Room quit a group. She quit the group at first because I asked for boundaries to her for to respect my boundaries. I keep repeating that because I want that to be something that y'all remember. I didn't do anything wrong besides refusing to answer the phone for her. That pissed her off. That made her mad at me. That's it. That's what happened. Text message receipts. And I've still, regardless how many videos they make, regardless if they do them backhand comments, compliments, or saying we still love Neo, we care, I'm not convinced anymore. I was trying to give at least 3 of y'all the benefit of the doubt, but now I'm not convinced because being that y'all with that group thinking shit, especially from a person who wasn't even there, I don't hate you. I don't hate none of y'all. You know, I wish you the best. And that says a lot because when I'm pissed and I'm mad and I'm angry, I don't wish people to get the best. Y'all know how Neo is roll over here. Once you get on my fuck you list, I say a lot. I don't wish shit the best. But in this situation, I'm not going to have that type of resentment. I'm not going to let that dwell in my heart because I know at the end of the day, both parties could have did better. I could have did better. They could have did better. Right? I just know one party decided to come out and try to one party decided to come out to basically paint another person as the issue, right? I know I said that my feelings was hurt. That's what I came out. But they came out to diminish, to tarnish my image, to slap that label that I'm crazy. So when I do make complaints and stuff like that in the future, people gonna think that I'm crazy. Look, the Tinkers and all of them left they couldn't deal with it. Look, she too much. I kind of am a little disappointed that that's the narrative that y'all was gonna go with. You want people to think I'm nuts, but the AI says I'm not nuts. I don't think I'm nuts. I did nothing wrong by telling that girl I just wanted you to respect my boundaries, and I damn sure didn't do anything wrong when I called Flo out for for putting break room feelings over mine. I can't even say the word. Y'all know the word. For putting her feelings over mine and accusing me of not caring about her feelings, even though in the text message I clearly did care about her feelings, and then also accusing me of throwing shots. I ain't finna apologize for that. She shouldn't have accused me. Especially once somebody told you I didn't do that. And then you admitted you didn't watch the whole thing your damn self. I just found that crazy. The people who watched the whole entire live didn't think that. The people who saw snippets or came in at a certain time or somebody called them and told them I was throwing shots was the main ones thinking I would do some shit. But the people who actually saw the whole shit said I didn't throw a shot. And that I say that shit all the time. All the time. Sound like guilt. That's what it sounds like to me. That's what it's given. Because it's true. Y'all were okay with her behavior. It was true. You can't say Neo. Neo didn't know what she was doing. Had no clue. I wouldn't have supported that shit, but be mad. I'll be the bad guy. I'm always the bad guy. I could piss a Happy Meal off, so. Oh, I'm gonna let them talk, bro. But I'm just telling you, Break Room wanted this though. Yeah, maybe she was mad because she couldn't go on the trip, the cruise and stuff. They ain't tell y'all that how she jumped off the group when we had to cancel another trip that we had, and last minute decided to do the cruise thing to celebrate Flo's birthday. They ain't tell, even though they took it as her plan and shit like that. I was like, well, that's also a sign of two. that to the point that we had to have a meeting to make sure nobody was in their feelings about us planning a cruise since the original trip was canceled. So that they ain't gonna talk about that either. Like, come on, it's a lot of stuff. Y'all better pay attention to things. So I don't know, but I just know she wanted to do this shit. Maybe she realized that Neo ain't gonna never tell her shit. Maybe she caught that this girl ain't finna give me nothing. So let me go ahead and drop the good guy act, and I love you and care for you so much. Let me just go ahead and get on your ass now. Why you ain't got nobody to stand with you, you know? Don't need nobody. So I don't know what you heard about me, but you heard wrong. Don't need you. Don't. Am I gonna miss Tymeek and M3 and Tinkers? Of course. Especially Tinkers. We fell asleep talking to each other on the phone. I'm gonna miss them. But I'm okay with them leaving. They made their choice. Just like I made my choice when I decided to finally just come out and say, man, I felt abandoned by people I thought cared for me, man. I wish y'all luck though. Good luck though on the group. I hope it work out. I do. I hope. I'm just not sure if it will, but I hope. I still have a little hope. But I'm gonna be doing my thing over here. We're gonna be focusing on what I got going on in Niecy's heart. That's what we're gonna be focusing on. But all right, family, I catch y'all in the net. So I'm gonna end this live with that video. Since it caused so much problems, I'm gonna end this live with the Ashley video of, you know, the consequences of her actions according to her religion if she don't repent and live holy and righteous according to her religions and her belief. She's heading to another place that she won't want to be. I'm not going. As much as they keep saying I'm gonna be there, I'm not going there. That ain't my destination, but y'all can have it. So, all right, family, I catch y'all in the next one. Remember, your life is your holy book. And you know, I'm done, man. I'm done. I promise y'all, no beefing, no dragging, no AI. I'm telling you, even when if she flicks that lighter on me twice, not responding, not gonna hear it, I'm not doing that. I'm not. I promise you, I'm not dying doing this shit, bro. Time is short. I don't know how. I'm not doing that. I don't know how much time I have left on this earth, but I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Right? And if anybody feel like I'm being a little distant when y'all be trying to get close to me, I have my reasons now, like for real. It ain't nothing personal, but just know that I'm a good person. I ain't gonna stab you in the back. I ain't gonna do none of that shit, you know. I'm gonna be real with you as much as I can, you know, and then some days I'm gonna have a bad day and not answer your phone calls. But I will text you and tell you I'll talk to you later. All right, family, peace. Love y'all.
Rain grows alone in the dark. Something waking. Hands on the keys, they move on their own. Cursor crawling up my arm. Face in the glass stretches and warps. Pixels biting through my car. Room bent sideways, walls bleed chrome. Every shadow wears my name. Bars like fingers curl around me. Something hungry in the frame. Voice on the line sounds just like mine. Laughs and echoes out of sync. Every heartbeat stutters
Yeah. Rearview mirror small for a reason. What's behind me, lessons. What's ahead, legacy. Anti-season activated. Neo-X in motion. Yeah. Rearview mirror small for a reason. Yeah. Yeah, I done drove through storms, pushed through rain, carried old fear like a middle name. Used to tap brakes for opinions loud. Now I press gas, I'm shifting proud. Family first, that's the code I'm in. Laugh with my nephews, that's a real win. Peace in my chest, sun on my face. Girl got me moving at a different pace. No arguing with ghosts no more. Left that drama at the old front door. If it don't build me, I let it go. If it ain't love, I don't let it grow. Sun shining on my windshield. Heart finally starting to heal. No U-turns on this road, I'm in control. I got the pedal to the metal. Speeding off on my haters, hands high like better. Ain't got time for no traitors. Pedal to the metal, yeah, I'm gonna see you later. Real be small for a reason, I'm awakened, conscious creator. Pedal to the metal, pedal to the metal. Smiling while I'm shifting gears. I'm leveling up this year. World's greatest auntie, that's the title. Nephews wild, my niece my idol. Cookouts, movie nights, laughter loud. That's the type of wealth I'm proud. Used to survive, don't elevate. Seeking knowledge, I illuminate. New consciousness in my mind. Old fears falling behind. I'm reading, growing, breaking chains, rewriting cycles, healing pain. They watching how I move and speak. So I'm walking what I teach. I ain't competing, I'm in my lane. Heavy foot, but light on pain. If it ain't growth, it ain't my speed. Love the only thing I need. And I don't miss who I used to be. That version was surviving me. Now I'm thriving, finally free. My nephews laugh, my niece believe in me. I'm showing them what strength can be. Knowledge turn to legacy's feet. They watching how I drive this road. So I'm choosing light, I'm choosing growth. I got the pedal to the metal. Speeding off on my haters. Angels down, heart settled. Surrounded by my favors. Pedal to the metal. Ain't no going back later. Only love in my circle, everything else get vapor. Pedal to the metal, pedal to the metal. For my nephews and my niece, building generational peace. Yeah, we not going backwards, we elevating. Seeking knowledge, illuminating. Rearview mirror small for a reason. Pedal to the metal, Neo-X. P code to darkness.